Among the rocks of a huge canyon stood a warrior, cornered in the figurative and literal sense of the word, since both in front of him and above, he was surrounded by other warriors armed like him, ready to attack. The dark-haired knight was already quite exhausted and was holding on to his armor where his heart was, but neither side was going to retreat as the mission was almost to the end. The warrior on the enemy side swung his sword towards the enemy in order to finish what he had started, putting all his strength into this blow. Next to the knight stood a warrior who activated the firepower in her hand, also preparing to attack the enemy. The warrior who was originally standing on the rock and holding her bow in her hands also activated her power by pulling the arrow, following the example of the others. And now the sword of the main warrior of the team, charged with the energy of its owner, cutting through the air and ringing with its blade, glittering in the sun. The knight's weapon continued into a beam of light as he pointed it at his opponent and shouted out a command for everyone else to do the same. All three warriors directed their energy at one single enemy, which spoke of his power. The enemy was no slouch, as he used his sword, which possessed dark power, to repel the fiery attack and continued to move, despite his weakness. The warrior was able to parry the blow of the green arrow with another swing of his weapon and aim to get as close to the opponents as possible. The fighter was also able to reflect the third blow, and his eyes burned furiously, glowing even more than the energies that were directed at him. At the right moment, the nun who stood on top of the rock folded her hands in prayer for the valiant hero who had the sword. And the knight, swinging his sword again thanks to the blessing and prayer, felt that now everything should work out. The power of the weapon this time was 100 times more powerful than that of the enemy and his dark sword, and the beam was directed towards the enemy to destroy him. The dark warrior was barely standing on his feet and holding onto his armor, while his sword was lowered to the ground and the destructive force was approaching him. The fighter raised his weapon in his hands as much as he could and looked straight at the wave, which was already very close. An ordinary person would have already fallen and covered his head or tried to run away, but the warrior simply continued to stand and look straight at the clot of energy that was about to destroy him. The fighter's eyes showed fatigue and even some indifference, and he decided for himself that he would not block this blow and would simply take it upon himself. The flow of energy covering the enemy turned into a red-hot ball which exploding would seem to create another canyon. After the explosion, the Dark Knight was lifted high above the ground, and in flight he tried to understand whether it was all over for him. The warrior, looking at the sky and clouds, decided that for him, as the Demon King, such an end to life was quite acceptable. After some time, the first thing that reacted to the noise was the king's hearing, but he continued to lie on the ground covered in stones after landing from the explosion. After the dark warrior heard the voices of his enemies saying that it was better to get rid of him before he woke up, he opened his eyes a little. The picture was blurry, and it was only clear from the sky that it was already getting dark, which meant that quite a bit of time had passed before the king woke up, and one of the opponents said that the demonic lord needed to be killed now, because it was unknown at what point he would regain his strength. The king sat down, breathing heavily, trying to figure out whether he was still alive or not, while someone else from the enemy team was convincing him that the demon was definitely not in a condition to kill anyone. In front of the overlord stood a fair-haired knight who was delivering the finishing blow after receiving the blessing and was looking closely at the fallen demon. No matter how stern and confident the knight was in appearance, his appearance was so good that it seemed he could eclipse the sun itself. The king, even with barely one eye open, looked attentively at his opponent and smiled slyly, realizing that this impudent idiot was truly handsome. And then this handsome man raised his sword to the Lord and addressed him as Zeke Moore, telling him to listen carefully because now they would list all his sins before he was punished. The smile on Zeke's face suddenly disappeared, and he began to listen to very boring reprimands about how he killed hundreds of Grail Knights of the Order of Carvidman and also took the lives of innocent souls. And from all this, the Lord only became sad from the memories. While the handsome man continued listing the demon's atrocities, Zeke himself only watched with disgust as the guy pushed his speech and the words poured out of his mouth without stopping. And when the fair-haired knight raised his sword over the Lord again, saying that he had a duty to punish him for the sins he had committed, the demon looked at the handsome man indifferently, breathing a sigh of relief that the chatter was over. Zeke looked somewhere into the void and acknowledged the fact that all his deeds were true. But if you listen to them from the lips of this impudent man, then it somehow starts to irritate you. The Lord was a little upset that he would die in such a vile way, but he still had one ace up his sleeve in the form of a key that distorted fate, and it was kept on one of his fingers. Concentrating on the power of the key, the demon knew that he would be able to damage this fool with a sword, albeit for the last time, but still one time. The energy of the blade that distorts fate and changes the future was already activated, and all that was left was to use it. The handsome man swung his sword once again at the overlord, calling his full name before delivering the finishing blow. And so, having voiced his hope that Zeke would become the person who would do good in his next life, the knight made a swing that, in theory, should have knocked off his head. But only a little blood flowed to the ground, and the demon, still alive, responded to the handsome man's hopes that he agreed with his words, and if he got a chance in the next life, he would be a good boy. Holding the sword in his bloody hand that cut the shoulder, Zeke looked straight into the eyes of the impudent opponent and finished his words with the fact that it would be good but not now, which made the guy nervous. Having prepared the power of the key, hiding it behind his back, the demon informed the knight that he had something more important to do now as a priority, and it would not take much time. When the Lord felt that the energy of the key was ready to be released, he twisted his hand from behind his back, and with the words that he wanted to commit one last dirty trick, the king directed a beam of power straight at the handsome man, and above them a hand appeared that was supposed to transfer Zeke to another future. The power of the key pierced the knight's armor, heading straight for his heart, which he did not expect at all, but it was too late to do anything. Like the roots of a tree, the key penetrated deeper and deeper into the source of the boy's life in order to harm him. The pretty face changed into an evil grimace, and the warrior asked the demon through gritted teeth where he got this key from, to which Zeke, on the contrary, was glad that what he had planned worked and, moreover, saw how it infuriated the handsome, impudent fellow. Shouting at the demon to die, the knight struck again in a fit of rage, and this time successfully, as blood flowed like a river. The last thing Moore saw was the anger in his opponent's eyes, and the blackened wound in the part of his body where his heart was. And finally, what the holy knight had been striving for so much happened, namely, the demon's head rolled off his shoulders. While the handsome man was trying to realize that he had finally managed to do what he had to, Zeke did not regret that he had died much earlier than he had planned. The next thing the guy heard was a bird chirping somewhere in the distance, and this surprised him because he had not yet opened his eyes to understand where he was. The bird continued to whistle some song of its own outside the window, and the sun illuminated the spacious room in a discreet but luxurious style. Zeke jumped up and sat on the bed, irritated that he couldn't sleep because of these annoying birds that just wouldn't stop chirping. At that moment, the Lord woke up because in addition to what he heard, he now also saw where he was now. The demon sat in bed and looked somehow different than before his fate changed and was busy trying to come to his senses. As if reborn, the first thing Zeke wanted to look at were his hands, and they were not in armor or wounds. Afterwards, the devil touched his neck with these hands to make sure that the head that had flown off his shoulders was still in place. The last moment before thinking or doing anything further was to put my feet on the floor and feel whole. The king approached the mirror, and the first thing he was surprised at was how much younger he looked, and he did not understand at all what was the reason for this. Zeke tried to reconstruct the chain of events thanks to the memories in his head, and began to list in order everything that happened before death. And the last one was the key that distorts fate, but he didn't remember where he got it. The young man grabbed his head, which was aching from such an active thought process, and from the fact that he could not remember how the key ended up in his possession, which was putting additional pressure on his brain. The young man was distracted from his stream of thoughts by looking at his own room, which made him understand that he was definitely in the past and still lived with his parents. This combination of circumstances did not please the Lord very much, and forced him to once again think about what to do next, and the first thing that came to mind was to start looking for the key. When the first task was determined, Demon began to remember why he had once left his family, and while he was trying to unravel the tangle of thoughts, he did not even notice that the door to his room had opened. But after the door was fully opened and someone was heard entering, Zeke still reacted, but was very unhappy with the impudence of simply bursting into the room of the eldest son of a noble family, because at this time the servants did not treat him like a nobleman. A servant entered the room with the same dissatisfied face as the devil, and stated with disdain why the young master was still in his room, but Zeke didn't even remember this boy. But the servant's address to the master pleased him, since that was exactly how it was supposed to be, and a slight grin appeared on the demon's face. The servant mentioned that the master always left at dawn, so he was surprised that he was still there, and asked if he had abandoned this too. The young man crossed his arms over his chest, and in the same dismissive tone questioningly reminded his master that he could not afford to twiddle his thumbs now, and the Lord exhaled heavily before what he was about to do. Zeke, without even turning to the servant, simply raised his finger up and moved it, indicating to the guy to come closer to him. The boy came closer as he was told, but put his hands on his hips and, leaning slightly, asked the owner why he needed this. The demon continued to sit, and with a slight smile on his face, he looked attentively up at the young man, while he showed with all his appearance that he was unhappy with the fact that he was called, and reminded the master to speak up once already. At that moment, still restrained, Zeke simply stood up and punched the servant in the face so hard that blood immediately started flowing. The boy grabbed his cheek, which instantly turned red and swelled, and his eyes were watering from pain, and he, being angry, asked what the hell was going on. By continuing to talk to the master, the servant only made things worse for himself, and if not death, then a flogging in the person of the young master was approaching him. The guy only now began to get nervous, and his impudent self-confidence suddenly disappeared somewhere, so he looked back to see where he was retreating. But the servant's attentiveness played a cruel joke on him, and he still miscalculated where he was stepping, lost his balance, and began to fall backwards. Zik didn't stop going at the young man like a drill, even when he fell to the floor, and the imp's eyes showed confidence that someone was about to get an extra portion of beatings. But it was not his hands that were put into action, but his legs, and the devil continued to instruct the upstart so that he would understand how to communicate with the master. If before the last blow the guy managed to put up a defense in the form of a hand, then this time the toe of the gentleman's shoe hit the solar plexus area, which caused terrible pain. The servant screamed and cried from unbearable pain, covering his head with his hands, but the Duaris did not stop, but only grew in number and strength. When the young man got down on all fours and tearfully asked the master for forgiveness, the demon stopped beating him for a while. But just at the moment when Zeke again raised his leg over the boy, a knight in armor entered the room, wondering why there was such a noise here. The servant immediately rushed to the door, shouting Mr. Binor, clinging to the warrior's appearance as his salvation from the tyrant. And as soon as the little scoundrel hid behind the gentleman, he immediately made it clear to the devil that he would no longer do anything to him. And Mr. Binor, meanwhile, repeated his question. Zeke still looked indifferently at the two guys, thinking at that moment that this Mr. was also rude in his treatment of him. The demon exhaled with some disappointment towards the two individuals who were still standing at the door, but said nothing. And when he came close to the guys, the servant cowered in horror, and Mr. Binor wanted to know why the young master never answered the question. Zeke also wanted to clarify whether the warrior should really speak to him in such a tone, to which Boehner provocatively asked whether he would really be beaten up like Hans now. The demon liked the knight's understanding, so he again stretched out into an evil grin and replied that he too could get a portion of instruction. The imp, placing his hand on the warrior's shoulder, explained rudely but clearly that Hans was behaving like a small, annoying dog that did not recognize its owner. Finally, Zeke whispered right into Boehner's ear that anyone who disrespected him as the young man did deserved a spanking in the end, so as not to take on too much. Boehner did not believe that the gentleman was as strong as he was daring, so he asked if Zeke was so confident in himself that he could handle the warrior, thereby supposedly giving him the opportunity to change his mind. The demon turned around and went somewhere deep into the room, surprisingly admitting that at the moment he really was not capable of defeating the knight due to his weak physical characteristics and abilities. But grabbing the tablecloth on the table with his hand, Zeke indicated that he had no choice but to put his efforts into properly training the disobedient mongrel, which made Boehner shocked that this brat called him that. Gritting his teeth in anger and barely restraining himself from teaching the young master a lesson, the warrior decided to remind the devil of who stood before him. The next moment, there was no answer or blow, and Zeke simply threw a tablecloth over Boehner, and he did not expect such a turn of events at all. Trying to pull the fabric off himself as quickly as possible, the warrior only became more entangled in it, feeling extremely awkward and embarrassed. Hans had been standing nearby the whole time, and now watching what was happening behind the knight, he shouted for him to turn around quickly. Although Boehner pulled the tablecloth so that he could see what was happening around him, it was too late, and Zeke appeared in a jump above them, holding a flower pot over the warrior's head, which had previously been standing on the tablecloth. The flower pot landed right on the top of the knight's head and hit his head so hard that the clay pot still in Zeke's hands shattered into pieces. Boehner fell to the floor with a huge bump on his head, and the devil shook the dirt off his hands, teaching the dumb warrior that strength cannot always solve everything. And then Zeke turns towards Hans, showing with his whole appearance that he has not yet finished what he started, and smiled slyly. The young man, with his cheek already swollen, looked with horror at the approaching danger in the form of the young gentleman, but the fear was so great that he could not move from the spot. Before Hans's eyes flashed not only life, but also the silhouette of the demon, who, having picked up speed, did not run, but flew with a fist. And the last thing Hans saw before he got another portion and passed out was the fist of the Lord of Darkness. Although the window of the gentleman's room was closed, from outside one could clearly hear someone shrilly crying for salvation. Sometime after what he had done, Zeke stood there thinking about how everything had been the last time and recalling his feelings. The young gentleman stood in front of the huge doors, which looked the same, but now he, standing in front of them, was completely different. Zeke clearly remembered the feeling of fear that gripped him as he stood like that in front of the entrance to the room, but this time it was no longer there. The guy grabbed the door handles with both hands, feeling completely indifferent to what would happen inside the room. In the hall at the table, Zeke's entire family was already waiting for him, including his father and the recent victims at his hands, Hans and Boehner. When the young gentleman entered the room and approached the table, he noticed out of the corner of his eye how the knight was looking at him sideways with disdain. For Boehner, the demon was now like a sore thumb and an irritant, so although he remained silent, his face betrayed his attitude towards the impudent guy. And the reason for the anger was a conversation in the room between Boehner and someone else from the family about the fact that the head had already found out about his beating. Zeke's half-brother Greg Keepstall scolded the knight for his father's disappointment at how his eldest son had knocked him to the floor with a single blow, which had now brought shame on all the knights of Keepstall. At the moment when the warrior wanted to explain himself, Greg shouted his name and raised his palm over him as if he wanted to slap him. But instead of hitting, the young man simply put his hand on the knight's face and questioningly hinted that he had not done anything bad and had agreed with him to be confident in themselves no matter what, since the enemy was Zeke. These words hit Boehner so hard in the head and set him against the young master that now when he looked at him, he was so angry that the veins appeared on his face. The father of the family, sitting at the table with his arms folded, did not even greet his eldest son and sternly pointed out to him that he was late. On the huge and luxurious throne chair sat Count Vordo Krepostl himself, and with all his severity showed his displeasure. Zeke exhaled heavily, and without even looking at his father, languidly asked why his father wanted to see him, and with his appearance he showed that he was really not that interested. Wrinkles appeared on Count Vordo's face, which represented anger and fury, since he was not satisfied with the behavior of the young rascal. But the Count is the Count for a reason, so he continued the conversation with Zeke with restraint, but still just as sternly, reminding him that he had already completely forgotten how to greet everyone. The boy began to examine his hand, sarcastically pointing out to his father that there was no point in all these worthless curtsies, since he never responded to them. Veins of anger appeared on the Count's face, and Vordo muttered that it was all the fault of his son's incompetent mind, because of which he would not be able to inherit the county. Therefore, he ordered him to curb his nasty character and behave as befits the main heir. Only now did Zeke look at his father, surprised by his words about the legacy and his priority as the heir. The devil grinned, once again throwing the truth right in his father's face about whether he had ever really thought about handing over the county to him. Vordo was already pretty fed up with the way the brat was treating him, and he was ready to get up, but a woman's hand gently but confidently lay on his shoulder, making it clear that it wasn't worth it. The gesture of humility belonged to the hand of the Count's wife, and Zeke's stepmother, Florel Krepostl, who, like a snake, added poison each time, making her eldest son bad in the eyes of his father, just as she was now pointing out to her husband that he himself sees everything. The stepmother found Zeke to be a very ill-mannered person, and the stepbrother only echoed behind his mother's back that the eldest son really did look pathetic. Zeke vividly caught from his memories those feelings that those two rats caused in him, how they tried to set him up at any suitable opportunity, and the sensations passed into physics, appearing as hands clenched into fists. But again, now the guy was more amused by this, because even if his stepmother and stepbrother tried to get around him, they still couldn't do anything. Zeke decided to have some fun and played along with his family, bowing beautifully and scolding himself for such an arrogant attitude towards his family. Separately, with his cold gaze and bow, the demon bestowed upon his mother, in fact, showing as much as possible how much he hated her. Floral was terribly angry at such a gesture because she, on the contrary, was trying to put the guy in a bad light, but then the picture changed, and this was not part of her plans. The young gentleman spread his hands to the side, ironically admitting that if it weren't for these two victims, he essentially wouldn't have been invited here. First, surprise everyone in this room with a curtsy. Now, Zeke really turned up the heat when he turned around and headed straight for the sword that was hanging on the wall, telling his father that he regretted what he had done. The demon took the sword with one hand, which already indicated that the mischief was continuing, and he agreed out loud that he had done something wrong. And if at that moment Boehner was more prepared for the worst, then Hans, who was standing next to him, was already ready to start hysterics. But the most important indicator was the reaction of the father, who sat most of the time with a frowning brow and was now no less shocked than everyone else present. Well, for Greg, such a gesture was like a spoke in the wheel, since his mother's plan collapsed like a matchbox house with each such prank of the eldest son. Zeke pointed the tip of his sword straight at Hans's face and announced to everyone that, in honor of the gathering, he would like to finish what he started right here and now. The servant of the fortress family merely put his hands in front of him as a defense and stared at Miss Floral, pleading with her eyes to do something. And instead of the stepmother, Count Vordo intervened, getting up from the table and making a remark to the elder that he did not dare point a sword at anyone within the walls of this house. And then Greg smiled, since such a gesture would not benefit Zeke. The boy turned to his father and indifferently explained that he was going to cut off the boy's head because he had treated the heir of the great count with disrespect, and asked again if that wasn't why his father had invited him here. Miss Floral ordered Zeke to stop talking nonsense and began to justify Hans as a person who could not possibly offend, and then the young man made the mistake of agreeing with the lady. The devil placed the sword in front of him, point down, so that sparks flew and the blade rang with a clear sound. And leaning on the hilt of his sword, Zeke stared at Hans and asked him warningly if he really considered him a liar. Hanging by a thread from death, the young man began to very actively think about the fact that now his life would depend on his words, and in that case, even Miss Floral would not help him. The Countess stood next to the boy, as if she were her second son, and Zeke immediately understood without a doubt that Hans was Floral's little dog, but Demon could not understand why she was so concerned about him. The servant was about to say something, but not very clearly, and then an even more faithful dog appeared in front of him in the form of Boehner. Halton Boehner, as a first-class sword master and knight of the fortress family, took this blow upon himself, so to speak, and replied that it was indeed so, that the young master was a liar. Zeke just continued to smile at how events were unfolding, and almost everyone was against him, and now this idiot in armor was there too. The stepmother grabbed Boehner's hand with her hand, glad that he also took the side of the rats and the opponents of the elder master, asking him to confirm his words once again, which the obedient dog did. The knight declared in front of everyone that Mr. Zeke had inflicted severe injuries on him and Hans with his own hands out of the blue. The demon decided to press Boehner on a sore spot just like Greg did, and pointed out that he should be ashamed for admitting that he, as a knight, was so easily defeated with bare hands. Naturally, the words touched the warrior, and no matter how hard he tried to hide it, it showed on his face and also in his words about how the young master would never admit his sins since he had never lied in his life. Zeke bared his teeth, surprised at how skillfully this hero played, and asked if he really was going to continue to get away with it. To make the prank even more fun and add some spice, the devil extended his sword towards the knight and offered, instead of chatter, proof that he was truly a noble man. Boehner was angry at yet another of the gentleman's impudent behaviors, so he asked him directly if he had gone crazy. But the eldest son, instead of answering, continued to hold the sword and learned from his father that a similar gesture would also play into his hands. Zeke decided to voice out loud the thoughts and plans of everyone present in this room and clarified that if he lost this battle, then they would finally be able to get rid of him. Count Vordo hid his true face under severity, but upon hearing about the duel, he hesitated a little and gave his permission. The knight was only glad of such an order, thinking that the guy was no longer long for this world, and that he was only cool in words but not in battle. And Zeke was terribly happy that finally the real fun would begin, and not this sad semblance of it, so he thanked his father as if he had been given a long-awaited candy. Turning around to leave, the young gentleman turned to his father and said that he could choose the place and time of the fight at his own discretion. Vordo watched his son leave, thinking that his plans were simply to scold the boy and send him away. But now the Count has come to the conclusion that everything turned out much better, and this duel will be an excellent reason for Greg to receive the title of Count. Zeke hung the sword back in its place and wanted to celebrate something else by telling his father that from now on he too would strive for changes in his life. Vordo was surprised by such a statement, as if it was not his son in front of him, but the demon continued to explain that he had rethought that he would not be able to achieve what he wanted if he continued to live his past life. The Count did not quite understand what was being discussed, so he asked whether his son meant achieving what he wanted by the title. Zeke took hold of the door handle and very vaguely made it clear to his father that even if he told him something now, he still wouldn't understand. The next meeting was supposed to take place in a duel, so before leaving the room, the guy turned around and said that he was already looking forward to being there and seeing each other again. In the courtyard of the Fortress family mansion, Zeke tried to remember again what a sword was, and now also how to wield it while in the body of an 18-year-old youth, and at first glance everything was activated. But considering that although the skills and knowledge were with the Lord, the body was separate from all of this, and in addition to the lack of understanding of how to physically control the weapon, there were also painful thoughts about the past and what a naive weakling he was then. And now inside the demon, two parts of him were fighting, the past and the worthless one, where the young man was hungry for his father's attention but did not wield a blade, and the one that is now knowing all the ins and outs of his rotten family, and therefore the world. Zeke exhaled with air the thought that his father was against his son's desire to master the weapon, thereby protecting himself from the danger that would grow up and take his title. It was not for nothing that the young master was attracted to the blade and the desire to learn fencing, because deep inside he did not yet know that a majestic and destructive force slept there. Now the devil knew about the amount of mana available to a person, which is determined at his birth, and now he clearly felt it in his heart as he raised his sword above the ground. A normal sword strike wouldn't make the ground crack and wouldn't shine in the hands of a normal person, but not in Zeke's case. At that moment, his mana was activated, which was essentially destructive to his body since its power remained the same as it was in his past life when he ruled. That's why the guy's physical sensations were such that his heart was about to jump out of his chest. It was beating so wildly. Reflexively, the young gentleman grabbed his chest where his heart was, trying to bring himself to his senses so as not to move the horses. And the next moment there was an explosion, due to which Zeke flew a very large distance, and the reason for this was the force that was uncontrollable by the body. The guy was lying on the grass among the stones and a broken sword, but nothing hurt him. He was only overcome with sadness and disappointment from the fact that he suspected the impossibility of returning to the level of mana control that he had during his status as a demon lord. The devil looked at the sky and was nostalgic about how he was able to obtain the title of demonic lord of power, and in addition, he remembered how much he had gone through before becoming who he was. Continuing to lie on the grass, the young man thought about the fact that at times he had the impression that someone was orchestrating the events that had happened to him. Zeke finally decided to get up from the grass, but first he sat down and thoroughly shook off the dust and dirt from his clothes. But when he had already risen to his feet, without even turning around, he pointed to the one who was standing behind the tree to go out instead of continuing to peek, and Greg did not understand at all how he had guessed about his presence. The stepbrother came out and immediately noted that it seemed like the elder brother had managed to awaken his mana, although it was completely unclear what he was getting at. But as he got closer to Zeke, Greg made it clear the purpose of his appeal to him, because the next thing that interested him was whether he really thought he would win with just his feeble level of abilities. Coming up close, the stepmother's son listed the latest events to the elder in the form of a challenge to a duel with Boehner and a conversation about the title. And now the little bastard wanted to know the reason why Zeke so suddenly started doing things that were so unlike him. Having put on a sweet and harmless appearance, Craig at the same time allegedly warned his half-brother to abandon his bright idea and continue living as before. Winking at Zeke, the little one let him know that if he just settled down, he would continue to keep an eye on him so that he wouldn't even suspect anything. The Lord made a face of incomprehension mixed with surprise at the scoundrel's self-confidence, and because his face was in shadow, it looked creepy. The elder once again told the truth straight to the little bastard's face about the fact that he showed fear with his whole appearance that Zeke would take his title away from him. Craig snapped that such suspicion from the elder was out of the question, but no matter how much he wanted to look firm and stern, it was still clear that he was really nervous. To show his seriousness, the mama's boy folded his arms across his chest and explained to Zeke that if he lost the fight with him, the best outcome would be to give up the title, since it would be shameful not to defeat the pathetic Zeke. The demon placed his heavy hand on the youth's fragile shoulder and, just in case, asked him again whether he really had such thoughts about him. Putting his other hand on his shoulder, Zeke stared straight into Greg's eyes, playing along with him by saying that in that case, he was obliged to satisfy his brother's desire. The elder made an offer to his half-brother in the form of a victory in a duel, as befits a family of warriors, and this will determine who will receive the title. Greg brushed Zeke's hand off his shoulder as the idea of a fight was considered crazy in every sense of the word. The devil looked at the young man and confirmed that he had really gone off the rails since he was proposing a brotherly duel, and the stepmother's son sharply stated that he had no compelling arguments to refuse. Zeke walked past his brother, clarifying that his answer was perceived as agreement to what seemed at first a crazy idea. Only if last time the demon left the choice of place and time to his father, now he specified that he would personally determine the conditions for the duel, and in his eyes it was clear that the little devil had already matured some kind of plan. Many people gathered in the arena to receive bread in circuses, and on the battlefield itself, the opponents were already standing, and Boehner's voice could be heard, reminding the young master that he had learned his lesson. But now the knight understood that he had the advantage on this field, and standing up he shouted that it was his turn to teach the guy a lesson. This time Boehner already pointed his sword towards Zeke and shouted at him at the top of his lungs that the winner in the arena would be determined by his skills, so the young man would regret not putting on armor, but at that moment the little devil was examining his sword to see if it was dull. And only after finishing examining his weapon for battle, the guy turned towards the sickening soldier without even trying to hear anything from his speech. The third knight approached the field, and although he was not going to take part in the battle, he was still in full armor. A stern man with a scar on his eye asked the participants if they were ready to fight and did it loudly so that everyone could hear. Boehner, as always, with confidence in his voice and frowning eyebrows, answered that he was ready, and Zeke, smiling at the stern man, simply nodded in agreement. As soon as the third knight loudly gave the command to begin the battle, both opponents rushed towards each other like two sonic rockets. Boehner's first blow landed on Zeke's sword, which he had put up as a defense, and was so strong that sparks flew in all directions, but the guy didn't even bat an eye. Unfortunately, the demon hoped that the knight's blows would not be so heavy, but this did not change the fact that he mocked the warrior by simultaneously complimenting him and humiliating him by saying that although he was a dumbass, it turns out that he really was a real fighter. And Boehner, although angry at the young man, at that moment of mockery confirmed his fears about him and somehow even became disappointed. Being in collusion with the Crepustal family, and therefore working against the eldest son, the knight grinned in a smile that now he would rule the ball. With a huge smile on his face and his sword raised above his head, the warrior looked more like some kind of madman, especially after he shouted at the young man to taste this blow. The enemy's sword was filled with energy, and its owner was guided in battle by anger and greed, so even though Zeke put up a defense, fighting off the blows, his body was not ready for this. Boehner dealt blow after blow mercilessly, reminding his offspring that this was a fair fight, and that in such matters he was a weakling, so the forces were not on his side. Mana activated but was thrown back by one of its own master's blows since the body was not adapted to such energy. But unlike the guy, the knight's energy was pumped up and directly connected to the body, which gave control over its power, and now his sword was already activated as a charged weapon. Another blow and another defense, and despite his weak and unadapted body, Zeke could do this forever. But the little devil was already fed up with these incomprehensible dances, and he also wanted to do something more than just protection, and for the first time a grin appeared on his face instead of a grin. Only now Boehner smiled, looking at how he was throwing the guy off balance both physically and mentally, and this clearly brought him pleasure, since at this rate he would really defeat him. From the balcony, the Count and his wife with their son watched the fight, as well as the judge, who also commented on what was happening. Both were already angry, and if Boehner's reason was to finally put the kid on his shoulder blades, or better yet, kill him, then Zeke had a huge desire to simply kick the impudent guy's ass. The judge shared with Count Wardo his thoughts, that the young gentleman was surprisingly holding himself quite decently, having parried several of Boehner's blows. Floral couldn't live without sticking her nose in, so she hinted to the judge by asking whether he still thought the advantage was still on their side. The judge, either having already been bribed by the stepmother, or remembering the eldest heir as he was, confirmed to Miss Fortress that the winnings were indeed more on their side since the young gentleman had not mastered the use of a sword properly. Floral cast a stern glance at the judge, as if preparing herself for the fact that if he turned around, he would immediately understand what words he should choose. Count Vordo, for now, simply silently watched his eldest son with a small grain of hope that he would still win. The crowd was raging, shouting at their favorite Boehner to finish with this boy and stop giving in to him. The men crossed their swords and looked at each other, and the knight was the most jubilant, fueled by the energy of the crowd, pointing to their shouts and to Zeke in order to put pressure on him. But the demon didn't care about the crowd, and not a single muscle on his face twitched from his opponent's provocative words. The little devil got bored of just putting up a defense, and in one of the blows, he parried the attack with his sword, already standing more confidently on his feet. Boehner already looked like a sadist who was now definitely determined to kill the young man, although he warned him that there was still a chance to surrender and remain unharmed. But Zeke would rather have actually died than given up, and his sword also began to glow with a blue flame, indicating the activation of mana. Boehner noticed the glow of the enemy's sword and stared at it like cats at a Christmas tree, but he was even more surprised by the guy's statement that he was just warming up. Zeke, being unsure that his plan would work, still growled like a beast and directed his energy into the sword and aimed the weapon itself at the enemy. The fighter looked at what was impossible because he knew perfectly well that the kid could not only not activate mana, he didn't even know how to fence. And now, making the sword an extension of his mana, Zeke activated one of the strong attacks called Expanding the Senses. Boehner realized that things were bad when the streams of power rushed at him, but he was still trained so that his skills took over. The knight was able to parry blow after blow, deftly wielding his sword and confidently moving across the field as if performing a battle dance. When the attacks were repelled, Boehner saw that Zeke was still standing with his sword pointed at him, and the ground under his feet was destroyed, as if someone had dropped something heavy there. The demon held a shining sword, but his hand was shaking convulsively, which spoke of the imbalance he had felt while training in the garden near the house. The imp looked at the weapon as if it were a toy that had broken and was upset that, as he had suspected, he was unable to control mana in this body and it was getting out of control. A deathly silence hung over the arena, and everyone just whispered to each other, watching the ground crack under the fighter's feet after the young master's attack. People asked each other whether they had really just seen what they had seen, or whether they had imagined it. The judge was no exception to the state of shock, and he also asked Count Vordo whether he had observed that very moment of the skill of expanding the senses. The gentleman continued to silently look from the balcony at the arena, while the judge continued to explain to him that the skill of expanding the senses unites the blade and the body thanks to mana. While the judge could not believe that the guy was able to learn the technique that allows him to wield a sword as if it were an extension of his body, Miss Floral became seriously worried. Boehner was angry that the situation was only getting more complicated, and he too could not put the pieces together about when the kid had managed to master this skill. At the same time, the knight had already found his weak points by looking at Zeke, realizing that his body was unstable when using power, which indicated a loss of control over it, which meant that mana and body were out of sync. Boehner decided for himself that in front of him was only a pathetic boy, Zeke Krapostal, so he turned to him, explaining that the pranking was over. The knight's sword was filled with energy again, and he rushed at the young master with great speed, while Zeke also did not lag behind and prepared to attack. The power of Boehner's mana made the sword look like it had just been taken out of the brazier in the anvil, and its blade sparkled and blazed with red fire. Unfortunately, the energy that filled the knight's weapon was based on his anger, and there was no longer any talk of valor and fair combat. The demon, of course, did not expect that the enemy's strength would reach such a scale, but at the same time he did not relax, but concentrated as much as possible. At the moment of releasing energy from Boehner's sword, which should have caused serious injury if not kill Zeke, he was able to dodge the blow. The warrior was surprised and at the same time angry that the guy was able to dodge such a strong blow, which in its own way instilled some fear of how difficult the air really was. Boehner decided for himself that the battle was not over yet, and swinging his sword, activated another blade control technique. With a cry that the devil could not avoid this blow, the knight fired a beam of energy towards the guy as if he was holding a firearm rather than a sword. And this time the technique worked so precisely and lightning fast that Zeke did not have time to dodge and took this life-threatening blow on himself. Boehner used a supersonic space-cutting technique that caused an explosion in the arena, and the young master was slammed into the wall by the impact. Zeke was still alive but in a serious condition, sitting on the ground, leaning closely against the wall, which had left a dent and cracks from the impact of his body. The knight was basking in the rays of glory, and the crowd rejoiced that at last their beloved Sir Boehner had managed to rein in the impudent eldest son of Count Wardo. While Zeke was having a hard time coming to his senses, the warrior had already declared himself the winner, judging by the state of his opponent, and asked the judge to announce the verdict because he would not like to continue this performance so as not to harm the young master completely. The crowd in the arena became excited, unanimously congratulating the hero. But at some point, a glow characteristic of Zeke's mana appeared on Boehner's armor. The sound of a blade ringing and hitting the ground was heard, and the sword glowed again, filled with the guy's energy, which meant the fight was continuing. The knight didn't even notice behind the shouts of the people that behind him Zeke, although still on one knee, was holding tightly to his weapon, not wanting to give up so easily, even recognizing the fact that with the techniques that were in his body, he would not be able to defeat the enemy. The imp raised his head, looking straight at his victim like a beast, and made a firm decision for himself that since this was a battle, he needed to fight accordingly. The young gentleman, who literally a moment ago was sitting against the wall in a deplorable state and could not get up, now rushed from his place straight at his opponent. Boehner was only able to tune out the cheers from the fans when Zeke shouted his name behind him and was already close enough to throw a punch. The demon had his own plan of how to respond to the court dog for his supposedly fair fight and, lowering the blade of the sword to the ground, began to move it, creating an unpleasant noise that was already throwing him off balance. Zeke, while approaching Boehner, made a sharp but powerful swing with his sword, raising a ball of earth and dust into the air. Dust and dirt flew at the knight, who barely managed to cover himself with his hand, but this was only to the advantage of the young man, who acted immediately. While Boehner was blinded and essentially vulnerable, Zeke, running at the enemy at the same speed as before, now fell on him with his whole body, knocking him down. The knight, due to inertia and the weight of his armor, fell on his back, and now that the warrior was lying on the ground, the scores were evened out to 1. Sitting on the ground, the poor guy was coughing and had difficulty breathing because of all the dust that had risen, and had also gotten on his face. Boehner's eyes were watering because of the sand, and he was angry because the brat had tricked him, and in order to somehow save his situation, he told the guy that he had behaved like a complete coward. Since the knight's eyesight was poor, he could only make out a very blurry silhouette of the young gentleman approaching him and the glow of his sword. But despite his vision problems, Boehner clearly felt the blade of the sword near his throat, although it did not even touch him. Zeke stood in front of the enemy holding his sword, and looking at him attentively, said that after he justifies his defeat in a real fight with words about cowardice, then let him turn his tongue in his direction and call him a coward. Although Boehner was still angry at the boy, he had told the truth, so one could read the acceptance of his defeat in the knight's eyes. Zeke continued to look at the knight with such confidence in response that anyone would have been ready to accept defeat just to avoid that look. Shifting his focus from his opponent to the tip of his sword in front of him, Boehner loudly declared his surrender. The imp decided to put moral pressure on the enemy and pointed out to him that the reason for his doom to defeat was that he was impudent and reckless, and also feared that he could destroy the elder of the fortress family whom he serves. The knight, continuing to kneel, lowered his head, thereby acknowledging all the words the master had said about him, and the demon added that if he did not treat this battle indifferently, he would only become stronger. The judge approached the participants of the duel and, looking attentively at the tip of the blade in front of which Boehner fell on his knees, spoke loudly and word by word to begin with, only the winner. And the crowd of onlookers, who all held their breath, could not believe that they were about to announce something that was not about the one they loved so much. So there was silence. The same deathly silence and heavy breathing was felt by the members of the Crepustal family, who sat awaiting the verdict and looked from the balcony onto the arena. The judge finally raised his hand on the winner's side and loudly announced that the winner of this fight was young Mr. Zeke Crepustal. The spectators were ready to throw tomatoes at the guy and started shouting that he was a real crook because he had acted meanly by throwing sand in the eyes of his opponent. People demanded honesty and other nonsense until Zeke, no longer able to bear these screams, scratched his ear with his finger, sincerely not understanding the indignation because he won, which is on the contrary a normal outcome. Craig was sitting beside himself, but his father was interested in when his eldest son managed to learn magical techniques with his feeble abilities. But the advisor, who had been watching the young gentleman throughout the entire duel, responded to Count Vordo's thoughts out loud that he himself had already understood everything. And when the Count's assistant came up with a verdict about the eldest son, that his winnings were based on the fact that he was born with such strong qualities, then someone hit the unfortunate Grieg on the head with a club, and he started shaking all over. The stepmother's son reconstructed in his head the image of Boehner hitting his stepbrother with his mana, but he remained fine. And now all the words and knowledge about the pathetic Zeke suddenly disappeared. The worst moment in Greg's life was the one thing he didn't want the most, namely, having his name shouted out by Zeke while he was still on the battlefield. The little devil raised his sword and pointed at his half-brother, shouting at him to come out to the duel right here and now, which was quite unexpected for everyone present. Zeke reminded Greg that he had promised to make his brother's wish come true and choose the place and time of the duel. And this was the perfect moment in Demon's opinion, which is why the poor guy was not only pale, but blue with fear. Count Vordo, although not pleased with the latest intrigues of his eldest son, still wanted to know what he meant and waited for an answer from Greg. The devil was not going to back down from the agreement between him and his brother, so he added fuel to the fire by asking if he would pretend not to understand, and he confidently told his father that he knew perfectly well about his permission for this duel. For the people in the arena, this was a great help for the rumors to be blown up to crazy proportions, because right now, they realized that the duel for the inheritance between the brothers was true, but they did not expect that it would happen right now. The crowd was still outraged that the eldest son was too insolent, remaining on the battlefield despite his pathetic and shabby appearance, while also challenging his brother to a fight. Zika was already starting to get pretty pissed off that Grieg was taking so long, so he asked him as politely as he could to drag his ass to the battlefield immediately. The little devil didn't stop teasing the kid that he probably wet his pants already. He was so nervous. But Greg really felt bad, realizing that he was not going to survive if he went out into the arena. Count Vordo strictly ordered his youngest son not to hesitate and to go out onto the field now, which made him even more taken aback, and he tried to object. But the father was adamant and began to put moral pressure on the boy, pointing out his cowardice in going out to fight his brother when he was already in such a deplorable state, and in order to finally finish off his son, the Count growled at him to stop disgracing himself and finally go out to the duel. Now instead of Boehner, his half-brother stood in front of Zeke, and the crowd whispered to each other every now and then, predicting for themselves what would happen next. The little devil, in his favorite manner of behavior, smiled slyly, and against the background of his already nervous breakdown, Craig saw in his brother with such a grin an even greater danger and did not understand what was funny about all this. The poor guy's hands were shaking and sweating as he held the sword, because he would never have thought that he would have to go out into the arena for real and not for the sake of pathos and fight. With his whole body, Craig showed uncertainty and fear of his brother, who was no longer the same as he knew, because everything from his appearance to the tone of his voice and abilities was different. As being in a state of prostration, protecting himself in this way from the outside world, the boy did not notice at first that Zeke was calling him. The older brother asked whether the young man was really going to continue standing in one place like a statue, and whether he would have to, so to speak, take the first step forward. And Zeke, seeing his brother's indecision, actually ran towards him, taking on this heavy burden of starting the duel himself. Greg froze in place and only did what he did. He put his sword in front of himself to somehow defend himself and watched as his brother rushed at him with all his might, realizing that things were bad. The contact of the duelist's swords was powerful, causing a bright light to fall on the young man's face and sparks to fly in all directions. But at the moment of the onslaught, Greg did not feel any danger from Zeke, but he could not yet understand what caused this. The young man's gaze fell on the place where their swords crossed, which played a very important role in his further actions. Greg, unlike Zeke, being the one who knew how to fence, noticed that his brother couldn't hold a sword properly at all, and this became the starting point for attacking. The stepbrother rushed at the enemy, once again convinced that it was just the pathetic Zeke, so he had nothing to fear, since he had an advantage in wielding a blade. The guy also reminded himself who he was, and the realization that he was the future heir to the title of Count gave him strength and confidence, which was reflected in his movements. Zeke felt the sword approaching his neck and realized that some point in the plan had been missed, but he still had the reaction. The demon felt that the reason for his weakness and inability to use mana in this state was the blow that Boehner dealt him. But Zeke wouldn't be Zeke if he didn't think of something that would help him win the duel, no matter how well his brother wielded a sword. The imp stunned his half-brother by laughing very mysteriously and maliciously in his face, even though the sword was still next to him. And it was after Zeke's chuckle that blood began to flow from an open wound on the arena field, indicating his next crazy plan. The devil held a sword with his bare hand, from which a glow emanated, and smiled, which looked creepy. But the most gloomy question was his question to his brother. Had he ever seen how entrails fall out of the stomach and blood spurts in all directions? The way Zeke squeezed the blade of the sword in his hand harder and harder the next moment looked, to put it mildly, terrible. But the mana did its job. But the imp decided not to stop at this chilling picture and broke off a piece of the sword that he was holding onto from the main blade as if it was an easy matter, which left Greg in shock. And holding a piece of a sword in his hand like this, Zeke looked at his brother with a look from the very underworld, warning that if he accepted defeat, he would die instantly. To reinforce the theory, Demon turned his sword with the hilt towards his brother to let him know that he warned him seriously. A clear blow with the sword hilt to the cheek throws Greg off balance, and the poor guy doesn't even have time to put up any kind of defense because he continues to be in a state of shock from what his brother was doing. Craig fell to the ground without having time to do anything on his part, experiencing terrible pain from such a strong blow. The young man's face instantly swelled up and a tooth was knocked out, and he could barely see with his other half-open eye that Zeke was approaching him. But both of Greg's eyes suddenly opened wide after a broken piece of the sword stuck into the ground a couple of centimeters from his head. The stepbrother looked where the piece of blade had come from and saw in front of him the one who had promised to kill him if he did not say that he surrendered. Greg was so overcome with fear inside that he could actually die right now that tears started flowing from his eyes, and he declared that he was giving up. The judge was a very stern man, and judging by his scars he had seen a lot, but the person he was standing in front of now chilled his soul. The knight announced for the second time that the winner on the battlefield was Zeke Fortress, although the guy really didn't care. The spectators experienced different feelings when the results were announced, and there were those who could not believe it, and there were those who were dissatisfied. While Greg sat on the ground with his face swollen from the blow, Zeke turned to the balcony, addressing his father with the statement that he had nevertheless won both the first and second duels. And so that Daddy would not suddenly lose his memory, and with it the conditions for receiving the title of Count, which were assigned to the eldest son in the event of a win, the devil reminded him of all this. Standing in front of his half-brother, Zeke mentioned their agreement to his father, who continued to silently watch from the balcony, so that the arena spectators could also hear it. Count Vordo, fearing that everything was not going as he had planned, for the first time lost his coldness and restraint, and baring his teeth, yelled at his son that this was too much. But it was too late to shout or prove anything, because the crowd of people drew conclusions watching how the Count lost his balance and went over the banks and now claims that everything that happened was just a show and did not mean anything in reality. The audience was taken aback, already spreading rumors that the great Krepustal family does not keep its word even to each other, but Zeke did not care, since he had predicted such a development of events and took off one of his gloves. Clutching something in his fist, the young gentleman swung it towards the balcony so that the thing would fly where it needed to. Zeke shouted that he never needed the county title and threw a signet ring with an engraving of the family coat of arms into the air with a powerful throw. The ring successfully flew to the balcony and then landed beautifully and pompously, ringing right at the feet of Mr. Vordo. When Vordo looked at the ring at his feet, it was the last straw that filled the cup of anger inside him. Floral's words were no longer helpful, and the Count jumped up from his seat in an impulse to tell the little scoundrel who he was and where his place was. The lady could not believe that Vordo could be driven into such a frantic state by his own son, but she was even more thrown off track by the fact that she was unable to influence her husband. In order to teach the brat a lesson, the father asked him directly what he was doing, but instead of submission, he only heard an even more impudent answer, in the form of the fact that this was a direct statement that Zeke was leaving the family of his own free will. The doctors led Greg away from the field by the arms, but the elder still called him, so that he would listen carefully to the advice that would be useful to him in the future. The assistant stopped together with the young man, and although he did not turn around, he really listened to his brother's advice that in order to win, one must push aside the fear of death. Zeke came closer and continued his monologue addressed to his brother about how to protect the borders of the state and the citizens living in it from invasions. One needs to become stronger. Craig bowed his head slightly, showing that he had absorbed the information, but he did so silently and without turning to face his brother. The demon walked confidently straight towards the assistants, who continued to lead Greg away in order to begin treating him. One of the doctors had many bottles with different medicines hanging on his belt, and Zeke snatched one of the flasks, ignoring the doctor's cries that it was reserved for the young master. The devil drank all the contents of the flask, which was not just a witch doctor's medicine but a magic potion, and the guy knew very well what it did. The effect of the elixir was not long in coming, and all the wounds that were present on Zeke's body healed instantly, and only torn clothes reminded that he had fought. As he left the arena, the devil thought about all those who had witnessed the very important lesson that had been given to them today. Outside the gates of the fortress estate stood Hans, confused, and Zeke, stretching sweetly with a hiking backpack on the ground next to him. The young master called Hans as a porter to react and listen to further instructions related to their journey. The assistant, although he was in uniform, was already wary of the way the gentleman addressed him, and on top of that, he still remembers how heavy his arm and leg are. It was not for nothing that the young man became wary, because the next moment something large was unexpectedly flying at him from above. For greater clarity on how the two enemies ended up together outside the estate gates, it's worth rewinding a few hours ago when Hans was carefree walking through the mansion carrying a basket of laundry and humming a song to himself. The guy was carrying the basket in front of him in his hands, which blocked his view, and he logically could not see where he was going, so a collision was inevitable. It would seem that this could only happen in Hans's nightmares, but he encountered his nightmare in reality without even seeing it right away, since his face was buried in the things sticking out of the basket. Having removed the obstacle from his face, the young man still could not at first understand who was in front of him, since the face was in shadow. But when Mr. Zeke himself came out into the sunlight that fell from the window, Hans's breath caught in his throat from how he could have gotten himself into such a mess. The demon turned to the servant, indicating to him that he should follow him, and Hans immediately automatically agreed, and only then asked again what was meant by accompanying the master. Zeke, hearing the clarifying questions, turned to the guy, asking if he really wanted to refuse, and taking out his sword, he clarified that in that case, he would have to die right now. And of course, Hans agreed to go anywhere. And so, returning back to how both young men ended up outside the gate, it is possible to explain, although not completely, why a hiking backpack flew into Hans's face. The poor guy grabbed the straps of the backpack that had just nearly killed him, sighing heavily as he realized what horror still awaited him ahead. While Hans shouldered the heavy burden, Zeke wondered if he was being too kind and polite if he forgave the servant's tricks by giving him such a simple job as carrying hand luggage. The devil turned to his assistant and looked at him, albeit indifferently, with a look in which some kind of plan was already glimmering. Zeke looked at the young man who was shaking from the backpack on his shoulders and made it his goal to make him more resilient, which would affect his usefulness and also contribute to his training. The demon sternly ordered the guy to call him Sir Zeke from that moment on, and Hans, already breathing heavily, barely managed to squeeze out his consent. Surprisingly, the assistant wanted to know from the gentleman whether he had any plans for the future, but the answer was as cold as the man himself, that there was no specific plan. But looking ahead, the little devil still had a course on which he would move. Zeke suddenly remembered that handsome guy who, before his death, hoped for a more noble life as the Demon King. And now the guy decided that he would first go to the neighboring territory of Porty and then head wherever his feet led him. The former Lord of Darkness decided to try to take the path of kindness in this life, and with these thoughts he set out on his journey. When the boys found themselves in the forest, unlike Zeke's confident walk, Hans walked with caution and carefully on the thick carpet of grass. With anxiety in his voice, the servant turned to the master, reminding him that they were actually walking along a road not intended for people, but Zeke replied that he knew about it. Walking ahead, the little devil explained that it would be very tedious and exhausting to go around, but this way they would shorten their journey in half. With a trembling voice and to some extent pleading, Hans again reminded that if you are so far from civilization, there is a risk of meeting monsters. But Zeke again indifferently answered that they were here for this very purpose. The assistant at first automatically agreed with the gentleman because he was already very nervous, but when he came to his senses, he asked again what the sir had just said. Zeke didn't answer, but instead, someone or something caught the edge of the backpack that Hans was carrying, only confirming his fears about this place. The guy immediately turned around, sweating from fear, but pretending to be a very stern person in order to somehow protect himself. And when Hans did not find anyone behind him, he mentally began to repeat to himself over and over again, already in a hysterical mood, what he had heard. The team continued deeper into the forest, walking through very tall and thick grass, while the wind rustled the leaves of the trees in the background. The trees became denser and denser, and the boys were already making their way through the thickets, which only made poor Hans more nervous as he frantically turned around every now and then. Being all on edge and tired from the burden on his shoulders, the young man calmed himself with the hope that they would get out of here in just a little while. Zeke, as if having read his assistant's thoughts, answered him affirmatively, to which Hans asked in surprise whether this was really so, although he did not fully understand whether his thoughts had been read or not. The master handed the sword into the hands of the servant, saying that his training would now begin, so it was better to be prepared. Poor Hans already said hysterically that he didn't understand anything at all, but Zeke simply asked him to turn around and look behind him. The young man turned around precisely in the direction of his master's finger, which was pointing somewhere back where they had just been walking. Hans's jaw dropped when he saw the one with whom, as the gentleman put it, he would need to train at the moment. In the shadows stood a creepy big-nosed creature, or at least not a human, and besides, its eyes were glowing, and Hans could only stand there rooted to the spot with his mouth open, and for Zeke this was already a pitiful sight. In front of the young man stood a goblin who blended in with the grass as much as possible, thanks to the swampy color of his skin, and in his hands he had a club. But even if it weren't for that, the monster had pretty good body muscles and pretty sharp teeth. Poor Hans's knees buckled from fear, and he begged his master to change his mind about training. The guy reminded Zeke that he was just a servant from the castle, so wielding a sword was not his specialty, especially for the first time with a goblin. Hans made a last attempt to talk the gentleman into at least buying a bigger weapon, but the imp warned him that if he didn't immediately start appreciating what he had, he would hand him a stick for protection, and while the dialogue was going on, the goblin growled from anticipation. The creature's hands were already so itchy that he jumped high above the ground, calculating the trajectory of his attack on the man. As it turned out, the goblin was quite small compared to a human, but so violent that when he landed on Hans's head, he immediately began to fight and bite, and the scene that Zeke was watching became even more awkward. The assistant screamed for help as best he could, and the disappointed devil sighed heavily, prepared his fist, realizing that the boy still had a lot of work to do. Thanks to his huge ears, the goblin reacted to the movements of another person and turned to him, baring his sharp teeth. But the demon didn't care about the shorty's pathetic threats and, activating the mana in his fist, he hit him in the stomach. The goblin fell dead into the thick grass, and despite the fact that these bastards were pretty strong guys, he didn't even move. While the greenish friend was lying in the grass, Hans was also sitting trying to come to his senses, and Zeke continued to stand watching the would-be opponents. When the assistant stood up and spoke strangely to Mr. Devil, he turned around and realized that half of the guy's face was swollen, and he tried to find out why Sir was doing this to him, and Zeke named the reason for which was the weakness of the young man. The Lord reached into the bag with his hand, and while he was feeling what he needed, the sound of glass could be heard from there, and he added to his previous words that while the servant was with him, he would not be able to limit himself to just dragging things over his shoulders. Zeke handed Hans a bottle of potion and explained that he needed to train hard to protect himself, so he ordered him to drink the medicine and get ready. The demon saw a silent confusion on the young man's face after the words to prepare, so he explained that he needed to drink a potion, and when the goblin woke up, the training would continue. After some time, there were many bottles lying on the ground, and in the clearing, in addition to the usual natural sounds, you could hear Hans's heavy breathing as if he was doing sports and the growling of a goblin who still couldn't bite off the guy's ear. After several attempts to defeat the creature, the young man was already standing more confidently on his feet and also held a sword in his hands, carefully watching the enemy. The goblin was already more furious than the beast, growling and showing all his sharp teeth. But now Hans was not as scared as the first time, and he was ready both to attack and to go on the attack. This time the guy decided to enter the battle first, so he ran towards the monster with his sword outstretched. But the blade of the sword passed quite close to the goblin's body as he dodged, showing his opponent his toothy grin. The forest creature was more agile than the man, so immediately after Hans missed his target, the goblin acted quickly and hit him with a club, but the young man managed to put his hand out in defense. The assistant found it quite difficult to defend himself as he once again felt the power of the creature's blow despite its tiny appearance. The goblin was pleased with himself and made another quick swing with his weapon while his opponent had not yet moved away from the first one. Only the number of such attempts already made themselves known and became an advantage for Hans because his reaction to blows improved. This time the club passed right over the young man's head as he very successfully managed to dodge the blow of the little brat. With such progress, Hans surprised his master, who finally even opened his eyes, showing surprise and interest for the first time, rather than disappointment. But the surprise did not last long, and in order not to show it, the imp again put on an imperturbable expression, continuing to watch his ward closely. The fact that the goblin was distracted by his club, not understanding why the blow worked so many times, and whether it had broken now, he made a fatal mistake because Hans was approaching him. The monster turned in the direction from which the sounds of approaching were coming, but this only played into the hands of his opponent. Hans raised his sword, aiming the tip straight at his intended target, and he was not going to retreat this time because he had already tasted the taste of dominance. The guy, without thinking or hesitating, plunged the blade straight into the goblin's head, causing blood to gush out and the creature to scream in pain for the last time. The monster's body fell this time into the grass irrevocably, along with the sword that was sticking out of its head. And Hans watched all this for some time, trying to catch his breath and not yet fully understanding what he had done. But the young man was helped out of his stupor by looking at his own hands and realizing that he had just defeated the creature with them. The silence of the forest was pierced by a human cry of victory, and Hans was so proud of himself that he even raised his hands up like a child. Unexpectedly, immediately after the triumph, Zeke suddenly appeared next to the assistant, handing him a bottle of potion, although everything was already over. Hans, unsuspectingly, was overwhelmed with joy that even his master praised him, pointing out that he had exceeded all expectations, and on this wonderful note, he drank the potion. The young man was so excited that he managed to win, and that he could now do something more than just be a servant, so he turned to his mentor and thanked him for the training, albeit forced. The happiness did not last long, and a flask with an unfinished potion fell to the ground, which meant another stupor for the guy, but it was not clear why. Hans couldn't even say anything, but only pointed his finger at the gentleman where, instead of one goblin, there was a whole crowd. The green guys were angry and toothy, like one of their comrades who literally a short time ago departed for another world. While the assistant stood as if he had put down roots in the ground, Zeke looked down with the same calm as before, having found a suitable inventory for himself. At the feet of the Lord lay many different stones that were perfectly suited to his purpose and in this situation. The demon picked up several stones in his hand without any indication of his actions or explaining what he was going to do with them. Hans had just started asking the gentleman what he had already planned, when instead of a verbal answer, he was taken aback by watching him throw stones towards the goblins. The stones hit the bull's eye, piercing the frontal part of the creature's heads, just as Hans had pierced the head of the first monster with his blade. In his soul, the imp was probably quite generous, so he had enough stones for everyone, and he did not deprive anyone of such a gift, and everyone got their own unique copy. The poor goblins were lying on the ground, all beaten with stones from head to toe, and Hans was sitting on the ground next to the master, shocked by the skill and at the same time sophistication of this man, and behind him other glowing eyes were already visible. Zeke noticed how the guy's jaw dropped and, passing by, pointed out to him that he shouldn't catch flies since the fun was just beginning, which only made him even more surprised, and meanwhile behind them stood a huge silhouette of some other killing machine. To stop his assistant from bombarding him with questions, Zeke asked him to turn around again and assess the scale of the work ahead of them, in the form of a company of huge orcs. Poor Hans turned pale and green and managed to look at the big guys his whole life up to this moment, but Zeke, as a consolation, warned him that there were still enough potions. By evening, all that could be heard in the forest was the rustling of leaves and the crackling of firewood, the sparks from which were reaching up to the stars in the sky. Only Zeke and the sleeping Hans were warming themselves by the fire, and the pile that was made up of orcs and goblins mixed together no longer needed warmth. The demon even now sat with a dissatisfied face, because his assistant slept so soundly that he did not hear his own snoring, and it seemed that a little more, and one could say that the young man slept as soundly as if he were dead. Watching Hans, Zeke's mind replayed their recent conversation as they walked along the path towards the forest. Since the boys were left alone and not in the mansion where there were ears everywhere, the Lord wanted to know why his stepmother Floral was so zealously on Hans' side. To clarify and obtain more necessary information, Zeke indicated what he meant and what kind of relationship the servant and his stepmother had. The guy smiled somewhat nostalgically and explained from the very beginning that his granny had been a nanny for Madame Florel. Hans put forward such information as a guess and explanation of why Madame loved him from an early age, and Zeke, looking at the young man, also remembered something. The gentleman also told his part of the story to the assistant, that once there was a young servant whom his mother treated with mockery because he was the grandson of the uncle whom Floral raised, and Hans burst into tears at that moment, saying that it was him. Zeke was surprised, but indifferently asked if the guy knew his mother, and the assistant, fearing problems, nervously answered that how could one forget such a great person like her? Hans had memories in his head that didn't fit the words, but to save his life he lied about Zeke's mother being kind to people of lower status. And remembering how the lady grabbed her own husband by the clothes and screamed in his face, the servant decided to characterize it as respect for those who were higher than her in level. The slap that Zeke's mother gave Floral in the face was also imprinted in his memory. But instead, the young man mentioned that the lady's treatment was based on kindness to people. The devil sat by the tree, realizing that in fact, because of his mother and her antics, the Count's family hated him. The guy felt sorry for the entire Krepustal family, considering how his mother behaved with them and what they had to endure. His eyes closed automatically from the feeling of shame and the overall complexity of the situation, because even though his mother had done something wrong, Zeke was not going to apologize to anyone for it. The digging in his thoughts did not last long because the young gentleman heard the sound of wheels and suspected that it could be a cart. Zeke instantly walked up to Hans and kicked him right in the top of the head with the toe of his shoe, ordering him to get up right now, which of course worked. But the guy was very unpleasant to wake up like that. The young man sat down and, rubbing his eyes like a small child who really wants to sleep, said that dawn is still a long way off, but the devil said that something is approaching them. The assistant's sleep suddenly disappeared, and coming to his feet, Hans lowered his hand to his sword, turning his head, trying to see an orc or a goblin. The cart rushed faster and faster, making its creaking sounds, and when it reached a certain entrance to a clearing where a fire was burning, it stopped. Zeke noticed that the assistant had already woken up and was standing fully armed and on his feet, so he took advantage of the moment and pushed him towards the exit of the clearing as a reconnaissance officer of the situation. Hans put forward the idea that it might be a merchant, although it was more of a self-assurance to himself. A question for the gentleman. The bishop, in turn, analyzed that in this case the sound of the cart was not as loud as if it were with horses, as traders often travel. Hans tried again to put forward the theory that it could be a traveler like them, but Zeke, in his realistic and gloomy manner, cut off that travelers do not travel in carts through the forest at such a late hour. The boys froze at the entrance to the clearing, waiting to see who it could be, and moreover stop exactly where they were. Zeke heard the familiar sounds of metal, which indicated that it was not one person, but most likely some kind of guard, and warned his assistant that they were coming here. There were still two knights standing next to the cart with a horse, fully armed and armed, awaiting orders. Zeke stared at the guards, realizing that they were paladins in front of him now, but this only raised more questions. Suddenly, a young individual in the form of a girl came out of the cart, and descending the steps, she asked for forgiveness for her rude appearance and the inconvenience caused, but explained that they also needed to set up camp for the night in this very place. Finally, the expression on the imp's face changed when he saw the voice that sounded so familiar and so different from all the voices he had heard before. The girl's face was still hidden in the shadows due to the large hood, but she partially presented her identity, indicating that she was a follower of Karna. And when the hood came down, Aina Luvella, a holy follower of Karna, whose image was illuminated by the light of the full moon, appeared before Zik's eyes. The frown returned to the demon's face when he personally repeated the name of the one whom, although he had only seen once, he remembered well. It was this young lady who folded her hands in prayer for a blessing on the day the handsome knight cut off Zeke's head. The Lord looked at the holy killer, who did not recognize him and could not believe that they met again, and so quickly after the distortion of the guy's fate. Another escort from Aina's side approached Zeke with the classic politeness that it was nice to meet him. A gray-haired man extended his hand to the devil, introducing himself as Vij, clarifying that he serves Lady Luvella, who is currently a candidate for the role of a saint, and the guy, based on his past knowledge, blurted out loud whether this was really a Taznan killing machine in front of him. Naturally, Vij did not understand what the young man said, and Zeke came to his senses in time that he was no longer in the life where his words would be understood, so he simply got out of it by asking not to take his nonsense into account. Also, the promise he made to himself about trying to become good in this life helped the Lord keep his mouth shut. So he nevertheless extended his hand in response and shook Vijay's palm. Smiling slightly, Zeke wanted to make at least a slightly friendly impression, since now it would be to his advantage to meet people who were different from his previous social circle. To reinforce his politeness, Demon reluctantly offered the guests to settle there for the night, since he heard that they needed to make a stop, to which Vijay thanked him, joking that they would only have to endure it for one night. The young gentleman turned to his assistant to ask something like why he was silent and didn't even say hello, but he didn't have time. Hans had already knelt down in front of Aina, greeting her and saying his name, which slightly embarrassed the girl, and he himself blushed. But for Zeke, it was just a spectacle from the outside. The night silence of the forest was disturbed by the ringing blows of a hammer on the pegs that secured the lady's tent for the night. While one guard was hammering the tent fastenings into the ground, the second was throwing a large piece of fabric over the top of the tent, apparently to keep the structure from getting wet during the rain. But throwing such a huge piece of fabric was problematic, because under its own weight it slid from one part of the tent to the other, and the knight asked someone to hold the fabric on one side. Aina had already adjusted her cape so that her hands were freer, and volunteered to be the first one who was ready to help. But then she was stopped by someone's male hand. Hans hurried to the tent saying that they could rely on him at any moment, and the girl was very grateful to him for such a confident act. Zeke watched as his assistant rushed around the tent as if in a daze, managing to help one guard after another. Sitting on the rug, the Lord made a clear conclusion that the guy was clearly not all there, since he was spinning like a top and managing to do everything, trying to please the mistress. Having concluded that the assistant had gone crazy, the devil turned his gaze to the cause of this disaster, following a completely logical chain of behavior of the boy. Zeke realized that Hans's agility was largely due to the fact that Luvella was truly charming, both in appearance and in communication, and it was difficult to resist. The imp remembered Gren Zennard, the same handsome man who had taken his head from his shoulders, and the guy became interested in the question of whether that scoundrel had hired only beauties. Zeke looked a little strange from the outside, talking to himself and denying that that handsome idiot would really think of keeping only beautiful young ladies with him, when suddenly he heard someone addressing him from the outside. The demon raised his head and saw Aina in front of him, who asked if she could sit next to the master while her place for the night was being finished. There was nothing to do, because Zeke had taken the path of good, so he moved over, agreeing for the girl to sit down next to him, and when Aina settled down, she thanked him, and behind the lady's back stood her faithful bodyguard, Vidge. The boys watched the flame dance, and Aina once again thanked the young man for not being against such neighbors, to which Zeke, this time in his own manner, replied that there was nothing to thank for. An awkward silence ensued, but it was nothing, because the next moment Aina leaned her shoulder slightly against Zeke's shoulder, thereby causing him discomfort, because it really was unusual for him. The girl felt that the guy became very uncomfortable, and although this surprised her, she took into account that personal space is very important to a person. Luvella moved away to a comfortable distance for the young man. And it really worked because Zeke even started a conversation asking how they ended up here, and the girl told him that the mission of her journey was to meet different people and listen to their stories. Aina also added that if she meets someone who needs help, she will definitely pray for his blessing, to which the guy responded, in keeping with his manner of speech, that it was amazing. Hearing such a reaction to her prayers, Luvella raised her hands as if repenting, explaining that any of the Carvedmen could pray for someone like that. Now it was the girl's turn to find out why the young gentleman was here, and Zeke answered with his very same rough plan about finding a way to live life as a good person. At that moment, the Lord was struck by an idea that would help him in this very regard, right here and now. The guy turned to the saint, trying to formulate his request about what he wanted to know for himself. And Zeke formed a slightly strange but important question for him, which sounded like what it is to be good. And Aina was really surprised by this, because she repeated this question probably even more for herself. Remembering the words of that handsome executioner before his death, the demon naturally without details but clarified for the girl and her better understanding that someone told him to do more good deeds, therefore he asked the saint for advice. Luvella thought for a while and was silent to find the words, but soon answered that in fact, there are many ways to become kind. And then it dawned on the girl, so she smiled and suggested that the guy start by remembering what exactly he was good at, and that would be something to push off from. To which Zeke, to put it mildly, immediately replied that he was good at everything where force was used. Aina did not fully understand what kind of power was being discussed, so she continued to advise the young man to use his talent to help others. And now the demon had a thoughtful look. Zeke jumped up from his seat and confidently declared that from tomorrow he would begin to look for those who would need his help, which delighted the saint. Upon arrival in the city the next day, many sellers and buyers could be seen on the streets actively discussing something. But there were no queues at the stores, which was strange. Walking down the street, Vidge noted that absolutely all the stores that could be open and accept visitors were now, for some reason, all being renovated, and Ina agreed with her bodyguard. Vidge stopped to apologize to the lady as he urgently needed to leave to quickly settle one matter, to which Luvella asked him to be careful. Finally, having told Saint to take care of herself in case of anything, Vidge left, and the girl stayed with the guards and began to say that they should go to other places to see what was going on there, but some sounds attracted her attention. And after the suspicious sounds, Aina heard a human cry from under the dark collar, and she would not have been the one who aspired to become a saint if she had not gone to help. The girl immediately turned to the dark alley and had already started walking there, but the guards did not let her go alone into such a dangerous place. Aina stopped as she was asked, but pointed out to the guards that she couldn't just stand aside when someone was shouting there, and the knights said that they would check for themselves what happened there. The saint gasped when she saw in the semi-darkness the one who was inflicting injuries on the unfortunate man, and could not believe her eyes. Having pressed one of the traitors against the wall, Zeke and the other hooligans did not let him leave, having already fixed his face, which was swollen from something. One of the knights went ahead of the lady to sort out the mess, but she loudly asked everyone to stop. Luvella remembered that this man asked her about how to become good and was polite to her, but now she was looking at a terrible villain, which made her as a saint very scared and painful. Zeke held the merchant tightly, and just at the moment when he wanted to strike again, he heard his neighbor from the night before calling him, so he had to stop. When evening came, all the witnesses of the fight settled down in one of the taverns to discuss what had happened. Angry and disappointed, Ina spoke up first, telling the young master that she had advised him to help those who needed it and not bandits. Zeke had just started learning good deeds, so the guy spread his arms out to the side and made excuses that from the outside it looked like the guys needed help, and Aina immediately corrected it so that the gentleman would first make sure that he was helping the weak. Luvella also added that it was important in the future to distinguish between those who needed help and those who needed to beat someone up, and considering how Zeke sighed heavily, he no longer liked this idea. Aina turned to Demon with the fact that it would be nice for him to ask forgiveness to the victim, but surprisingly, the guy denied that everything was okay with him. A man in overalls with a short haircut and a battered face introduced himself as Sid, and putting his hand on his heart, thanked him for saving him. But when the saint asked what caused such an injury, Sid's smile disappeared from his face, and he hesitated at first to tell his story. The truth is there was nowhere to go, and sometime after telling her story, Ina could not believe that a person was forced to give up his store. But Sid assured that it was true, and those who demanded that the store be given back belonged to the Sierra Trading House, and moreover, they give the mayor colossal bribes. But if for those greedy people the store looked like an ordinary place, for Sid it was more than a retail outlet. The man inherited this place from his grandfather, and since the only thing left as a memory of his loved one was the house, the seller treasured it very much. Sid ended his story by explaining that it was precisely because of this that he refused to give up his rights to the property, which is why he was actually beaten. The seller admitted that he was at a dead end and had no idea what to do now, which is why tears filled his eyes and began to fall onto his hands. Aina placed her palms on Sid's hands, and looking into his eyes assured him that he didn't have to worry, which he didn't expect at all. The saint stood up from the table and firmly declared that she would go right now to meet with the mayor of Porty to discuss this misunderstanding. The guard tried to gently remind the lady that Carvedman cannot interfere in politics, but Ina was adamant, because if she ignored this, it would mean that she would betray the teachings of Lady Karna. Luvella took the cross, and looking at the victim, reassured him that she would take on the solution to this problem. Zeke and Sid remained sitting silently at the table, but the guards rushed after their mistress, barely keeping up with her fast pace. So far, not only did Zeke not understand anything about such kindness, he was also dissatisfied with the fact that he was scolded by the one who had once contributed to his death. The next day after the saint quickly headed to the mayor in the evening. In the morning, there were already fresh products on the store shelves, and people were actively walking along the streets buying the necessary goods for themselves. Hans noticed the indignation on the gentleman's face and asked what had already happened and what had affected his condition so much. Zeke explained that Luvella's words about helping the weak were still spinning in his head, and asked his assistant if he also thought that she was right because he himself considered this all some kind of oversight. And Hans, smiling sarcastically, thought that Zeke was the only one who was wrong. The little devil seemed to have read his assistant's thoughts again, because the next moment he grabbed the poor fellow by the cheeks and began to stretch them, And when asked why, Zeke explained that it was from nerves, because he was worried about the saint's disappearance yesterday. Next to the guys, a notice was hung on the wall with a loud statement about an urgent search order, and a crowd of people immediately gathered, making it difficult to see anything. Zeke came closer, but still didn't see anything. But he heard from people who had already started talking about a certain suspect who killed the deputy. And at the moment when the devil saw the portrait on the ad, he froze, trying to understand whether he was seeing this in reality or whether he needed to be pinched to wake up. A bunch of questions appeared in the young man's head as he looked at the portrait of Aella Luvella, who was wanted for the murder of the deputy mayor and was also a suspect in trying to put a curse on Porty. Hans also saw the portrait of the saint on the ad, and in a state of shock he could only stammer out to the gentleman what the hell was going on here, while Zeke continued in his thoughts that something very strange was happening. The clues for the guy were rumors that people continued to spread at the speed of light, and this time they were talking about some witch from Carvidman and that all this chaos was precisely because of her curse. But before he had time to sort out this information about witchcraft, Zeke heard that people were rushing home because the sun was setting and they needed to hide before they appeared on the streets. And now he had to understand who they were talking about. Someone ordered the people not to hesitate and quickly go home, after which everyone, young and old, rushed to their homes, and the crowds in front of the announcement disappeared, leaving only the master and his assistant. It no longer looked like some kind of prank or preparation for a festival, since people really were hiding in their houses and closing their windows and doors. Mothers grabbed their children by the hands and dragged them along as quickly as possible before it became too late, because the evening was approaching faster and faster. In a very short time, the streets became quiet, and only in some places could you still hear someone closing a window or a door. And the guys remained standing under the wall with the announcement, and Grieg felt terrible because in one moment everyone disappeared. As a former demon, Zeke didn't care what was going on here, but seeing how nervous poor Hans was, he decided that they should also go into hiding. The boys were still on the way to some place when it was already dark and cold, and the only sound was the whistling of the wind. Hansu hugged himself and turned his head from side to side, but continued to follow his master, even though it was scary and his legs wouldn't obey him. Zeke was thinking about his past life and whether there was something similar to what happened in this distorted fate of his. The guy repeated to himself the combination of the words Luvella and the killer, and could not believe it, because in the past there was nothing like this, and he clearly remembered that Porty was not cursed and Aina was not a killer. But suspicion still fell on the fact that their meeting changed everything. Zeke was distracted from his mental digging by Hans, who took him by the hand and addressed him in an even more trembling voice than before. The assistant pointed to the gentleman in the direction where the silhouette of a man was wandering behind him and said that this someone had been following them for a long time. When the silhouette approached the guys, it was possible to understand from the exposed skin on the leg that it was a person, but one who looked somehow very strange. Something was approaching the guys closer and closer, somehow awkwardly swaying from side to side. But that was not all, because Hans was looking straight at two red dots resembling eyes in their location on the face. And upon closer inspection, one could see that it was a man, but already dead, who had sharp teeth and was clearly wandering around in search of fresh and still living flesh. Poor Hans, as always, turned into a chameleon at this moment and turned blue in the face. But Zeke acted ahead of the curve, and while the assistant was dumbfounded, the devil moved forward. All the undead managed to do was open its mouth, and then its head was cut off from its neck by the young master's blade. Blood spurted from the evil spirit's neck like a fountain, and only at this even more terrible moment was Hans able to sober up and react to what was happening around him. The head fell onto the stone road, and only then did the assistant approach the undead, asking more into the air than to the master about where this could have come from. Zeke logically replied that this remains to be seen, but the very fact that this entity is already in the port, and from this he concluded that this does not bode well. After some time, when it was already deep into the night, 4 voices could be heard on the street, 2 of which were guards, to whom the boys turned regarding the corpse. The soldiers thanked the guys for reporting what happened and helping eliminate one of the undead, and the knights were glad that no one was hurt. One of the soldiers handed the boys a torch to take with them on the road, warning them to return to shelter and not to walk the streets. Hans reached for the torch because he also understood that a little light wouldn't hurt, and that it made you feel more confident somehow. The soldier, before leaving, once again told the boys to return to a safe place, reminding them that the witch's curse could overtake them on the street. Two soldiers with one torch and a body bag walked away down the street without saying anything more to the guys. Hans immediately asked the gentleman that he did not really consider Lady Luvella a witch, to which Zeke replied in the negative, considering such nonsense impossible. The Lord expressed his suspicions that Aella was set up, and it was none other than the person behind what is happening to the city now. The assistant continued asking leading questions, one of which was the desire to understand how the gentleman understood about the saint's setup. Zeke began to explain that Luvella could not be a witch, or, in general, someone who would cause harm, but he could not formulate his argument more specifically. Because the gentleman was trying to find the right words, he hesitated with a full answer, and Hans noticed this. So he clarified that it seemed that he knew something more than he had just said. It wasn't easy for the little devil, but he still felt awkward when he explained that from Aina's face, one could tell that she was exclusively a kind person. The guy's conversation was interrupted because Zeke reacted very sensitively to some sound, freezing, and probably even stopping breathing in order to hear better. Something black flashed behind the guys, but only Zeke was able to notice it, so Hans didn't say anything, because it was only a split second. Turning back to the assistant, the devil again froze, listening, and now the young man clearly saw that something was wrong and wanted to know what was going on. But Zeke, instead of giving an adequate response, simply jumped up and ran to the other side of the street, not reacting to Hans's cries. The gentleman ran as fast as he could, getting closer to what he had heard and what was so important in all his and his assistant's thoughts. When the demon reached the doors of the room, he opened them without hesitation, making sure that he had heard and felt everything correctly. Behind the door sat poor Aella, all shabby, and Zeke immediately asked what the lady was doing here, and in such a terrible state, and Hans's jaw almost dropped when he saw who the gentleman had found. The assistant couldn't even say anything, but only froze in place with his mouth open, unable to find the slightest explanation for how Zeke managed to do this. Luvella sat on the floor, hugging her knees, her clothes torn and her face bruised, her eyes filling with huge tears, but she didn't say a word. In one of the taverns, only one window had a light on, because all those who knew more about what had happened in the city than the townspeople themselves had gathered there. Having changed her clothes, Aella entered the room timidly, although at first glance it might have seemed like it was some kind of man. But it is not surprising since the girl changed into Zeke's clothes, and the first thing he asked her was if they fit, to which Aella thanked her and added that not only did the clothes fit, they were also very comfortable. The saint approached the table where Zeke was sitting, telling her that Hans would soon return with food for dinner, and this also encouraged the girl. The Lord asked Aella why she was alone when he found her, since there should have been paladins with her, to which the girl's expression changed again, and she could only breathe heavily. Zeke continued to ask Saint if the guards had another task, but she simply lowered her head and drooped without saying a word. The next moment, the demon, to make sure that the lady could hear him, simply called her by name and she began to sob. And when tears rolled down the girl's hands, she could barely speak and managed to squeeze out of herself that it was her fault for what happened to those who were there with her. Aella raised her head when she heard Zeke put something rustling on the table, and after looking, she even stopped crying. The gentleman placed his hand on the notice with the portrait of the saint and asked what the chances were that what had happened was connected to what was written on the paper. Aella mechanically put her hand on her heart and immediately shouted that she was not a witch as stated in the text. Zeke, continuing to look attentively at Lady Luvella, replied that he knew and understood everything perfectly well without her confession. For some reason, the saint was surprised that this man believed her and did not accuse her, and the Lord immediately argued that he knew about the impossibility of the saint doing something so sinister. Zeke, with a sincere desire to listen to the girl, asked her to tell in as much detail as possible about what had happened to her, and Aella, little by little, began by saying that everything had happened when she had suddenly gone to the city mayor in the evening. The saint continued to say that the conversation in the mayor's house went quite successfully, and without any delays, discussions, or objections. But the girl noticed something for herself both in appearance and in the manner of communication, namely the difference between the mayor, who was stingy, and the deputy, who responsibly declared that he would definitely personally supervise everything. On top of everything, the deputy showed hospitality by quietly pointing out to his boss that they were, after all, guests, so it was worth offering them dinner here. The mayor looked at the visitors with a very displeased and stern look, but said nothing and only chuckled sternly. Aella explained to Zeke her thoughts that the chief had finally rethought how rude he looked, so he eventually suggested that on the advice of his deputy, They have dinner on the spot. At first, the girl wanted to refuse the offer, but when she heard one of the guards' stomach growl very loudly just at the word dinner, she changed her mind. Luvella smiled at the deputy and the mayor, thanking them for the offer and happily agreed to it. The saint was right to agree to the meal because when the meat appeared in front of the men, they tore into it like wild animals, washing it all down with wine. Anya watched with affection as the guys threw everything that was served to them on the table into the firebox, realizing that their feeling of hunger was not without reason, since she had very unexpectedly rushed to the meeting and therefore bore responsibility for her actions. Ina continued to tell Zeke that after the guards' stomachs were filled and their souls were at peace, they headed back to the mayor's office to thank him for such generous treats. From the moment the saint said that, she opened the doors to the office. Her voice began to tremble with fear again, but the demon continued to listen attentively. What Luvella saw behind the door, even in the semi-darkness, she had never dreamed of in her worst nightmares, and the feeling that it was happening right here and now chilled her blood. One of the guards immediately stood in front of the lady, holding his sword at the ready, looking at the bodies of the people lying on the floor, and his partner also held his hand on the sword. In the middle of the office stood the mayor with a book in his hands, and around him lay bodies from which their souls seemed to be separated by a purple-black haze. And the head told the uninvited guests that they had come at the wrong time and now knew something that they shouldn't have. The guard drew Miss Luvella's attention to another part of the hall, where there was something more dangerous for everyone here now. A statue of the sinister deity, Vale, hovered above the floor, to which the souls of the people lying on the floor were flying, and it was noticeable that he was all glowing with a purple haze, which meant that he was becoming more and more saturated with energy. At that moment, Ina looked at the mayor with both anger and sympathy, realizing that he was Vale's puppet. Being in the shadows, the head looked at the girl with a non-human gaze, grinning maliciously, emphasizing her stupidity and naivety, that she only now guessed about his service. The sword was already in the guard's hand, realizing that the spectacle they saw was only the beginning of some kind of obscurantism, and Luvella asked the mayor why he needed all this. Standing still as if rooted to the spot, the leader said that there was no point in explaining such obvious things, and after his words, one of the bodies began to rise from the floor, growling and leaving marks on the floor with its nails. And when the corpses were standing on their feet, the mayor brought the book in front of him, and in a voice as if from the underworld itself, shouted that he would sacrifice each and every one of them to the great Vale. The puppet shouted a command to the dead to move forward, and they, like mad animals growling and screaming, rushed towards the guards and the lady. The guard who had been covering Luvella from the very beginning, without hesitation, cut the undead's belly open, from which blood gushed. The knight activated the armor technique and began to glow yellow, covering both the lady and his partner as long as he could. Having put a cross in front of herself, Ina tried to defend herself too, but she understood that the situation was so dangerous that if the guards couldn't cope, she would lie here dead. She watched as the knights cut off heads from their shoulders one after another, and standing behind, she realized that she was only hindering the warriors. But such thoughts were only in the girl's head because the guard turned to the lady to ask if she was safe. Ina didn't have time to answer anything because the next moment one of the dead men was flying at her from behind, who didn't care who he killed. The bodyguard shouted to the lady to turn around to at least somehow protect her, and she managed to at least put up a cross. But the undead were incredibly fast, and by the time Luvella turned around it was too late, so the knight grabbed the lady by the shoulder. And after he grabbed her by the shoulder with a sharp movement of his hand, he threw the saint behind himself, exposing his body to a deadly jump. When Ina finished her story, she sat silently for a while, still imagining that bloody massacre before her. Zeke put forward his guess to the girl whether he correctly understood which Vale was being discussed, or whether it was something else that he didn't know yet. Unfortunately, Luvella confirmed the guy's fears, although she really wanted to believe that this was all not true, so she added the word probably at the end of her confirmation. But both knew that this was indeed the same sect worshipping Valia, whose goal was to bring destruction and chaos, as well as reward for murder and terror. Based on the information he heard, the former Lord of Darkness wanted to know what this evil spirit needed from Porty. And here Ina actually put forward her assumption, rather than reliable information that some kind of ritual might be performed. The saint remembered that before they were attacked, she was able to see the writings on the statue that was hovering in the room. The inscription on the statue stated that the city was being given to Vale, which only foreshadowed the aggravation and scaling of what the girl saw in the mayor's room and Zeke and Hans on the street. The demon began to very actively move his brain, And since his head was becoming heavy because of this, he put his hand under his chin, repeating once again the plan of the sectarians to sacrifice the city to Vale and Luvella. Does the gentleman really know something about this? And Zeke knew what would happen next. Namely, Vale's employees would install his statues all over the city and dump the bodies of the townspeople on them like cattle. And in the end, all that remained was to activate the statue with the help of the necessary item, which most likely was the book in the mayor's hands. Aina also remembered that after she hid, she made an attempt to ask for help from Carvidman, and the girl covered her face because she again felt a lump in her throat. And when the lady said that she was unable to ask for help because the city was closed, her eyes filled with tears again. And most of all, she was bitter because she understood what could happen if the sectarians were not stopped. The lady's eyes opened wide and filled with hope when she heard Zeke's words of willingness to help. The little devil smiled slyly, looking into the girl's eyes, emphasizing with a bit of irony that such help would come in handy for a good deed. Lady Luvella still did not understand how the guy would help, but agreed that it was a good deed and expressed her concern about such a risk, to which Zeke assured the girl that everything would be fine with him. The demon got up from the table and heading towards the door informed the lady that tomorrow night they would infiltrate the mayor's mansion. Approaching the door, the guy took hold of the handle to open it and said that the lady should now rest after what happened to her, but when Zeke opened the door, he noticed Hans sitting under them. Opening the doors so that the assistant could see, the gentleman pretended to be surprised at Hans, who immediately began to justify himself by saying that he had in no way been eavesdropping. Realizing that everything was just the opposite, and the young man was eavesdropping, the devil, without missing the opportunity, said that he had come at the right time because he had some business to attend to. Aina watched as Zeke leaned towards his assistant and actively whispered something in his ear about the task prepared for him. And then the night's silence was cut by Hans's cry coming from the tavern, which said that the little devil had planned another nonsense in which the young man should take part. The next day, when evening came again, as agreed, the team headed to the mayor's mansion. In order to get into the mansion, Zeke had to disable 2 guards, and he did it as silently as possible. The shortest way to avoid getting caught by even more guards was to jump from the trees onto the nearest balcony. Only here the problem had an asterisk because Zeke was not just on the tree, but he was on it with his hands full because he was holding Aina on them, and he jumped onto the balcony with her as well. Luvella held the cross and Zeke held her and asked her if she was okay after landing, and the saint replied that everything was fine, but the situation was very confusing to her. The boys climbed through the window and headed down the dark corridor to the room that was the center of the chaos that had begun. When the team approached the door, Aina said that this was the very office where everything happened, and for some time they stood in front of it, not daring to enter. Luvella said that she definitely saw a floating statue of Vale right here, and Zeke confirmed that the room really was emitting disgusting energy. The demon was the first to open the door and step forward, realizing that he was responsible now for another life. When the guys entered the room, it was still in semi-darkness, and in the middle of it there was always the mayor, from whom a purple haze was now also emanating. Only now, the head stood with his back to the door, and the little devil asked the girl if this bald uncle was really the mayor. Luvella sternly stated that this was the case, and that it was the mayor who killed his deputy by getting involved in this whole dark business. Zeke put his hand on his sword, ready to attack or defend himself, but stood still for a while watching the leader's movements. And taking 2 huge steps, the guy wanted to get closer to the pillar that he imagined himself to be the mayor, not moving even once from the moment they found themselves in the room. Zeke placed the sword on the mayor's shoulder, but he not only remained motionless but didn't even show any signs of life, which alerted the guy. Staring at the back of the head of the immobilized body, Demon could not understand whether the head was dead or had already become so possessed that he did not react to the outside world. Aina, looking at how long the guy stood next to the frozen body, asked him to be careful because she was worried that the undead could appear at any moment and from nowhere. Zeke had already understood everything and therefore pushed the mayor in the back with his foot, explaining to the lady that she was mistaken about the mayor in the sense that he was leading the parade. The body of the leader fell to the floor already dead, and the young man concluded that this man was not at all behind what had happened and what the sect was planning. Poor Luvella looked at the mayor's body, and from how terrible the situation was, she automatically covered her mouth, not understanding who was in charge of everything then. As the mayor lay on the floor, his glow disappeared, and instead his spirit came out of his mouth in a streaming black plume. Aina came closer, and looking at what was coming out of the body, She realized that the aura was the same as when she saw the statue absorbing the energy of people. And then Zeke, looking back where the energy was heading, smiled because the one who really stood behind all this horror had appeared. The guy drew the lady's attention to where the hero of the occasion stood, whose silhouette against the light was very reminiscent of the features of his deputy. The suspect stepped forward towards the uninvited guests, sarcastically arguing out loud that he had not expected the victim to fall into the clutches of the beast. And indeed, in the semi-darkness in front of the guys stood the deputy with a book in his hands that had a purple haze, which helped them see the face of the scoundrel. Zeke stared at the seemingly already dead deputy, asking the lady again if she was sure of what she had told him, and Ina still insisted that she was sure of the death of this man, so she did not understand what was happening. The answer to the question of why the dead man was still in front of them was the book in his hands, which the girl immediately noticed. Considering the glow that emanated from the book, Luvella immediately realized that it was she who connected the deputy with Vale's energy. The deputy corrected Luvella in the way she called the book, clarifying that, according to official data, the writing is called The Key to the Ritual of Sacrifice, and the girl immediately asked where she got this information. But there was no answer, and instead Zeke began to speak out loud that he understood the whole picture of what and how happened here. Namely, the mayor, before dying of his own free will, followed someone's instructions. The guys looked at the body of the leader, and Zeke continued to explain that he was the most ordinary puppet, but not Valir's henchman. But the puppeteer who controlled the puppet was the one who now stood before them with the key to chaos and death in his hands. It would seem that the man was sowing death and destruction, but he stood before the young people so pleased with the work he had done. Lady Louvel found it very difficult to believe such a thing, and no wonder, since she was the opposite of what the deputy intended to do. Even though she understood that the paladins were most likely gone, Ina still wanted to know where they were and what the villain had done to them, but he only sarcastically asked the lady not to worry about her bodyguards. As it turned out, the deputy did a favor, and having broken the corpses of the paladins into grain, made fish food out of them, thereby appeasing the deity. Words cannot describe the feeling that Aina experienced at that moment, as if she too was crushed into pieces, and she found herself in a thick liquid. But it was not water, but blood. Now the deputy's interest grew, and he stared at Zeke, who all this time had also been looking at the sick idiot in front of him. The killer was curious about what kind of person had arrived here with the saint, and whether this was some kind of secret guard of Carvidman himself. Zeke, completely indifferently, as if it were a normal conversation, answered the truth that he was in no way connected with Carvidman. The deputy asked a logical counter-question. What the hell is the guy doing here if he doesn't in any way touch the saints? To which Zeke responded in such a way that there was nothing to add or take away, namely that the person who for some reason believed in the damn fish should not be concerned about this information at all. For some reason, the deputy was infuriated by such a formulation about a deity, although in front of the guy stood an adult, and Zeke himself behaved much more balanced. Valir's henchman was so angry at the brat's impudence and disrespect that his fists clenched, and he warned the boy to take his words back if he didn't want to be punished by the deity himself. The little devil scratched his ear with his finger to check whether he had heard exactly what he had heard, and answered the deputy that he would have to be a complete psycho to accept punishment from some damn fish. The possessed man took the guy's answer as consent and shouted that he would now make him plunge into pain and suffering, because of which he would have to repent in front of Vale himself, and after that he would die. With the key in his hands, the servant made a gesture with his hand, releasing the souls that had entered the corpses, turning them into undead who could only kill. The dead appeared from the purple-black smoke, and after the deputy's command to kill the upstart and not to touch the saint, as she would still be useful, they went on the attack. How scared Ina became for the second time watching death rushing towards her, and now only Zeke was nearby. And before that, there were 2 professional bodyguards, and they couldn't cope. The girl did everything in her power, namely she activated her mana and asked Zeke to be careful and blessed him. At that moment, the guy again felt the bright dragon that was sitting on his heart and how his energy was also activated. The imp's eyes shone with the same light that Mana had shone with when he was in the arena in the fortress. The undead were too fast and strong to kill an ordinary person, but not in this case, where they were hunting someone who was much stronger. Taking turn after turn, Zeke quickly pierced the evil spirits with his sword, but it was also good that the room was quite spacious in order to run properly. The demon left behind a trail of light from his sword and trails of blood throughout the entire office, while looking attentively at the deputy from time to time. No matter how grandiose the deputy's plans were, his jaw dropped at the sight of how this guy chopped up the undead. The servant looked at the floor strewn with corpses and blood, and for now he was only concerned with two questions. Who was this man, and how was he able to kill such powerful puppets so easily? Zeke clearly felt how his sword was connected to him as if it were an extension of him, and mana flowed straight from his heart, filling the weapon with energy. Looking at his sword, the guy realized that, although partially, the magic had returned to him, which was even in such quantity now to his advantage. Shaking his sword to get the blood off, Zeke turned to his deputy, and now the young gentleman smiled sarcastically and asked in surprise, "Is this really all the meat that is and will never be again?" The servant, shaking all over with anger, muttered through his teeth that the brat could show off as much as he wanted, but it was already too late since the preparations for the sacrifice had been completed. But here too, Zeke spoiled the deputy's whole raspberry when he said that lying is not good, and the poor guy was completely confused, staring at the young man. To save the unfortunate man from the suffering of misunderstanding, the guy immediately said that purely by chance, he not only found, but also destroyed the statues of Vale in the city. The deputy was still jubilant that even if the statues were broken, it would not affect anything. But Zeke was glad to report that the cleric of Carvidman had taken special measures for the statue. And to clarify, the young man asked the servant that these special measures reduce the power of all this ritual nonsense that he started, thereby making it clear that the holiday was ruined after all. The deputy's teeth not only began to grind at this news, but the veins on his face appeared, and even the lenses on his glasses cracked from anger. Even Aina was shocked by what she heard, asking again if what Zeke said about the measures was true, and he nodded affirmatively. The imp raised his head, informing his deputy that after all the statues in the city had been smashed, only the one that was now hanging in the air remained. The servant wanted to say something, but the poor fellow was already so much more scared than angry that he began to stutter, unable to give an order. And now all that was left for the frightened and sick-in-the-head man was to somehow save the situation by releasing the undead onto people like dogs. But the sword was still in full combat readiness, just like its owner. So all that was left was to move a little between the targets. Zeke slashed the stomachs of 3 in a row, quickly and mercilessly, and also created sword strikes that sent the undead flying to another part of the room. The deputy also did not stop, having in his arsenal a book from which he could get several killers at once and simply command them. Aina, watching all this bloodshed that might never end, covered her mouth in horror. Having dealt with one batch of rotten meat, Zeke looked closely at the girl, realizing that things were bad, and if he continued to have fun here, then she needed to be taken away from here. The young man firmly grabbed the saint by the shoulder, which she did not understand at all, but he did not answer the question of what was happening. And when Aina again found herself in Zeke's arms, as in the beginning, he asked her not to move because there was a risk that she would get hurt. Luvella was of course very happy that they were leaving, but she was confused by one small fact, that the door was blocked by evil spirits. But the closed doors did not bother the guy, and he simply rushed at full speed to the window, not listening to the saint's pleas to wait or stop. When the devil came close enough to the window that he could jump out of it, he turned his back to the glass and flew out in order not to hurt the girl. In the office, there remained the undead who simply stared at the window, and the deputy doing the same. Only at that moment, he was already figuring out what to do next. And the servant, although he was sick in the head, still this gave him the opportunity to shake all sorts of duckweed to people. So even though the plan changed, this suited him. And the next day, postmen walked all over the city shouting urgent news and throwing papers around so that they were already flying in the air, as were rumors now not only about the witch Luvella who killed the mayor, but about her accomplice. People picked up the ads and looked at the portrait, groaning and gasping because there was only more bad news, and right behind them stood those very same violators who were wanted. While the townspeople were lamenting how this could have happened and how terribly the seemingly sweet girl had behaved, right behind their backs the boys walked by, completely covered in cloth. Zeke stopped behind 2 men who were looking at a new advert with his portrait on it, and were heatedly discussing who this man was, whether he was the witch's lackey. On the paper was drawn a portrait of that very servant of the witch, who was now looking at himself from over the shoulder of one of the townspeople. By lunchtime, wanted posters for the witch and her accomplice were strewn across the roads of the entire city, and people were simply trampling over them as they passed by without noticing. Having found something to eat, Zeke admired the portrait, envying himself how good it was, even though it was not drawn exactly to reality. Aella, too, looking at the guy's portrait, found it very strange due to the implausibility of the image. The girl brought up the argument that such an image of the young man was strange, considering the fact that the deputy had seen his face, and Zeke, having already started eating the bread, brushed it off as an idiot who was too lazy to do the job better. The little devil, throwing away the crumpled piece of paper, drew the girl's attention to the fact that it would be better if she ate instead of such a large number of worries because they would soon need strength to continue their journey. Sensing something was wrong, Luvella asked where the young man had gotten the food, and Zeke, without a shadow of embarrassment, pointed his finger in the direction where there was still a lot of such food. There were apples and bread on the counter, and poor Aella clutched her heart when she realized that the guy had stolen the food. But Demon threw up his hands, explaining that they had no time for shopping at the moment. The girl gasped and fell to her knees from the sin her partner had committed, and Zeke, in turn, put his hands behind his head as if he were on the beach and assured Luvella not to worry because he had not stolen the food. The saint stared at the little devil, expecting that even if he did not repent, he would at least explain to her what he had done. Already dissatisfied, Zeke folded his arms across his chest as if he needed to report to the girl and explain that he was recording all the places where he took something so that later, when the opportunity arose, he could return everything. Aella indignantly puffed out her cheeks like a balloon, and according to all the canons, asked the guy if in order to take something, you don't need to ask the owner, to which he pointed out that it is impossible to live strictly according to the rules. Zeke saw that his excuses weren't working, and Saint continued to sit and sulk and protest, so he offered an alternative in the form of double payment, but later. Praise the gods, Aella was distracted by the fact that Hans had not been seen anywhere for quite some time, and asked where he had disappeared to which the master calmly replied that he had given him an important assignment. The girl breathed a sigh of relief because the young man's last reaction to the order from his sir while in the tavern was quite vivid, so she began to worry about him. The guy managed to talk his partner into eating, and Luvella, while chewing, wanted to know the further direction of their path, and Zeke briefly and clearly made it clear that their plan was to find the hidden statues of Vale in the village. The girl was genuinely surprised by this plan, and now wanted to know how they could implement it. The little devil, pleased with how well he had thought everything through and what a wonderful resourcefulness he had, explained that first it was necessary to check the slums since he had an idea of their approximate location. The guys came to the first gateway that looked terrible, but was the most suitable for placing the statue so that it would remain unnoticed. Aella and Zeke didn't find the statue in the alley, but they did hit another jackpot in the form of old acquaintances who were slacking off while waiting for something. When Demon called the guys, clarifying that they hadn't seen each other for a long time, they were taken aback not so much by the guy as by the one who was next to him. But of course, having shouted at Luvella, the guys immediately called her a witch and Zika a pawn, which they had guessed all this time. And it was just the information from the ads that influenced them. The guys rushed in the opposite direction from the enemies, shouting that they would immediately report everything to the higher-ups, forgetting even that Zeke had once been in league with them. Like a spring, the young gentleman jumped up from his seat, not wanting to let go of such valuable and possible witnesses of what had happened recently. While the guys were running, Zeke successfully flew over them in a jump, calculating his landing trajectory in front of the nimble fugitives. The demon appeared in front of the guys, landing successfully on the ground, and immediately asked them a question about what was wrong with them and why they were behaving like that. The little devil wanted to joke, but it only looked funny to him when he stared at the fugitives and asked if they were really afraid that he would kill them now. This joke really sounded creepy because if the guys hadn't thought so before, now they realized that the young man's words could come true. When Zeke dragged the boys by the collars, Aella stared at them carefully, looking at them as if she recognized someone in them. The young man saw the lady's reaction and confirmed her thoughts that these were the same guys who, together with him, beat up the merchant Sid. It was impossible to hide anything from the all-seeing eye of Zeke Moore, just as it was impossible to hide anything from his ears. So he turned sharply in the direction the guys were heading when they wanted to escape. Continuing to hold the boys by the collars, the devil shouted loudly in the direction where their third partner was and shamed him by saying that he was not only a coward, but now also a traitor to his friends. The guy who was hiding behind the arch actually stopped, nervously clutching the back of his head after Zeke's words. The young man returned and asked directly why the guy, being a criminal, had so openly appeared in public, to which he kindly asked not to worry about him or the so-called witch. After everyone was assembled, Zeke asked the guys for help in finding someone, but the guys flatly refused to help the criminal. Having released two fugitives who fell to the ground and could not breathe air, the demon explained that he was not asking for help for free and therefore released the guys to free his hands. Zeke knew how to hook this category of people, so he took out a bag of gold coins and again emphasized that he would really pay generously. Moore also put forward a condition that if the guys answered his questions, they would receive money, and it was necessary to see how ready they were to answer any questions right away. The first piece of information that Zeke wanted to know was whether someone had recently fallen ill or died on the street or even at home. To clarify, the devil pointed out such symptoms of the disease as a sudden loss of energy, as well as paleness and emptiness of the gaze, and the youngest of the boys reacted quite vividly to such information. The guys immediately looked towards their younger partner but remained silent as they waited for him to say everything himself. Zeke repeated his question whether the guys knew anything about such cases of sudden extinction of life, from which the smallest guy abruptly turned away and very brightly answered that he knew nothing, thereby showing only the opposite. Having made a very cute face, the imp realized that he was close to the information he needed, so he once again emphasized that he had offered decent payment and therefore did not understand what the problem was in telling what they saw. Zeke grabbed the boy by the neck, twisting it like an older brother, and began to scratch his hair with his fist and jokingly asking if they really knew absolutely nothing. The young man struggled and shouted to let him go, but Zeke was adamant, explaining that when he heard the answer, he would let him go. And at that moment, Aella, holding the cross tightly in her hands, decided to help as much as she could. The devil turned his attention to the girl who was on her knees again, but did not let go of the boy. The girl bowed low, sitting on her knees on the ground, and politely asked the guys to help because it was very important. Zeke turned to Lady Lovella after he let the young man go, but he didn't even think about running away, but also watched the saint. Aella did not respond to Zeke's appeal, but instead continued to convince the guys of the importance of the information they might know, since the city is now in danger, and thanks to what they know, they will be able to prevent something very bad. The saint also indicated that otherwise the settlement could become dead, including the townspeople, since the undead were already roaming around at night. Suddenly, the youngest guy shouted in his heart that, to be completely honest, it was because of Aella, as a witch and culprit, that the undead appeared. It hurt Louvel to actually hear something that wasn't true, but it hurt her even more to see this young man suffer. And the guy really admitted through a lump in his throat that if it weren't for the witch's curse, his brother wouldn't be in such a deplorable state. And then Zeke reacted, indicating that it turns out they were looking for his brother. The young man was angry with himself because, driven by emotions and experiences, he revealed what he had kept strictly secret. The imp asked the boy to lead them to his home, but he angrily said that he would not do this, asking what they were going to do with his brother. Zeke was already a little annoyed by the fact that this fat little thing didn't want to meet him halfway, even considering the monetary reward at the end. Therefore, taking into his own hands not only the initiative but also the young man, Demon asked Aella if they were going to visit, to which the girl could only open her mouth. But Zeke considered this consent and told everyone to set off on their way while the guy was simultaneously hitting him with his hand and calling him a monster. In a very modest and already shabby dwelling, Zeke and Aella were next to the young man and his brother. Lovella, using her healing power that glowed with a bright light, finished saying that this was all she could do for now and again, reminded that if the source of the disease was not found, the guy would not be cured. The young man, although reluctantly, said that someone had done this to his brother on purpose, and Zeke asked him to tell him in more detail whether someone had come to his brother, and the boy confirmed that he had seen everything himself. The demon was surprised that the young man was able to see what happened and remained unharmed, and he also said, in addition to everything, that it was the one whom everyone present knew. After Zeke asked who this guy was, he didn't answer for a while because it was difficult for him to give out this information, and he didn't know what would follow. But having gathered his courage and being angry, the young man replied that this was the scoundrel whom they had seen only upon arrival in the city. As it turned out, at that moment when the guys were in the tavern in the evening, danger was lurking right under their noses, but they did not notice it. The young man opened their eyes to the man who had ruined his brother's health, and it was the same merchant that Zeke had helped the boys beat up in the alley. Sid was cute only at first glance, and Aella also felt sorry for him, and then headed into the trap to Valia, where she lost her paladins. Gritting his teeth, the young man muttered that this was the one who needed not only to be beaten, but buried right there in that very gateway. The saint, a little confused, asked if the guy meant that Sid, and he replied that it was that merchant whom she saved by not allowing Zeke to finish him off. The kid got even more angry, saying directly that if the girl hadn't protected that bastard then, his chances of saving his brother would have been higher. Zeke saw that it was only getting hotter and asked the guy to calm down and also to make him feel at least a little better. He asked for details about what happened. The young man had to gather his courage to tell what he and his brother, who is still unconscious because of that incident, had experienced. It all started with the boy returning home later than usual, but he didn't find his brother Georgie there and started looking for him. The young man explained to Lady Lovella and Zeke that his brother was very weak, and if you also take into account the fact that they live in frail slums without security or strong locks, then anything could happen. So he became very nervous. The out-of-breath guy remembered how he stopped to breathe, but he did it at the right time and in the right place, because in one of the alleys he heard one person telling another that he could consider this act an honor. It was very difficult to believe what he saw, but fear for his brother worked faster, and the young man shouted his brother's name just at the moment when someone raised a knife with a purple haze over him. The stranger, hiding his appearance, turned around at the guy's call, and thus did not have time to complete the crime he had started. The guy saw that the scoundrel had taken off, and he didn't waste a second rushing after him to expose him. There is only a little time left until the moment the guy's hand touches the killer's cloak to reveal his identity and inflict punishment. Having torn off the mask from the criminal, the young man shouted at him how he could do such a terrible thing to his brother, who had never done anything bad to anyone. The older brother wanted to continue scolding the bastard, but froze in horror when he saw in front of him someone he would never have thought of as a murderer. In front of the boy stood Sid with red glowing eyes, smiling maliciously but not answering anything. Zeke clarified that it turns out that Sid has been in such an obsessed state since that very day, and the older brother nodded affirmatively. Looking at his fading brother, the guy explained with sadness that at the moment he found his brother on the street, he did not see a single scratch on him, and besides, he immediately woke up, which led to the thought that everything worked out. But over time, the already weak brother became thinner and weaker than before, and he also said that he was losing strength, and soon he completely fainted as if lifeless. Here, all the pieces of the puzzle came together for Demon, and he asked about the guy's request regarding Sid on the day they met, the reason for which was the previous story, and he confirmed, explaining that he hoped to steal that dagger and make a deal. The young man admitted that in exchange for the dagger, he wanted to know how to cure his brother, but immediately emphasized the intervention of one righteous woman, because of whom the plan collapsed. Lady Lovella once again asked the young man for forgiveness because she actually did not know the whole background story and made a mistake. Ina pointed out that from the outside it looked like a beating of a weak person, and the guy sharply asked why she thought so. The young man did not wait for an answer from the saint, and began to give her examples of why she thought that the man was weak and was being beaten, namely because he did not fight back. And then the girl began to feel uneasy. And the guy, being furious, continued to bombard her with questions like, the righteous woman thought that Sid was weak because he was surrounded by poor people and hooligans. And in the end, he finished her off by shaming her that this information was really enough for her to distinguish the weak from the strong. The little devil clapped his hands, shifting the focus of his brother's attention from the girl to himself, and asking him to tone down his ardor and not escalate the situation even more. In a rather familiar manner, Zik put his hand on the young man's shoulder and jokingly explained that Sviata had lived an aristocratic life and that she lacked experience, so she could be given a discount in the form of understanding. Another question that interested Mora was why his brother wasn't angry with him, and he immediately asked it straight to his face. The young man did not quite understand this strange question, and Zeke explained that he had betrayed him after the appearance of the saint, but he was not even angry. This time the guy stunned Mora by saying the reason he wasn't angry was that this was the first time something like this had happened to him, and the imp asked him to explain more clearly what he meant. Brother explained that it was the first time that someone had agreed to help them just like that without any additional conditions. And this confession made him feel awkward, but Moore continued to hold his hand on his shoulder and looked at him with understanding. The young man sighed heavily, both from the complexity of his situation and the fact that he now had to pour out his soul. But Zeke, due to his meager experience of behavior in such situations, hesitated to find what to answer. When the boys found themselves outside the doors of the brother's house, Moore noticed the girl's thoughtfulness, and immediately asked what she was thinking about so actively. Aina shared her feelings next to her weakened brother, which immediately reminded her of Vale's eerie energy instead of life force, and from this she concluded that the boy really was a victim. Zeke listened carefully to his partner and said that in that case they should start from this place, and the girl asked if he already had a plan for further action. In his sarcastic manner, the imp smiled and said that the very first thing they would do was get away from here as far as possible. The weather was wonderful and the day promised only good things, and Sid's tavern also continued its peaceful existence. The merchant was just busy bringing goods in wooden boxes from the street inside, as carefree as if he hadn't attacked anyone with a knife. At some point, Sid, continuing to carry boxes, stopped in the middle of the room because he heard a noise that he thought was coming from the basement. The merchant was alarmed by such a loud sound, and he turned in the direction where the door to the cellar was located. Sid lit the lantern and, opening the door to the basement, first went down only near the entrance, lighting it up for himself to examine. Having made sure that everything was in order with the entrance, the merchant began to go down the stairs to check the cellar itself. Having found nothing, Sid said out loud that all this was very incomprehensible, although it was possible that they were rats, and at that very moment, a very familiar person appeared behind him. Wow! More scared the merchant when he put his hand on his shoulder and almost in his ear said that they hadn't seen each other for a long time. Poor Sid had only one question, looking at the unexpected guest. Why did he appear here and so unnoticed? Zeke turned the merchant to face the statue of Vale and suggested that he finish what he had already started today, namely, knock out of him everything that could be knocked out. And in addition, he reassured the scoundrel that no one would interfere with them this time. Zeke saw where Sid's gaze was directed, and as if confirming his thoughts, questioningly said that he did see that girl. In front of the murderer stood the saint, the very same protector who had covered for the merchant that evening, and thanks to this he continued his atrocities. At this point, Moore very interestingly introduced Aina to Sid, calling her an angel of hell who returned in exactly this form to look at the deceiver whom she was once sincerely ready to help. With a sharp movement, Zeke threw the guy so that he hit his back against the statue and screamed loudly in pain, but no one would hear him. Sid started singing the same song again about how they should spare him and why they were treating him so terribly, continuing to brazenly lie to his face that he had done nothing wrong. But the imp calmly and sarcastically replied that he had no idea why the merchant was being treated like that now, and suggested that he find out the answers to his questions from that dumb fish behind him. The demon saw that Sid didn't want to crack at all, so he suggested kicking him some more. Maybe that would help him get the information he needed faster, and kicked him in the chest. The merchant really began to talk more actively, and even closer to the point when he asked naively whether the gentleman really thought that he was a follower of Valir. Sid started shouting that he was not a disciple of Vale, but Zeke calmly replied that he knew about it, so there was no need to spread himself too thin. Putting his foot on the killer's body, Moore repeated that he really was not a follower of this idiotic fish, but something lower. And looking down at the scoundrel, Zeke pointed out to him that he was a scumbag who was clinging to Vale's guise, hoping that at least a breadcrumb would fall to him from the table. Sid was simultaneously broken by such words because in its own way it was true, but also filled with anger because he was humiliated by someone unknown in his own tavern. Aina looked at all this, and on the one hand she was very sad that she had to do such terrible things, but on the other hand she already understood that this man had taken the path of evil. But when the saint saw what Zeke had taken into his hands, she did not expect at all that it would all end like this, and she became very scared. Luvella immediately asked why Moore was taking out his sword, sincerely not understanding that Sid would really be gone now. The little devil confidently replied that since the statue had been found, they no longer needed this stub, and the girl wanted to object to something. But instead of Aina, Sid himself spoke faster, shouting that he knew and would tell everything, although he was still under Zeke's foot. Giving what was supposedly the last chance, Moore asked what the merchant knew, and he very quickly revealed that he knew the locations of the remaining statues. To speed up the process of obtaining information, Zeke grabbed Sid by the clothes and pulled him closer to himself, wondering where these damn fish were. But instead of laying out everything he knew, the merchant smiled sarcastically, expressing his condition that he was not going to talk for free, as if he had forgotten who was currently holding the knife. Zeke looked at the man as if he was sick, not understanding what he was saying because he had just been ready to tell absolutely everything. For some reason, Sid thought that giving Demon an ultimatum would be a brilliant idea, and warned that if he hit him even once more, he might forget about the information that was valuable to him. Now the imp looked at the merchant not as if he was sick, but as if he were a complete idiot, but he still didn't understand why he was staring at him like that, and also silently. Making matters worse for himself, Valir's servant rejoiced that this insignificant youth had finally realized that he had been driven into a difficult situation. The truth came out of the merchant's mouth, that he had made a mistake in not killing that bastard Zeke and those little slum punks before shocking Luvella into realizing that the man was actually greedy. Sid saw Saint's disappointment, and turning to her, he only laughed in her face at her naive belief that he was so poor and unhappy. Throwing verbal mud at the girl, the merchant emphasized that it was precisely because of her stupidity that people thought she was a witch and not a saint. It was very painful for Aella to hear something like this addressed to her, because she had been on the path of being ready to help everyone who needed it. But now the belief that this person was different had left her, and she asked only one question: why was he doing this? When she no longer had the strength to endure such filth, Luvella shouted out that the merchant had just admitted that he was not even Valir's servant. But Sid's answer was quite obvious why he was doing this, and it was money for the fact that he would simply endow the idols with life force. And looking at Zeke, he smiled from the fact that no one would refuse a reward for such a trifle. Once again, the truth came out that the merchant didn't give a damn about this shitty store, and he regretted the time he had to spend here. Zeke was the picture of calm while listening to all this crazy man's nonsense, but that didn't mean that someone's head was about to fly off their shoulders. Aella, listening to everything that was a tearful truth and now turned out to be a lie, stood in horror, especially hearing that the merchant's plan to awaken Vale was his chance to end the stupid store. Mora got enough of this empty chatter, and he warned Sid that too much time had already been wasted, but the impudent fellow did not stop breaking free from the guy's hands. The merchant looked creepy, smiling broadly, as if he had gone crazy, and offered Zeke a deal that when he was released upstairs he would tell where the statues were. The little devil, playing by Sid's rules, first thought about what to do with such a tempting offer, but after a few seconds he announced that he had changed his mind. And twirling the dagger in his hand, the guy looked closely at the scoundrel, telling him the change of plan, which implied his death right here and now. Sid started bleeding that without him the statues wouldn't be found, but Zeke had already lifted him up in front of him so that his feet didn't touch the floor, and reassured the poor man that he could handle the search himself. The bastard's confident expression changed to angry and frightened because Moore told him the truth that was well hidden, namely, that he actually did not know where the statues were. The wolf did not have to wait long for the sheep to show its fear of him, and excuses about actually knowing where the statues were no longer helping. Sid really had problems with his head, because the next moment he turned to Lady Luvella for salvation of his insignificant soul, reminding her that he was one of those weak people whom she was always ready to help. While the bastard was writhing like an eel on a frying pan, justifying himself that he had not meant what he had said before, Zhu looked attentively at the girl, awaiting her verdict. No matter how easy it might seem to kill someone, especially someone so vile, for Aella it was terribly difficult. At that moment, Lady Luvella was struggling with herself inside, looking at the darkness that is in everyone, and, as it turned out, in her too, and cries for mercy no longer worked. Barely audible and with a very heavy burden on her heart, the girl told Zeke to kill Sid, after which he realized that this was really the end, and no one would help him anymore. The merchant screamed with terrible force and tried to break free from Mora's hand, but the dagger was already aimed straight at his heart. Luvella closed her eyes when it was already unbearable to hear the merchant begging for help and mercy, and also to not see the terrible picture of the murder. When Sid shouted the name of the saint for the last time, blood splashed onto the floor and stained the girl's legs and dress, but she remained standing. Zeke came up to Aella to take her away from here, and the girl looked toward Sid and covered her mouth in fear. While Sid was covering the bleeding wound on his hand from the dagger, Moore, holding the saint by the shoulder and covering her with himself, turned half-faced to the merchant and sternly warned him never to catch his eye again. The boy and the girl were walking towards the exit of the cellar, and from the semi-darkness an angry and wounded Sid was looking at them. The merchant was shaking from the fact that even though he remained alive, but at what price he got it, and he was even more irritated by his weakness next to that upstart. Moore and Aella returned to the slum houses where the guy from the gateway had once brought them to his brother who was dying. The girl sat at a table on the street thinking about the latest situation that had happened, which only made her more and more immersed in rethinking her path. Luvella's focus shifted when Zeke approached her and handed her a loaf of bread, which even surprised her a little. Although it was very unusual for him as a soulless devil, Zeke asked if Aella was okay, and what she was thinking about so intensely. The girl paused before answering, forming her thoughts, and decided to admit to herself and more at the same time that she had the impression that she was living with incorrect judgments about people. The demon continued to listen attentively to the saint's monologue while she drew conclusions about believing in the stories of people knowing only one side of the truth and what others said about them. Aella drooped, realizing that the story about the mayor was also a fabrication, and the support for all this was Lady Karuna's teaching about the ban on prejudices. And Zeke realized that the girl was feeling guilty and could not resist saying that she could not blame herself regarding him. But even though Luvella felt guilty, the guy's irony only finished her off, and yet the girl still dared to ask him for advice this time. While eating the bread, the imp was surprised that Sviata wanted to ask someone like him for advice, and honestly admitted to her that in fact he was not much of an advisor. In addition to the confession, Zeke put forward another truth to Aella, that even if he found some advice for her, it would not affect her condition. No matter how indifferent and harsh it may sound from the outside, but by telling Saint to deal with everything herself, Moore only made things better. Because in fact, no matter what decision she makes, she will simply need time, which heals all wounds. And now, from the so-called bad advisor, came the second piece of advice for Luvella, that if she continued to engage in self-flagellation and stand still, then it would not lead to anything good except exhaustion, both physical and moral. Having heard advice that shouldn't have been given, Aella confessed to Zik that after talking to him, it only seemed to her more and more that the guy was much older than she thought. Moore stopped chewing his food for a moment after this statement and looked questioningly at the girl, which put her in an awkward position, and she got out of it by saying that she hadn't said anything. Luvella pulled off a diversionary maneuver by asking Zeke if their next plan was to go in search of the rest of the statues, and he confirmed this, adding that he had a rough idea where the idols were. The guilt did not leave the girl for long, and once again becoming despondent, she even asked the guy for forgiveness for not being able to be useful in this matter. Moore was surprised by such words, emphasizing that he did not understand what was being discussed, thereby convincing the saint that she was definitely mistaken here. And in order for Aella to gain more self-confidence, Zeke clarified that in this case, she would actually have the most important role. As last time, the mission was carried out at night, only now there was raging rain with wind and lightning, which in its own way complicated the task. But the rain was no obstacle for the demon, and the guards guarding the important element of the ritual were again unconscious. Luvella was surprised that Zeke knew about the statue being in this house, but he explained that these were quite obvious things, since those guys were hired for money, just like Sid. The boys came close to the statue of Vale, and Moore asked Aella to endow the brush with her holy power for further actions, to which she agreed. As soon as the girl took the brush in her hands, it immediately began to glow with a bright golden light, although Luvella had not yet even done what was asked. But when the cross, which was always and everywhere with her, began to shine in the hands of the saint, then the hand was truly filled with energy. With a heavy sigh, Aella handed the brush to Zeke, saying that she had done everything in her power, and the guy thanked her. Now it was up to Moore, who began to move the brush, initially dipped in paint, over the statue as it needed to be done. When Zeke finished making the statue a little more attractive, he turned to the girl, pointing out that only her finishing touches were missing, and waited for a reaction, but she did not understand why this was necessary. The guy showed Saint the statue and explained that she needed to put her hand on it in order to finally secure the result of their plan. After the holy touch to the idol, the lines that were previously red, as well as the cross and the brush, began to glow golden. Aella said that since everything was now done, she would like to leave here, and Zeke agreed, confirming that the holy aura had been absorbed, so it was possible to leave this place. The guys turned towards the exit, and Moore went first, calling Luvella after him, saying that it would be better for them not to linger here. For some reason, the saint finally turned to the statue, looking at it carefully, as if she was worried about something. Looking at the sea monster, Aella finally asked Zeke if what they did would really stop the ritual, and they succeeded. While the young people were leaving the house where the idol was, which they had successfully dealt with, a special atmosphere was created in the mayor's mansion. The deputy mayor sat in his place in his office at the table, and around him flew the blackened souls that Vale had taken for himself. On the floor of the office, as well as around the city, there were many announcements with portraits of Zeke and Aella. Sitting at the table, the deputy also looked at these two portraits on the advertisements while the souls raged over him. At some point, the announcement with Aina's portrait flew into the air in front of the deputy and began to glow with a purple haze. But the leaf not only continued to float in the air, but began to glow even brighter, and soon caught fire as if from a fire. The deputy smiled angrily as he looked at the smoldering portrait of the girl and, as if no longer a person but an entity, hissed at her, commanding her to follow his call. Meanwhile, Vidge was running as fast as he could in some direction, holding Hans in his bosom like a toy. Zeke's assistant had clearly been in such an uncomfortable position for a long time, since the first thing he told the gentleman was that he was going to throw up in a little while. Vidge, noticing something ahead, made some kind of decision for himself, but at the same time silently responded to Hans's request. The gentleman stopped abruptly, apologized to the young man, and warned him that he needed to move on, and he threw the guy face down into the ground. When Hans got up with a bit of blood under his nose, he saw how Vidge was already running away. But his cries about how you can't just suddenly abandon a person in the middle of nowhere didn't help. The young man remembered how his and Zeke's first trip into the forest with all sorts of evil spirits ended after something rustled in the bushes behind him. Without thinking twice, Hans rushed after Vidge towards the city, and just at that moment, a huge purple grimace lit up in the sky above the settlement. And here's the team for the transformation of the Vale statues, walking along the evening streets of the town to their next destination. Aella's bright head was once again weighed down by thoughts about how correct her actions were now, because something was really gnawing at her. Remembering all the statues that Moore had painted, the girl realized that she was doing the search for idols and other tasks, as the guy told her. But she didn't recognize the runes that he had applied with a brush. Luvella stopped and was distracted from her thoughts because something growled in front of her, but this time it was not so scary. The girl voiced that after such a long time, they saw the undead for the first time on the streets of the settlement, and Zeke in turn noticed that now the zombie looks different from the previous one that attacked them. Looking at the evil spirits from a safe distance, the guys concluded that they began to move more slowly and stagger even more unusually than before. Moore approached the dead man and deftly and accurately hit him at a certain point on the neck, noting that judging by the changes in the appearance and behavior of the dead, his and Aella's efforts were not in vain. Luvella also added from observation that in general, there were significantly fewer undead in the city, and the guy emphasized that it was all thanks to her. It was as if a weight had been lifted from the girl's shoulders, and she folded her hands in prayer and rejoiced that they had succeeded in correcting the situation in the city. When the saint opened her eyes, she saw how Zeke looked at her touchingly, waiting for her to finish her prayer. The guy once again told the girl out loud everything she was afraid of, namely, that he noticed uncertainty on her face when runes were drawn on the idols that she knew nothing about. And Aella confirmed all this by lowering her eyes. The saint asked for forgiveness for possibly showing her distrust of the young man, but in fact she really felt unsure that the runes would work, since she had not known about such a thing in Carvidman. In order to completely dispel what was building up, Aella immediately emphasized the joy that overwhelmed her from the fact that the runes really worked, and the person who came up with them was a real genius, and Zeke asked again if she really thought so. Moore paused for a moment as he remembered something important he wanted to tell Luvella right now. When the guy saw that the saint was listening to him attentively, he said that it was time for them to finish what they had started, namely to go to the last idol in the mayor's mansion, and then Aella immediately expressed her concern about whether they would succeed. Zeke explained that given the work they had done in the last few days and the result they had seen in the form of a weak corpse, they should succeed since the power of the ritual should have fallen. Luvella clarified that the deputy was still in the mansion, and the guy replied that it was more likely yes than no, since he was clearly planning to use that office as the central point of the ritual. After standing for a little while longer, the guys prepared themselves for the most difficult thing that could happen to them, and when Zeke picked up the sword, he suggested that they go. The team headed straight into the mouth of obscurantism to finally finish the ritual dedicated to the stupid fish. The mansion stood silently under the moonlight, and not a single light was on in a single window, as if its entire appearance showed that there was nothing more to look for in it except death. History repeated itself again, and the boys once again walked along a dark corridor, only this time they had no need to sneak inside like thieves. Approaching the door, Aella, like last time, pointed out that there was still an ominous energy there that had not diminished. Zeke immediately asked the girl to stand behind him and emphasized that now only he would be the first to enter everywhere. To his surprise, Moore opened the door and noticed that the room was shining inside, although before that it had been dark, or at least semi-dark. The guy moved and acted very slowly and carefully because those scumbags that idiotic fish was bringing back here could jump out at any moment. which is what happened when the doors opened enough, and one of the souls with a purple haze slipped right in front of Zeke's nose. The entity flew past the saint like a bullet and broke the window glass behind her and flew away somewhere further. Moore admitted out loud that he hadn't been so surprised by such surprises for a long time, and Aina immediately asked if he was okay. The little devil smiled, and with all his charm and charisma replied that everything was fine with him, because such weak and worthless attacks meant nothing to him. But after these words, the guy's expression changed because he saw what was in the office. What was more important to Zeke at the moment was that he didn't feel the energy of the creatures that resembled death with a scythe, but at the same time they were floating like ghosts. The saint immediately recognized the entities, calling them shadow demons, but could not understand what such high-level monsters were doing here. Making sounds from the underworld itself, one of the demons showed with all his being that he did not intend to tolerate conversations but challenge to a fight. But given Mora's calmness and reluctance to make a fuss, Demon rushed towards the guy first to complete his task. Having repelled the demonic attack with his sword, Zeke told Aina that if stealth killings were the limit of their abilities, then they could at least prove themselves in this. Moore repelled another attack from the shadow demon, causing sparks to fly from the contact of the weapon and the ghost. The guy began to get irritated by these sharp frontal attacks, and after making a few swings with his sword, he was able to kill one shadow. The slaughter required movement, and after killing one demon, Zeke found himself right in the middle of the office while another one appeared right from the guy's shadow behind him. Aina shouted at Zeke to turn around just in time because the guy was still focused on the first shadow creature. Moore responded to the girl's warning with lightning speed and turned his gaze back, which was already glowing from the activated mana. The demon took advantage of the guy's shadow, and the fact that he was distracted by another enemy rose above him, swinging his scythe and opening his terrible mouth in a terrible scream. Swinging his sword and turning to face the attacker, Zeke admitted that his stealth skills were pretty good. With just one sure swing of his weapon and the destruction of the demon, Moore made it clear to him that even stealth would not help against an opponent like him. When the remains of the shadow demon disappeared in the light beam of the sword, the girl could not understand what was going on here. Lavella ran up and asked if Zeke knew where the demons could have come from, to which he suggested that Valir's servants could have summoned the entities here. Aina was horrified and could not agree with the words of the young man, since the ritual weakened after they drew the runes. And then, out of nowhere, the deputy's voice was heard, which no longer sounded human, but he answered the girl that there was only one answer left, so that the poor thing would not be at a loss for guesses. While the boys were listening to the continuation, which was part of the insidious plan, cracks appeared in the ceiling, although there was no earthquake as such. And the walls also began to shake, causing paintings to fall from them onto the floor, smashing against the floor and other decor. And when pieces of it began to fall from the ceiling onto the floor, the voice ominously continued that the answer was that the ritual had not lost its power after all. Already a little tired from all this running around, Zeke concluded that this was no longer just a scare tactic, but the building was actually collapsing, which spoke of the house as the starting point of the ritual. Lavelle's blood ran cold when she realized that all their fiddling with the runes on the idols had gone down the drain. Moore, having taken control of the situation as much as possible, asked the girl to first get out of here altogether, and putting his mana into the sword, raised it. Sparks flying in all directions, Zeke pointed the charged sword downwards, which was part of his plan. The sword crashed into the floor, throwing not blue sparks but golden ones, which only indicated that it was time to prepare for ejection. While Zeke was holding the sword tightly, explosions had already begun to occur in the office, but Aina stood behind her bodyguard and partner, and obediently waited. Finally, Zeke, realizing that now was the time to get out of here, held Lavella by the back and asked her to hold on as tightly as possible. Just like last time, Moore, holding the girl and holding the sword with his other hand, ran from the beginning of the room to make a jump. The guys jumped out of the mansion like hotcakes straight from the oven, and behind them the explosions only increased. The last explosion was so strong that if the team had stayed there, they would have been burned alive and would have been pinned down by slabs. When the boys found themselves on the ground in front of the mansion, Aina pointed Zeke up, and there really was something to look at. The statue of Vali appeared in all its glory, crackling with lightning, and above the fish, its energy burst forth in the form of the water element. Puddles began to appear on the ground, but not because it started to rain, but because of the flow of water that the deity was calling forth. Under the idol, in the place where the mayor's mansion had been, a fountain of water gushed from the ground, gradually flooding the remains of the dwelling. A deputy appeared from behind the guys with that same book in his hands, which was now blazing with a purple haze even more, and the henchman asked the victims if Vale still didn't look great to them. For the first time, Aina, forgetting all the teachings and rules, was truly angry at the appearance of this vile man. The bastard continued to skillfully play his role and asked the girl to call him by his name, even though he liked the title of deputy. When the possessed person called himself Alid Groton, Luvella only became angrier, and the deputy noticed this and asked what happened to her cute face. Aina voiced that until the very end, she had hoped for the ritual to be weakened, and Alid pathetically threw her an apology for the disappointment, but explained that the mess they had been doing was useless. Lady Luvella directly asked how the deputy could know that they had failed to reduce the idol's power. Alid immediately opened the girl's eyes to his plan, first explaining that he himself helped them, because guards were located throughout the area to lead the heroes to the idols. And now, when the cards were revealed, the henchman reported the main task for which everything was done, namely to bring the saint to their order, which took the poor fellow by surprise. Looking at the weapon of death, Alid mentioned that the strength was not enough to bring the girl to the right place because Zeke intervened. Showing how proud the deputy was of himself, he clarified that they had made efforts to ensure that Luvella herself came to the heart of the ritual by convincing her that their team would successfully prevent a catastrophe. Alid, using Zeke's own words that after the destruction of the other statues, he would return for the last and most important one, took into account the fact that the return of the saint was inevitable. Aina didn't even know what to say anymore. She had recently felt so much darkness within herself, over which light had previously prevailed. Moore looked at the sick bastard and the book in his hands, asking directly whether he was preparing a speech or eavesdropping on them, to which Alid assured the guys that they should be grateful. The henchman even specified such a detail as the not particularly well-composed portrait of Zeke on the ad for their quick and comfortable movement around the city. Stretching out into a creepy and wide smile, the madman opened the curtain of the future to the guys, saying that there were a few hours left before the uprising of the army of the inhabitants of this city, and then he extended his hand to Luvella, calling on her to join. The saint looked at the scumbag in front of her and remained silent even after she had fully stated her name, urging her to join them. But the girl showed with her whole appearance how fiercely she hated this bastard with his obsession with a fucking underfish. The water was growing more and more, but Luvella told Alid that she would lay down her life but would never allow his plan to come true. Having heard the girl say that she was ready to die, the deputy liked this idea, and so he let the carrion in. Alid mentioned to the girl that he had already used force to hold her back, but now it would be much easier to do so. The guys stood back to back, and Aina thanked Zik, but he did not understand firstly why such talkativeness at such a moment, and secondly what to thank him for. Luvella admitted that in fact if it weren't for the courage and bravery of the master, she would have been dead long ago. Unexpectedly for herself, the saint asked Mora to run away from here, and she would do everything to prevent a catastrophe. But Zeke was still interested in the question of gratitude because there was no place for it, since there should be more accusation of false hope. Alid intervened in the conversation, telling the guy not to pretend that he understood something, because in fact everything was the opposite. But Moore shut the idiot's mouth by knowing his plan in advance, and was aware that playing with coloring idols wouldn't work. Also, the imp, having looked almost into the very soul of the henchman, mentioned his words about the help provided for them to bring Luvella here, and that he also knew about this. Passions grew, and Alid glared at the guy, wondering why the hell he was doing what was required for the ritual. Zeke smiled sweetly at the possessed man, and now it was his turn to lift the veil, announcing that he simply needed to stall for time. The guy managed to catch the bastard off guard because he stood with his mouth open and did not understand what exactly happened, but his veins were already trembling, and he had a feeling that something was already going wrong. And when an explosion occurred behind the rubble and the remains of the house, more reminiscent of a bloody meat grinder, Zeke said that he was stalling for time precisely for the one who was already very close. Moore turned towards the bloody massacre, sarcastically clarifying to Alid that he still wouldn't understand who they were talking about. But the most important thing was that the guy was pleased with such a long-awaited guest. In the forest, in a clearing, there were many bloody dead people who had been dealt with by someone with the talent of a jewelry killer. There was so much blood that the man stepped into one of these puddles as he approached the place where he was invited. The carrion kept falling and falling, but other than becoming a piece of meat, nothing else was in store for them, at least with this craftsman. The gray-haired knight, whose hand Zeke once shook, made his way through the thickets of the forest and the dead, cutting them lengthwise and crosswise. It was not for nothing that Moore made the slip of the tongue when he met Mr. Vidge, that he remembered him from his past life as a Tasman killing machine. Aled got seriously nervous when he heard who was approaching the city, and couldn't believe it because he remembered that Vidge was leaving the settlement. Zeke clarified that it was he who asked the uncle to come back, which made the possessed man shake with anger. Aled screamed furiously that no matter how strong that bastard Vidge was, nothing would save him from the power of the ritual, and raised the book up from which a bright purple light was pouring. Water was making its way from underground and through rock crevices to the main source, which was just beginning to gain momentum. Aina and Zik noticed that behind their backs there was no longer a small fountain, but a real stream of living force that was striving towards the deity. And then, above their heads, the elements turned into a huge water snake, several dozen times larger than the people who stood on the ground. Moore, without turning to Luvella, asked her not to panic and just stand behind him, but something began to shine brightly behind him. And when Zeke turned to the source of light, he saw how Aina was burning with a sacred flame and the cross that she was holding too. Luvella reminded herself that she was, after all, a candidate for the Saints of Carvidman, so she would also fight side by side with the knight. Zika was amused by the attitude of this sweet and modest-looking girl, so he smiled and sarcastically emphasized her responsibility. The boy's sword was always at the ready, and this time he needed to concentrate again on charging it with his mana. When Moore felt that he was ready to fight, he put his sword in front of him, right towards the mouth of the water fish. Zeke jumped off the ground straight into Vale's mouth, while Luvella also valiantly remained in place, not lowering her head in fear and holding the cross tightly in her hands. The fish turned into a huge column of water that fell like a heavy weight onto the ground, undermining it and throwing stones to the sides with the force of the water. Aled just stood there all this time and watched as what he had been striving for came true in an instant. Telling himself that it was all quite a chore, but the result was worth it, the henchman was glad that now the girl and the guy were dead. And Aled was very happy too early, because Zik's leg appeared from the column of water and, as always in his usual manner, asked if the fun was really over. The young people emerged from the water trap, wet but safe and sound, as if they had not been swallowed by a huge deity. The grown-up guy felt like a little loser who was disappointed that he didn't get a good grade for his work because he couldn't understand how they both got out of the water alive if they were standing right under attack. And then Zeke decided to enlighten the dunce a little by explaining that regardless of the enormity of the water column, the pressure can be reduced, due to which it turns into a waterfall. Zeke mentioned that they did have a guest when he heard the confident steps of another person approaching them. Before the eyes of all those present appeared that very Tasman death machine in the person of Mr. Vija, who left behind a trail of his power. Aled was so confused that his hands dropped, holding the book and trying to defend himself. He decided to attack first, threatening Vidge that he would sacrifice him at any cost. Mr. Vidge did not pay attention to empty threats and approached the enemy closely, striking with his sword. But if Aled was able to dodge, the book suffered because one of its pages was cut. The key to chaos and death fell to the ground but continued to glow with a purple haze. Only now, it was uncontrollable energy. Suddenly the book came to life, and on its cover appeared a terrible face personifying what it brings into this world, and the demon screamed, not receiving what he wanted any further. At such moments, Vijay's conversation was short, and in order to shut up this screaming, creepy thing, he simply stuck the tip of his sword right into its mouth. Since the key had already gained quite a lot of power, a light touch of the sword would not have been enough to destroy it, and the warrior had to make an effort to destroy the book. When the key was finished, Vidge looked at the pitiful sight that was the remains of Valir's artifact, and he felt disgusted. The boys looked up at the statue, which, although still glowing, was behaving even more strangely than before, so everyone froze in anticipation. The effect of the key's destruction did not take long to appear, and the statue of Vale, with a roar and a whistle, fell to where the source of water had originally flowed. Everyone who was nearby felt something like an earthquake, as if not everything was over yet, and there was a threat to the city. The deputy rejoiced, shouting that he had managed to ensure that the day of judgment would come and that now the great Vale would rule. Vija was fed up with the madman's behavior in general, and raising his sword over him, he demanded to explain how everything would happen next if the key had been destroyed. Aled, bearing his creepy smile, explained that despite the destruction of the book, the power that the idol had absorbed was already flowing underground, and the ritual process had been launched. Purple-black clusters were indeed flying over the city, and the deputy was furiously shouting that now nothing would interfere with the power of the ritual, except for the moment when the entire city would be engulfed by it. Alid laughed hysterically at the others, forcing them to listen as the underground waters, filled with Valir's energy, rushed to the surface, expecting that this would instill even more fear. But it was after the possessed man's words that silence fell, and everyone except the imp was in shock and stupor. And when Alid asked out loud in disappointment why nothing had happened, Zeke asked if he really wanted to know the answer to this question. Moore sat down as close as possible to the bastard, and looking into his eyes explained that he had brazenly lied when he said that that wimp on the idols meant nothing. Reading the silent question in Alid's eyes, the guy explained that in fact the scribbles on the statues were real runes to prevent the ritual. And as per tradition, Moore smiled, happy that he had managed to turn everything around like that. But he got special pleasure when he asked how it had been for the bastard to feel the sweet taste of short-term hope. The next day, the city was more alive than ever and filled with people, each doing their own thing. The counters and shops now worked smoothly, attracting even more customers who were already very much missing the quiet life. In the city center, at the fountain, everyone who was involved yesterday in the opportunity to change the fate of the city gathered, and Vidge expressed his gratitude to Mr. Zeke. Sir Widge, holding a small piece of paper in his hand, was glad to say that it was thanks to this note from Moore that he very quickly learned of the danger that threatened Miss Louvel and arrived just in time. Since Zeke wasn't particularly keen on praise, he explained that he had simply correctly calculated the time that Hans needed to find the mister, and on top of that, the guy modestly stated that he had simply done a good deed. Moore glanced back at his assistant out of the corner of his eye, smiling at how the poor guy had to be a speed horse while he was still suffering from the fact that Mr. Widge had left him alone in that terrible forest. The guys had already gathered to go on their way, so Zeke shook Aina's hand and she made an attempt to hold the young man for a little while longer, suggesting that he rest in the temple. But the imp refused, emphasizing that he really needed to move on and not linger in one place. Zeke looked at Hans, who was ready to follow him, and made the verdict that he had already decided on his next destination a long time ago. While the boys continued their journey into the unknown, Vidge and Aina returned to the temple to rest and recover from the chaos that had occurred. The gentlemen were walking and chatting, and the bodyguard listened attentively to Lady Louvella, who told them what she had learned from Hans about the adventures of Mr. Zeke from the Krepostl family, where he was the eldest son. The menacing man who just yesterday was chopping up the dead for meat now expressed his sincere surprise that Zeke was really one of those very defenders of the fortress. Aina smiled and was touched by the guard's reaction, but she answered not quite confidently, since she herself did not understand whether Hans was joking or telling the truth. Vidge, calculating everything in advance to avoid problems, concluded that they should not include Mr. Zeke in the report. The knight justified his decision by saying that if Vale found out that Zeke had taught them runes that could interrupt the ritual, he could be hunted. Louvella remembered how, under Mora's careful guidance, she drew runes on paper and agreed with her bodyguard that he was right. Widge informed the lady that he needed to leave for a meeting with the Holy Pope, and she blessed her guard and let him go. Aina followed Vijay with her eyes and calmly walked further through the temple, not noticing how someone was watching her from behind one of the columns. Coming out into the light, the girl introduced herself to the same handsome guy who had cut off Zeke's head, and he, putting his hand on the armor, asked if she was Miss Aina Louvella. Aina was surprisingly anxious when she saw the one she had actually helped in her past life, and asked who was in front of her now. The knight introduced himself as Glenn Zenard, placing his hand on the armor again, only closer to the order so that the girl would notice him. The attraction worked, and Aina immediately realized that in front of her was a representative of the elite of the Grail Knights, who was supposed to come to the aid of the order. Glenn bowed to curry favor and, sweetening his speech, began to express that it was a great honor for him to provide support to Carvidman. Louvella was a little embarrassed, but still asked how Sir Glenn knew her, since it seemed like they had never met before. The knight put it all down to the fact that he had heard a lot about the lady from people, and, in order to shift the focus of attention, he said that he would like to meet her in a more public setting, but found out that the miss was not feeling very well. Aina was surprised that this young man knew so much about her, including the fact that she needed rest now, but Glenn continued to pour out that perhaps this was rude, but if a girl was worried about something, then he would gladly listen to her problems. Louvella was even more confused by this behavior, but in her modest manner, she thanked the young man, explaining that at the moment she was fine, and even if she looked worried, it was only because she needed rest. Glenn realized that it was better not to put pressure on the girl any further and asked for forgiveness for delaying her on the way to his chambers to regain his strength. Finally, the guy added that he was pleased to meet such a respectable representative of the order. The knight watched Aella walk away smoothly, strolling through the temple, heading into the room to rest. The pretty face of the handsome scoundrel suddenly changed to a stern grimace that even Zeke was not able to make, and all because he felt the changes that occurred after the key of distortion of fate hit his heart. Meanwhile, the travelers were already close to the mining town of Suola, but instead of going there, they were busy with more interesting things. Again the forest and again more monsters, which meant only one thing. Hans was training again, only this time the object of the fight was larger and more ferocious. The poor guy was out of breath and could barely stand on his feet looking at the monster. But the most important thing was that he survived and managed to defeat the giant. Zeke did not miss the opportunity and praised his assistant, emphasizing that his skills were getting better and better each time, and even now he was able to cope with a huge troll. According to the script, the next troll should have appeared now, but instead, a human scream was heard from the thicket, which neither Hans nor Moore understood. And indeed, from behind the bushes and trees the next moment a young man flies out, his heels flashing, and after him, a bunch of goblins, whom Hans had defeated at the very beginning of his journey, rushed in pursuit. Zeke only needed to swing his charged sword once, and it was like a scythe, cutting down 4 goblins at once while the guy stood cowering. The boy looked back to where red eyes should have been glowing and sharp teeth should have been shining, but instead, there was a pile of monsters lying there. The guy approached the guys and timidly thanked them for saving him, to which Zeke indifferently replied that it was not a problem for them. Hans asked a young man who looked like him why he was running away from the goblins or why they were chasing him. Still embarrassed, the boy admitted that he was training here so that he could become an adventurer in the future. For the first time, the mentor and the mentee not only had similar reactions on their faces, but also the same question: what does this even mean? The young man continued to explain that while he had not yet become a miner, he was trying to train because he dreamed of adventure. A man suddenly appeared behind the boys, looking stern and speaking no less sternly, addressing the student. The mentor ordered his protege to quickly approach him and began to shame him for not being able to deal with the goblin on his own. The young man shouted that he was already on his way, but before that he turned to Zeke, asking his name so that he could later find him and repay him for saving him. The boy noticed that Moore was taciturn, so he started first and introduced himself as Snock, expecting the guys to also meet him halfway in conversation. The little devil briefly replied that he was Zeke, and that was enough for the guy, so he was already rushing towards the teacher, shouting, "See you soon!" Hans turned to his mentor, not understanding what had just happened and who this adventurer trainer was, but Moore picked his ear and replied that he didn't care. Zeke ordered his assistant to stop wasting time, but he didn't say it just like that, but because he noticed someone. All that Moore managed to tell Hans was that he should now try to knock out this handsome man who had just appeared behind the guy and raised a club over him. But he did not understand at all what was being discussed. And the student and teacher, for now, returned to the city in complete silence and walked along a huge mine where rays of light barely penetrated. The mentor finally turned to Snoke, pointing out to him that it would be worthwhile to use his mana even for walking, and the young man said that he understood. But the next moment, given the darkness in the mine, the guy tripped over the first stone that came under his feet. The poor guy fell to the ground with a scream, face down, while the teacher continued walking forward, not paying any attention to him. This was the last straw for the mentor's patience, and turning to Snoke, he growled at him, asking how much longer he would be so clumsy. While the boy was sitting on the ground and rubbing his injured leg, the teacher snapped that he had had enough and was leaving, and let the boy do whatever he wanted. Snoke woke up when the mentor said that the training was over for today, and it would be better for him to disappear from sight before he got even more angry. Somehow the young man got to his feet, begging the teacher to wait because he really wanted to continue his studies, but he was adamant. Suddenly Snoke heard some sounds and then movement near his leg and, looking down, saw a mole there. The little animal was in no hurry to run away, but on the contrary, sniffed at what and who was next to him while the guy looked at him. Snoke carefully examined the place where he met the Earth guest, and seeing the cliff in front of him, he concluded that this was not the safest place for the little one. The young man sat down next to the animal to be closer to it, and the mole also turned towards the man, making a funny sound, after which Snoke asked the baby to return home away from the dangerous place. After his request, the boy stood up and went on his way, hoping that everything would be okay with the mole. But the little paws began to actively stomp after the chosen one, not wanting to return to where he came from. Snock continued walking further, because with his loud steps, he did not notice how the beast was sneaking up on his heels. And the faster the guy walked, the faster the mole had to move his paws in order to keep up with the man and not lose sight of him. When the young man stopped and turned around, he was surprised that the baby was backing up behind him and begged him not to say that he had nowhere else to go. But the little one only made a funny sound again, as if confirming the man's fears. The guy was a little confused looking at the tiny creature, because he didn't understand what to do with it now and how to proceed. The animal's joyful reaction did not take long to come after Snock offered to go with him, since they had no other options. Unlike the taverns on the streets and at home where it was already dark, life in the beer tavern was just picking up speed, and from there you could hear the shouts of drunken visitors and the banging of beer mugs on the table. At one of the tables, there were guys sitting with beer and snacks, and Hans turned to Zeke, saying that he was interested in finding out something while they were getting to the city, and he clarified what exactly. While eating meat, Hans, with her mouth full, asked Mora why he had chosen Sewell as his next target after their visit to Porty. Zeke wasn't that surprised, but he was surprised that his assistant remembered his words about the next point they would visit, and Hans was a little outraged by this. So he defended himself, pointing out that he wasn't a blockhead to forget such fresh conversations. Before Moore began his meal, he told the young man that the reason for their visit to the mining town was one day that was getting closer and closer, and Hans immediately asked a counter question about the day. Zeke answered honestly that even if he explained, the guy still wouldn't understand what day was approaching, but since Hans was now in the same team with him, he would still try to tell. From his past life, Moore remembered the day when the city of Swole was destroyed to the ground by the terrible deity of destruction and death, Novem. While the guys were eating and drinking in the bar, Snock carried his new friend in his arms, thinking along the way what name to give the little animal. And the first was Marie. The second attempt was to give the name Nosik, but the boy himself did not like it, and he decided that it would be great to give some sophisticated nickname. And when it came to mind, the boy happily lifted the mole above himself and called him Novum. The young man held the small spotted animal, and looking straight into its beady eyes, firmly declared that from that moment on, he would only be called Novum. The silence of the collapsed mine was broken only by the wind and sounds coming from outside that echoed throughout it, and the source of light was the moonlight. Thanks to the fact that the mentor strictly indicated to the boy that the lessons were over, he was able to meet in the depths of the mine with someone who was completely hidden with the help of a cloak. The mysterious man handed the teacher a bag of gold coins, dryly praising him for a job well done. The mentor immediately untied the knot a little to make sure that his reward was really in place, because you can expect anything from such people. The greedy eyes filled with life from seeing the money, and only this brought a smile to the scoundrel's face. Recalling the moment of the boy's encounter with the mole, the teacher asked whether their deal was completed given the encounter of that little fool with the animal, to which he was answered in the affirmative. The false teacher's black soul was warmed even more by the fact that now he wouldn't have to pretend to be a mentor and fuss over that weak brat. Again, the man in the cloak dryly thanked the pawn for providing such an important and valuable service to them. Also, before leaving, the Dark One pointed out that it was thanks to the man and his game of teacher that the plan could now be brought to life. The seller threw a stone block onto the Yatka with a crash, loudly declaring that such a rock is rare and can only be found once in 1,000 years. Hans, like a magpie, approached the seller and, pointing his finger at the stone, asked again if what he had just heard was true. But the guy didn't even have time to hear the man's answer before he was distracted by a woman from a nearby clothing counter shouting that the shirt she was holding in her hands would suit him very well. Hans had already started walking towards the clothes stall to get a shirt when the cook from the opposite bench called him, enticing him with his huge paw on a bone baked in a special sauce. The young man was unable to hold back and put on his shirt and began to eat the roast, all the while asking Sir Zeke if this clothing suited him, while somehow feeling Spanish shame for his assistant. Moore looked at Hans, who was carried away by the other counters, and was surprised at how the guy was able to restrain himself for so long. Accidents are not accidental, because it was at that moment, when an unfamiliar passerby ran into Zeke, that information was heard about Snoke, who had been deceived. The gray-haired man was talking to a younger boy who asked if the adventurer teacher had interrupted the classes, but the old man asked the young man not to even ask about the incident. Moore continued to absorb the conversation of the two men who definitely had some connection to Snoke, and the elder shared that the boy was so shocked by the teacher's refusal to give lessons that he now doesn't even stick his nose out of the house. The imp remembered that Snock was the same boy they met in the forest when he was running away from the goblins. Zeke had already caught in the forest the enthusiasm and zeal with which the young man studied and the indifference with which the so-called teacher treated him. Moore confirmed his own suspicions that the scumbag was not a teacher at all, but a crook, because he immediately aroused suspicion, and then Hans's scream pulled him out of his analysis of the guy. The assistant walked happily towards his master in a new shirt and with a full bag of all sorts of goodies, waving his hand. Hans without his armor looked like one of the town's citizens, only brighter and louder in behavior, because having collected a bunch of delicious food, the guy rushed to Moore so that he would definitely try everything. In the house that stood in the middle of the clearing, a dim light was burning in one of the windows, and outside the wind was tearing off the leaves, enveloping the ground in the coolness of the night. Snock had been lying on the bed in his room for a really long time, because there was a pile of plates on the table and things were scattered on the floor. The guy was clearly exhausted, at least mentally and at most physically, which had already affected his appearance, but this did not affect his apathetic state, and he simply stared at the ceiling. The little animal came to its owner and started making its funny sounds, and only to this did Snock react, asking his friend that he was probably bored. When the boy lowered his hand to the animal, it sweetly leaned against his palm, caressing and continuing to make its meek sounds. Snock laid his friend down next to him on the bed and sat up to see him, and then began to scratch his tummy, saying how well the little one was living and how nothing was bothering him. The mole turned over on its paws and, making a longer sound than usual, began waving its front paw, which surprised the guy. The next moment, the mole squeaked and jumped on Snoke's face, so that his eyes were closed, and the boy could not understand at all what was happening, but only guessed that the pet was taking revenge on him for something. If it weren't for the sound the guy heard, he might not have removed the animal from his face, but there was no time for laughter or games. Snock, holding the mole in his hands, rose up on the bed and looked towards the room where the door was, asking who had come to see him. From such a surge of adrenaline, the young man even got out of bed and, frozen in the middle of the room, stared at the open door, which itself never opened like that. Approaching the door, the guy stood at the threshold and looked out onto the street. But it was quiet and dark there, and there was not a single hint of someone's presence. The young man took hold of the door handle and began to close it so that at least he would be at peace with one task and it would not bother his eyes. And while Snock was reassuring himself that it seemed to him as if someone had entered the house, behind his back stood that same stranger who had paid the imposter to play the mentor in order to carry out his plan. In the evening, the guys walked along the streets of the city, and Hans watched with a smile as Zeke finally gave in to the temptation to eat all those delicacies that the guy had bought. The assistant could not resist and joyfully asked if the sir now agreed that the food here was very tasty, but Mr. Seriousness continued to chew silently. What really confused Mora until now was his assistant's clothes, which he also bought at the market today, led by how the saleswoman flattered him and the imp suggested that the guy change clothes. Hans was upset that the gentleman hinted to him about how stupid he looked in his clothes and mentioned that same saleswoman and her chatter about how the shirt suited the young man. Thanks to Zeke's skills, in addition to Hans whining that he didn't want to take off his new clothes, he noticed something flying over the rooftops. Looking closely, Moore saw that behind one shadow, many more of these people in robes began to jump across the rooftops. Hans was taken aback, immediately shouting at Zeke in a high-pitched voice what the hell was going on the roof. But the imp asked absolutely calmly if it was really not obvious that these were people. Another thing that interested Zeke, in addition to the strange people in robes jumping on the roofs at night, was what they were jumping with. Moore recognized the immobilized body in the hands of one of the jumpers as the same boy who had been betrayed by the false teacher, and there were only two questions. What was happening, and where were they dragging him? As soon as the pack of jumpers became suspicious for Zeke, he thought about the fact that maybe it was worth catching up with them, and was guided by the fact that this would be quite useful for a good deed. The thought of a good deed prevailed, and Moore handed Hans a bag of food and asked him to return to the inn, and the young man, of course, asked where the gentleman was going. Zeke hadn't even managed to finish saying that he needed to run away on some business before he was already running as fast as he could, and Hans's persuasion to hold back his horses and explain everything didn't help. Mr. Seriousness was also no slouch, so after a good run he decided to follow the example of the mysterious horses, and also jumped onto the roofs. It didn't take Zeke much time or effort to catch up with the people in robes, and as he approached, he called out to them, drawing their attention to himself. The little devil suggested that the jumpers stop and have a heart-to-heart talk, but they ran like crazy, as if death itself was rushing after them. While Zeke was shouting to the Dark Ones that he had a number of questions about the carry-on luggage that they were dragging behind them, one person nevertheless turned around and hid one of his hands in his robe trying to get something. When the jumper's hand came into view again, a dagger flew out of it towards Zeke, indicating that this specimen was supposed to detain the one who had fallen on their tail. This is not the first time that the young man, who has been in the role of the Demon Lord, has performed such tricks with daggers and other weapons flying in his direction. Just as a sharp blade was thrown at Mora while running, the guy, without losing his grip, also caught the weapon in his hand on the fly and continued running after the Dark Ones. This time it was Zeke's turn to serve, and with a good swing he returned the item to its owner, because the guy was well-mannered and did not take other people's things for himself. The man who carried Snoke on his shoulder received the blade back, the only thing in the back, but the idea was realized. The wounded horse fell from the roof of the house and the boy with it, but the other shadows were not going to stop and descended towards the victim and the injured party. When the people in robes descended to the ground, they immediately picked up the boy in order to hide from prying eyes as quickly as possible. But the shadows didn't take into account that their opponent not only had quick eyes that initially noticed them, but also had a rather quick style of solving problems. In fact, while the mysterious jumpers descended to the ground and picked up the boy, Zeke was already standing there waiting for someone to pay attention to him, and when that happened, he just wanted to know who these frisky guys were. One of the team of jumpers continued to hold the boy on his shoulder, and he remained unconscious, and next to him lay one of the bodies of the one at whom Zeke threw the dagger, but there was no answer to the question. Instead of getting to know each other and talking, the one holding Snoke pointed his finger at Mora and commanded the others to kill him right now. The shadows pulled out the same daggers as one of their dead colleagues at work and rushed to the imp to carry out the order. Zeke didn't like such a rude introduction, and he got angry at these pseudo-bats who were too lazy to simply answer the question. Having deftly dodged a blow from one of the fighter's blades, the imp swung his hand to give the boar a good whack, and he noticed it. Mana was activated, which meant that Moore wouldn't get by with just a slap in the face, so just in case, he immediately slammed the mantle-bearer's head into the ground. Another armed bat was approaching, and its dagger was also emitting a purple glow. It was enough for Moore to level up after the previous fighter in order to now dodge the second attacker's weapon strike. Since it was Zeke's turn now, he grabbed his opponent by the head and fixed his face with his surgical knee. The man who was holding the boy saw that things were bad and immediately jumped onto the roof, continuing to move towards the goal while Moore pushed the impudent mantle-bearer away from himself with his foot. Looking at the roof of the house behind which the main scoundrel had disappeared with the boy in his arms, Moore cursed loudly because such people would only complicate life for themselves and others. With a deft jump, Zeke rushed straight from the spot onto the roof, sarcastically shouting at the kidnapper to wait for him, because he was also interested in what would happen. In addition to the wind that was ruffling the leaves of the trees in the forest, one could hear the running of a man who was trying to catch up with the kidnapper. Zeke ran so fast that it seemed that it was not the wind that was shaking the trees and tearing off the leaves, but he, with his running. But the most important thing is that Moore did not lose sight of the man in the robe who was still carrying the boy's body, and the guy had only one question. Where was this scarecrow taking the boy? The imp continued to follow the shadow and was very surprised when it ran inside the abandoned mine. Zeke was determined to continue pursuing the kidnapper, but right in front of him, as if out of nowhere, other fighters appeared, blocking his path. The people's faces, as well as their bodies, were completely covered by robes, but their appearance only indicated that there was no sign of friendliness here. Zeke stared at the bats, trying to find out again who they were, and even made a guess himself whether they were doppelgangers. But the boys were taciturn, and instead decided to simply give Moore a warm welcome with the help of those same blades and ran towards him. This time, Zeke didn't need a sword, and with the help of cold calculation, he made the same number of swings of the dagger as there were opponents, namely 3. It didn't go without getting dirty, but Moore didn't pay attention to it. He was more concerned that something was fishy here, and it concerned those he had just killed. Looking at the 3 corpses, Zeke did not understand what such skilled people, who could be equated to assassins in terms of skills, were doing here. Blood flowed from the dagger onto the ground, which the imp once again spilled in the name of good, because if the fighters had not blocked his path and allowed him to save the boy, then no one would have died. The guy himself remembered that he came to this city again because of the approaching catastrophe, and at the same time, the appearance of these warriors coincided. Lost in thought, Zeke stared at one point, trying to concentrate on the most important thing, and began to put forward various assumptions. When the young man saw that one of the fighters was still alive and began to rise, Moore asked him if he could hear. There was no answer, but Zeke still asked the following. Are the warriors connected with the terrible ritual that is dedicated to the god of destruction, Novem? Meanwhile, the shadow led the boy where he needed to go, and all that was left was to wait until he woke up. But for now, there was deathly silence in the mine. Snock woke up from hearing the familiar sound of his little friend who was calling him with all his might and asking him to wake up with his funny sound. The boy saw how the mole desperately pulled him by the sleeve as hard as it could, as if trying to get him away from here as quickly as possible. But when the young man asked where they were and how they got there, the animal was suddenly grabbed by an unknown man in a robe, and the poor thing began to kick and squeal. Snock, already disoriented and frightened, raised his hand, calling on the stranger to let Novem go, because he was in pain. But instead of letting go of the little one, the bastard grabbed the boy by the throat so tightly that he didn't even have time to scream. Having lifted the boy above the ground, the kidnapper smiled and looked at both the animal and Snoke, and smiling ominously, said how curiously everything was turning out. Snock was starting to get angry at what was happening to him, but the bastard continued to hold him by the neck, saying that he had unexpectedly learned that the boy was not a cowardly puppy. Bearing his grin even wider, Shadow sarcastically asked the boy if he was really behaving this way because he was attached to this mole. With the child's body in his hands, the mantle-bearer stepped towards the place where he needed to continue his intended plan. And having approached the right place, the scoundrel threw Snoke so that the unfortunate man hit his back on a rocky embankment of boulders. Somehow getting up, the boy asked what kind of nonsense the stranger was talking about the mole and everything he had said before. Suddenly, the guy's attention was drawn to what he saw when he was able to get up normally and open his eyes and not experience terrible pain. Snock looked at the rubble of the mine and recognized to the marrow of his bones the place of the collapsed mine, and it was pressing on him, but not by the sight of huge boulders. The boy came closer and touched the stones, feeling what others did not feel, but at the same time he did not say anything to the stranger behind his back. Peering into the depths of the stones, the guy heard a question from a stranger. Was it really possible to see something, or maybe there was something wrong with the boulders? Snock didn't answer, because instead of him, the face answered, on which a feeling of pain appeared when the shadow asked if the kid was looking for something on the other side of the rubble. Turning sharply to the one who had already scared the boy pretty badly, he could not believe it and could not understand how this man knew about his life story. As if continuing to read thoughts, the Dark One smiled and said that magic had nothing to do with it, because in the child's eyes one could read sadness and despair from being in this place. The bastard hit Snoke in the most sensitive spot when he pointed out that he was looking at the boulders as if they were his father's grave, and the boy was surprised that the stranger knew his dad. The plan could not be broken, so the henchman said that he really knew the boy's father and, as proof, asked him to look carefully at the source of light among the stones. Among the boulders, a stone with an engraving glowed, as it was a signet that kept the beast of the mine under lock and key. And then, an unknown person enlightened the boy that his father accidentally caught this signet ring while working in the mines. Continuing the logical chain, the man in the robe said that the violation of the integrity of the seal led to the awakening and release of the mine beast. Since the deity was huge and destructive, the mine was filled up in a short time and few people managed to survive. In conclusion, for the ritual to begin, the shadow explained to the boy that it was precisely because of the awakening of the beast that his father was unable to escape and was buried alive under the stones. It was already hard for Snoke to survive the loss, and now, having heard the reason for his father's death, he became completely dejected. But the bastard in the robe did not stop, but on the contrary, continued to achieve his goal, so he immediately asked if he was filled with anger. As if the devil, a shadow descended to the young man's ear and began to whisper to him that now he knew because of whom his father died, and thanks to whom the boy hated the work of a miner. The last time the stranger repeated the beast of the mine, and the boy began to shake, although he himself did not yet understand why. The pain in the guy's heart was replaced by fierce anger and a desire to kill the one who took the most valuable thing. His eyes filled with rage and his teeth clenched, wanting to sink into the beast's throat. In a moment of overflowing desire for revenge, the shadow pushed a tiny mole towards the guy and told him to pass judgment right then and there. Bearing his evil smile, the mantle-bearer pointed out that right now, the boy had the opportunity to kill the one he hated so fiercely. Snock returned to himself for a moment and stared at the stranger, not understanding what little Novum had to do with it. The henchman immediately made it clear that this cute little animal was the cause of the earthquake that killed the boy's father. Holding the mole by the scruff of the neck, the scoundrel said something that broke the young man's heart into pieces, and there was no longer any room for trust and love. Snoke didn't even have the strength to cry. He was so overcome with despair when he heard that the baby was the mind beast. The bastard didn't let Novum escape, no matter how hard he tried to wave his paws, but only kept saying that this little bastard would walk around next to the guy as a member of the family of the parents he killed. The boy's soul was empty, and the first thing that could now enter it, thanks to the influence of the Dark One, was the desire for revenge. Like a sponge, Snock absorbed the energy of that very destructiveness and death, becoming a shell for such dark energy. Zeke continued to run in the direction of the kidnapper and the boy, and in his head he kept cursing at one of the assassins. As soon as Moore asked the survivor about Novum and his awakening, that idiot blew himself up and almost dragged the guy to the grave. Zeke admitted that no matter how unexpected the explosion was, it was still very skillful, since his clothes almost burned. The guy analyzed that the assassins in robes used fire magic and, in addition, had artifacts in their arsenal for equipment. And the conclusion that Moram made was that, given where one of them was moving in this explosion, the fighters were still connected with Novum. Zeke ran to the entrance to the mine but stopped and continued thinking about who was behind the guys in dark robes. Red smoke was seeping out from under the cracks in the stone road, and Moore noticed it under his feet, but he felt an aura and not a smell. Realizing that something had apparently already happened, the imp took out his sword and stood waiting to meet someone or something. One thing Zeke knew for sure was that the sword had to be pointed at the entrance to the mine, since the largest red smoke was coming from there. When Moore saw the one coming out of the cave, he couldn't believe his eyes, because the puzzle of what he remembered from his past life didn't fit together. A man surrounded by a destructive aura came out to meet the guy, the tongues of which were black and red, and they circled around their owner. Zeke looked at the same boy whom he already knew and whom he was in a hurry to save, but instead he said not his name, but the name of the one whose eyes looked into the very soul. Since the boy standing in front of the guy was the one he and Hans had met in the forest, Moore hid his sword and simply watched what would happen next. Zeke turned to the boy asking about his name in an attempt to make sure that even if the boy's mind was taken over by the beast, it might still be possible to save him. Novum continued to stand in front of Moore, not saying a word, but he still asked the boy about the assassins and what was happening now with his aura. Zeke realized that even though Snoke's body was in front of him, he seemed to be unconscious since he was not reacting in any way to questions or to requests for an explanation. The guy decided to check what would happen if he said the name of the one who was actually standing in front of him, and the creature began to twitch nervously when his real name was announced. Considering that Novum is a mind beast, he bared his teeth and hissed at the enemy, who by calling him by name essentially provoked him to attack. Zeke clearly felt the ground beneath his feet begin to shake like an earthquake and prepared himself for the possibility of having to eject. Novum, controlling the resource that was its basis, suddenly grew sharp stones from under the ground from which Moore successfully jumped back. An ordinary person would have died long ago or run away, but Moore not only could cope with the creature's attack, but also thought about the fact that his behavior this time was different, which was strange. Watching the beast's habits and how it attacks and what it uses for this, Zeke tried to remember whether Novum was like in his past life. And while Moore was jumping from obstacle to obstacle that the beast put in front of him, he realized that during his last meeting with Novum, he remembered him as a rational deity, unlike the one who was now raging in blind rage. Zeke used the barriers of the deity in order to get closer to him, and now he was doing it so that Novum was disoriented. The imp managed to drive the beast into a stupor, since it could not understand where its target had disappeared to, since it had just been jumping among the stones. Moore shouted to Novum already when he was flying with a sword at him from above, and this time the weapon was filled with energy like never before. While striking, the guy warned that if Novum did not want to arrange a bloody massacre, it would be better to restrain himself and change everything before it was too late. The beast managed to put up a defense in the form of a stone wall, but Zeke's sword was still able to not only withstand this force, but also cut it. The rock was cut through like butter by Mora's blade, and this only added to the weapon's activated mana energy. The debris from the block created by the creature flew in different directions, and Novum became even more angry because he did not understand why the enemy was also strong. Hatred and the desire to destroy filled the boy's heart and drove the beast, which only gave rise to uncontrollable aggression. Zeke, not wanting to kill Novum in order to have the opportunity to save the body of the guy he had inhabited, held firm, but in order to at least slightly restrain the raging man, he flicked one of the fragments in his direction. The pebble flew at Novum with such force that he released part of his energy from his mouth in the form of a beam and fell to the ground. Moore jumped back to a safe distance, realizing that the beast could now become even more angry and that he needed to be prepared for its attacks. The guy was surprised that with such force as he hit the boy, it would have been enough for an ordinary person to pass out. But it turned out the opposite, that Novum became even more resilient. Indeed, the eyes of the deity began to burn more intensely, and anger boiled like lava in a volcano that had awakened and was about to erupt. The ground shook even more than at the beginning of the meeting between Mora and Novum, but the opponents continued to stand and watch each other carefully. Huge boulders were now falling from above rather than appearing from underground, and were capable of crushing anyone who happened to be nearby. But Mora's agility was so good that the speed of the mind beast's strength was also so good that the guy only needed to move a little. Zeke felt that Novum had become stronger in such a short period of time, based on how powerful the blows of the stones had become, but this only played into his hands, because he understood how to act next. The former demon lord watched the beast rage in the child's body and concluded that with such energies, Novum would awaken as a tyrant of the earth. Moore understood that he needed to act now and filled his sword with enough mana to go after the monster. It was necessary to act as quickly as possible before the beast became stronger, so Zeke rushed towards it to stop it. Novum saw a rather strong enemy approaching and, raising his hands up, pulled out sharp boulders from under the ground to prevent him from getting any closer. Without slowing down, Moore passed through the rocky barrier, just as Moses spread his arms across the sea and continued to approach his goal. Zeke cut stone after stone on the way to Novum, and when he saw that the enemy was already very close, he built a stone slab for his protection. But the slab was also broken by Moore from his knee, and now nothing could stop the guy from stopping what threatened the entire city. Zeke gathered all his strength and raised his sword above himself, shouting as he struck the monster that had once destroyed an entire village. The sword stopped a few centimeters from Novum's head, covering one of his eyes with its shadow, and he froze, staring at the weapon. Someone, having put out his sword, took Zeke's blow, protecting the beast from such a quick death, and for a moment held the pressure on himself. The man in the robe seemed to appear out of nowhere, covering a more important weapon and telling Zeke that life should still be valued. The bastard smiled and warned Mora that if he continued to follow the path of murder, he would end up in hell, but he didn't know who he was talking to. Zeke made sure that there was a distance between them from which they could both observe each other and hear what the other was saying. The imp wanted to know one fact, namely whether this bastard made Snoke someone who was ready to destroy only in the name of revenge. The man in the robe looked at the boy, and showing how pleased he was, asked if he hadn't created a wonderful creation. Zeke also looked at the boy and told the scoundrel that apparently he somehow managed to unite Snoke with the mythical deity Novum. There was no response, and Moore asked the shadow directly if he had united the boy with the tyrant of the earth. The mantle-bearer suddenly changed his expression, and he was no longer laughing, because no one knew that the boy had called the mythical creature Novum, and he immediately asked his opponent where he got the information that no one knew. Zeke was a little embarrassed by the fact that he already knew the deity from his past life, but he couldn't tell this to the idiot in the cloak, as it would ruin his well-being. Since the guy refused to tell the truth to the henchman, he had a green ball in his hand, which he decided to activate in order to extract information from the enemy in another way. The Dark One pressed the ball against his body, clarifying that Zeke was leaving him no choice but to use force. The force that was in the ball was activated, and the mantle was torn on the body of the scoundrel because he turned into a pile of muscles. The stranger grew and grew as if he was covered in yeast, and it seemed that the veins were already showing under the skin so that they would burst, but the muscles continued to grow with terrible force. When the activation of the power ended, a blockhead as tall as a mountain stood in front of Moore, and the guy didn't even have anything to say about it, but he just stood there and looked at how much work he now had to do. The bastard decided to comment on his changes, as if he didn't want to reveal this form. But since the enemy was too stubborn and impudent, there was no other way out. For some reason, Novum became as angry at his creator after his transformation as he was at Mora. The beast rushed to attack its owner, but it was too easy for such a dull but colossal creature. The mantle-bearer caught the boy in midair by the head with one hand, and it fit entirely into the big guy's palm, and if he had squeezed it even a little more, he would have crushed Snoke's skull. The brute held the boy's body above the ground, looking at the pitiful sight of how he had unconsciously perceived the creator as an enemy. Having thrown Novum with ease like a ball somewhere into the sky, the big guy asked him to rest, since now he needed to pay attention to another person. Zeke pointed his finger at the idiot, pointing at a boy flying somewhere far away, and asked if this was really the norm for him. Moore pointed out that quite a lot of effort had been put into the creature that had just been thrown God knows where, to which the giant replied that the brat would be fine, since he was now blinded by rage and therefore unconscious. Dubina told the guy that first he would start killing him, and then go and find the boy, because now was just the right moment while no one was interfering. The massive muscles moved like a drill towards Mora, its huge legs causing the ground beneath his feet to shake again. Shouting to the enemy that this was a great opportunity to spend some time alone, effectively hinting to Zeke that he was about to be screwed, the mantle hit the ground with his fist where the guy had been standing before. Moore jumped back to a safe distance, taking advantage of the opportunity to be agile, since due to his mass, the brute, although he hit powerfully, was not very mobile. The next blow of the bully landed on Zeke's sword, which at first worked as a defense and restraint of the enemy's movement. It wasn't a problem for Moore to continue swinging his weapon as before, considering how much he had already been through, and that he had encountered approximately the same huge trolls in the forests. After swinging to the side, Moore made a strike in front of himself until the brute used his other hand and watched the enemy's reaction. The sword sparkled with energy as it pierced the henchman's hand, but he continued to smile, knowing that he had more advantages. Zeke continued to thrust the blade deeper into the giant's arm while he mocked his opponent that nothing would happen to him from this wound. But the hand at the side of the wound began to turn black, which indicated dire consequences, and the mantle bearer did not attach any importance to this, but did not remove his hand from the weapon. A moment later, the place where the sword wound was exploded, which the Dark One did not expect, but it was too late to do anything. A hand fell to the ground with a stream of blood, and the big guy couldn't think of anything else to say or do, except bleat how the bastard could do such a thing. Mora's next jump over the brute's head and swing of the sword were the finishing touches, as the head flew off the neck in an instant. The decapitated body fell synchronously by inertia to its knees, covered in blood along with Zeke's landing on the ground. Moore hid the blade, and since he had completed one task, he immediately thought about the next unfinished task, namely, where the boy had gone. Hans, still in the same clothes and not armor, ran as fast as he could through the forest trying to find his master, despite his request to return to a safe place and not stick his head out. Considering what was happening near the mine, the assistant stopped for a moment because it seemed to him that the ground under his feet was shaking due to an earthquake. The young man stopped just in time because right next to him on the forest path lay unconscious Snock, whom Hans did not immediately recognize. The assistant came closer, and only then was he able to discern in the lifeless body the boy they had met in the forest. Hans lifted the boy up, holding him in his arms, and began to shake him so that he would wake up and call him, but he did not respond. Breathing heavily and coughing, Snock gradually came to consciousness, but his eyes were closed, and it took him some more time and Hans's requests to wake up and talk to him. But when Hans asked if the boy was okay, the eyes of not a man but the same animal opened and looked at him. The forest wilderness was pierced by the screams of Hans, who could not understand why Snock was treating him so cruelly and why he now looked different. Every now and then the young man had to dodge the huge boulders that Novum directed at him, who silently did what he was created for. While Hans was running around like a leper to avoid being crushed, he wondered what had happened to that young student he had only recently met. The young man could not understand what kind of training the boy had received that he could now control stones left and right. When Hans saw a boulder 10 times bigger than him hanging over the young man, and it was about to fly at him, the first thing he thought about was instant death if he got hit on the head with it. And so it happened. Novum swung and like a serve threw a boulder weighing several hundred tons at his opponent, putting all his rage into each throw. Hans realized that there was nowhere to run and that he couldn't dodge either, so he gritted his teeth and prepared to fight back. Armed with a sword, the assistant gathered all his strength and all the experience that he had received in the forest, thanks to Zeke when they shoulder to shoulder killed goblins and trolls. The student surpassed his teacher for the first time, facing fear and death face to face, bravely overcoming what seemed impossible and cutting a boulder in two. In a state of shock, Hans stood motionless for some time, not understanding whether he was alive or already dead. The young man was breathing very quickly and holding his chest where his heart was, which seemed about to jump out, because he thought that he had already really died. Another stone fell right at Hans's feet, which made the fighter understand that there was no time to relax and that he needed to continue defending himself. Cutting one block after another, the assistant moved quickly without fear, but there was a small mistake that he made, namely, he was too happy ahead of time about how trivial this matter was. Hans felt uneasy when he heard sounds behind him that no longer resembled the sound of stones hitting the ground, but resembled the sound of the earth itself. The young man decided that no matter what was behind him, he should still turn around. But after he did it, it didn't become any easier for him. At that moment, Hans really wanted what he saw to be an innocent joke and not reality, since the 10-meter-high ground wave was seriously frightening. Hans, cursing at this earthen magician because his death came so quickly after all his plowing, covered himself like a donkey with his hand and remained standing in place. But instead of being buried alive under a wave of earth, water appeared in front of the young man, which he had not yet seen. Without dying and hearing other sounds, Hans still looked at what prevented the earth from covering him, and he was confused about where the water came from. Now the wave was moving towards Novum, and at first he too just stood there, not doing anything to defend himself, as he did not expect such a turn of events. The beast realized that now its existence could come to an end, so it finally reacted by placing a barrier in front of itself with the help of huge slabs. The water bypassed the boulders and Novum himself, but this still did not last long because the stones began to shift from the weight of the water. The deity saw the one who was approaching, just like last time, despite his hind legs and furious desire to kill the enemy. Right from the middle of the source, Zeke appeared over Novum with a sword in his hands, but not to kill the boy or the beast. The little devil understood that it was now or never. This was his only way to stop the destruction and lead everyone away from disaster. Novum did nothing but just looked at the approaching enemy, who also did not lose visual contact with the one he still wanted to save. Moore placed his hand on Snoke's head, begging him to return to his true sanity and speak to the beast within. The poor guy started screaming furiously after the healing began, but he didn't break free, but instead froze in a death grip, sinking into where it was necessary. Snoke opened his eyes and looked with his gaze into complete darkness and did not hear anything around him, but the feeling that he was alive was present. The boy rubbed his head, which was splitting terribly, and did not understand where he was or why it was so dark here. Among such a thick silence, it was difficult not to hear a growl that sounded like a beast, and Snoke immediately turned his attention to where the sound was coming from. The young man recognized the beast as Novum, who was so close to his soul, but at the same time he understood that he was still overcome with rage. Standing on his feet, the boy again called his friend by name and extended his hand to him. But the little one was so angry that his whole appearance showed how he did not want to see the guy. Snoke stopped and lowered his hands, stopping saying anything and simply looking at the baby as he had at their first meeting, with eyes full of love and warmth. Sincerely sympathizing with the little animal, the boy tried to turn to him again in order to talk, because he understood a lot. Remembering the last vision, Snoke told Novum that someone had managed to take over his mind, and that was why they were now standing in front of each other. The young man continued to talk to the beast, explaining that he understood the truth about his father's death due to the earthquake that was caused by Novum. But at the same time, Snoke understood the other side of the situation, that Novum was not guilty of his father's death, since this was not the beast's goal at all. The boy put together puzzle after puzzle, explaining to himself and the little animal that it had gotten out because the seal had been damaged, and that his father had not only been there at the wrong time but also in the wrong place at that moment. Snoke smiled at the little one and asked him for forgiveness for not initially understanding the whole situation and plunging into the pain of loss. Watching how the animal's gaze changed and the aura no longer enveloped him, the boy said the most important thing is that he understands Novum's feelings, that he too was offended in his own way. Snoke also admitted that he would be very happy to return to the time when he knew nothing, but the trouble is that it most likely won't work out that way. Novum froze in anticipation of what this boy would say next and how he would act, because in fact he also really loved the man. Snoke extended his hand to his furry friend and asked if he would like to join him in trying to think about how to live on, already knowing what they know. The guy stood waiting for the baby's decision, looking at him attentively, sincerely hoping that he would agree. Novum already looked like the most ordinary mole that the boy had once noticed while in the mine, and raised his head to look at his chosen one again. The little creature decided for itself that it would like to continue to be a friend to this young talent, and as confirmation of this, it placed its tiny paw on the boy's palm. This touch created so much bright light around itself that even the cave no longer seemed so cold and dead. Finally, In the forest, instead of the sounds of destruction, carnage, and other horror, one could hear birds and the rustling of leaves created by the wind. The soldiers went on reconnaissance missions to places where there were huge craters that could only have been created by the collision of something incredibly large and heavy with the ground. There were guards at the entrance to the mine, not letting in any of the local curious residents so that they would not end up in danger if anything happened. But the locals were still standing and whispering, making up more and more gossip that no one had proven. Inside the mine, scientists were hard at work with magnifying glasses, examining everything that could be considered evidence. While the soldiers and other specialists were rummaging around in the rocks, the guys were sitting on the street near the house and talking about what had happened. While eating grapes, Zeke asked Hans if he had done as he was told, and the guy confirmed that he had fallen for the fool and pretended that he knew and saw nothing. The assistant also added that when all possible witnesses were questioned, he did not say more than that he climbed the mountain because of the loud noise. And now Hans wanted to make sure that those soldiers really wouldn't find out about their direct participation in that incident, so he immediately asked Zeke about it. Moore spat out a grapeseed and, without hiding the truth from his assistant, explained that he had dealt with the bodies of those who were guilty of what happened so that no one would ever know about it. The most important thing was that Boy and Zeke turned to him to make sure everything was okay. The boys were treated to a sweet picture of two close-minded friends embracing, and Moore, on top of everything else, told Hans that those who were currently trying to find something would never guess that a miner like Snook had taken part in that mess. Zeke stood up from the table, concluding for everyone that, given the boys' agreement with the beast, he would no longer fall into a blind rage. Moore looked at how pleased Novum was as he caressed the boy, and concluded that Snoke's mana was ideal for the little one. The imp became interested in what the boy was going to do with everything that had happened to him in life, and Snock replied that he was just thinking about it. Snock was a little saddened by the fact that he realized the animal was partially to blame for his father's death, but he was unable to forget about it and pretend that everything was fine with him and that it didn't hurt him. Moore voiced his thoughts out loud that if he understood the young man correctly, he was not going to simply forgive the beast. To clarify the situation, Zeke suggested that Snoke come up with something that would suit him, in exchange for Novem's forgiveness and thus relief from the burden of loss. While Snock continued to digest the information, Moore mentioned that he was so drawn to adventure that he even fell into the clutches of a swindler, which made the young man even more depressed. But Zeke suddenly extended his hand to the boy, intriguing him with such a gesture and the fact that he had a tempting offer. Snock stared at the guy, waiting for that very offer, while Novem looked closely at his friend. And so finally, Moore gave the young man his first truly interesting adventure in the form of doing good deeds in his company with Hans. In the evening, on one of the branches of a tree in a dense forest, two birds were loudly chirping something to each other, as if discussing what was happening below. As it turned out, Zeke's team, which was also replenished with Snoke, was training, and once again, due to the blows of the sword blade on the stone, the birds fell from the branch from an unbearable and sharp sound. Hans stood in front of the block, breathing heavily and wiping away the sweat that was pouring off him in a stream, and judging by how dirty and exhausted he was, they had been working for quite a long time. The assistant was already seriously irritated by the fact that he was messing around with the cobblestone for so long, and gritting his teeth, Hans decided to make one last attempt. The guy shouted at the stone, showing who was in charge here, and rushed at him, and Snock, watching this, was shocked at what this warrior was doing. The stone block succumbed to Hans's forces and began to fall straight toward Snoke, who closed his eyes and put his hands forward to somehow protect himself. When Snock realized that nothing had fallen on him, he opened his eyes and saw Hans in front of him, who was waving his sword so deftly that nothing but admiration came to his attention. Hans ran up to his new partner in time, catching a stone that was flying straight into his face, and when the danger had passed, he asked if everything was okay. The guys were distracted by the sound of a sword hitting the ground, and this was done by the dissatisfied Mr. Seriousness after what he saw, and asked the guys what the hell was going on here. The strict mentor gave the boys a verdict that none of them were properly focused on the task given to them. The little devil, as if announcing a death sentence, sternly told the boys to work for another hour. The kids were so upset and tired that they couldn't hold back their whining, like, how could this happen to them? After some time, sparks flew up into the sky from the place where the team was sitting, and the fire crackled, competing with the moon to see whose light was brighter. There was nothing better than eating a huge piece of meat after such a grueling workout, which was also cooked over a fire. The boys greedily ate the meat as if it was the first and last piece of food in their lives, and Zeke watched them, feeling awkward. It was the first time Moore had seen someone gobble up the food he had prepared with such zealous desire, and he found the sight very unusual, but he remained silent. But when Han's eyes filled with tears from how delicious the meat was, Zeke couldn't stand it any longer and asked the guys if it was really that delicious, and they confirmed that it was more than that because even Novum had enjoyed this divine food. Snook was distracted from his meal because he remembered that he wanted to ask his mentor where they were heading this time. Given Mora's love for brevity and clarity, he went into detail and told the guy that their next destination was Osperin. Hans repeated the name of the place out loud questioningly and looked at Snoke and asked if he knew anything about it, but his partner only shrugged. Moore watched the dance of the fire flames and was immersed in memories of how, before his fate was distorted, 4 demons served him faithfully. Since one of the assistants was from Osperin, that's why they were heading there. But if Moore had told the young people about this, they either wouldn't have believed it or would have run away thinking that the boss had gone crazy. Zeke Fortress looked very mysterious as he stared at one point and thought about how his partner from Osperin looked now. The guy remembered how they had been playing pranks with the assistants and bumping shoulders, and for this reason a smile appeared on his face, and his heart was pounding with an unbearable desire to find out how his friend was doing. Moore was so carried away by his thoughts that he didn't notice how he began to giggle maliciously, which really scared the guys. Because without saying a single word, but at the same time smiling, Zeke created a creepy impression of himself. The boys were scared by the way their teacher looked, because they were mostly used to him being stern or cunning, but here he was smiling, but angrily, which sent a chill down to the marrow of their bones. The next day, after spending the night in the forest, the team moved further towards Osbruni, and there was very little left to reach it. Zeke stopped because he noticed the sharp roofs of the towers of the wall of some settlement above the treetops instead of the city they were heading towards. The guys felt some kind of smell coming from the front, and Snook decided to ask the others. He didn't think there was a smell, and it was strange, and Hans confirmed it, pointing out that it was definitely not food. Moore enlightened the youths that it was the smell of burning flesh that made the poor fellows turn pale and their bodies become covered in goosebumps. Unlike his charges, Zeke did not panic because he had seen worse, but he thought about what could have caused such a smell, and the options were either a fire or some kind of raid. Suddenly, someone loudly addressed the guys, warning them to stay put and answer the question of who they were and where they were coming from. 2 armed soldiers appeared in front of the team, and judging by their mood, they had orders to keep a close eye on those within the city. Poor Novum hid behind the neck of his equally frightened owner, who, together with Hans, raised his hands, and neither one of them could utter a word. Therefore, Zeke answered for the guys, explaining that they were nothing more than travelers, but he himself did not understand where the knights came from and what was happening. The soldiers put away their spears and listened to Mora, who said that they had arrived in search of nothing more than a place to spend the night. But given the way they had been greeted, he asked what had happened. The knights turned away from the boys to consult about what to do next, and they really looked like travelers. But another guard mentioned to his partner that the roads were blocked and they essentially had to cross the mountains. The first guard insistently suggested taking the travelers to the camp to check for infection, and the second immediately asked his colleague to speak more quietly, but Moore had already heard everything, and now all that was left was to wait. Turning to the guests, the guards asked them to follow them to the camp, where they would be introduced to the commander-in-chief, who would then make a verdict on whether they could stay overnight or not. The camp was densely packed with tents, near which knights carried out their duties, standing near the tents or moving around the territory to inspect. The guys walked in a line behind the guards, and while Hans and Zeke were carefully looking around, Snook lowered his head to show Novum that everything was okay. In front of one of the tents, the knight stopped and reported to the young master that while reconnoitering the territory, they had encountered suspicious people, and he asked to be led inside. The guys were pushed towards the entrance so that Hans almost tripped and barely managed to keep from falling, and the young gentleman immediately asked what the problem was. The guard reported that these people were found in the forest near the city walls, and according to them, they were traveling in search of a place to spend the night. The chief replied that he doubted the travelers' progress from the settlement, and just at that moment, Zeke also entered the tent. While the knight was saying that he understood everything that the commander-in-chief Moore had told him, he looked at his master and, although he didn't show it, he was surprised. The smartly dressed young gentleman introduced himself to everyone as Joachim Drakel, placing his hand on his chest and hiding the other behind his back and bowing slightly to the arriving guests. Also, to further clarify the situation, Joachim explained that he was in command of a special unit that was sent to the settlement. Zick didn't listen to everything the commander said, but only looked at the young gentleman in fascination, repeating his name to himself. Joachim was one of the 4 assistants of Moore who traveled the world together looking for adventures on their asses. He was not just an assistant or a partner, but a loyal friend for Zeke when he was in the status of the demon lord in his past life. The little devil remembered how he and Dracula walked hand in hand through any obstacles as if it had happened literally yesterday and not in a past incarnation. But the guy's partnership was based not only on battles, but also on friendship, since it was a joy for them to share with each other the celebration of another victory over a glass of beer in a tavern. Coming closer to the young master, Zeke introduced himself with a bow, and although he did not remember his partner, Zeke was still glad to see Dracula. Moore did not forget about his subordinates Hans and Snoke with his pet Novum, also introducing them to Joachim. Drackle replied that everything was clear to him, and immediately asked for forgiveness for having to ask at their first meeting where the travelers were coming from, but Zeke immediately answered as it was, that they were straight from Seoul, and since they were training in the mountains, they did not know that the roads were blocked. Joachim looked at Moore with a thoughtful expression, digesting the information, and he also watched his friend silently, awaiting the verdict. Dracula smiled and said that he believed the guys, but the soldier standing nearby did not like this, and he tried to convince the gentleman that the travelers could be fugitives from the settlement that was a threat. But the commander raised his hand and asked his subordinate to calm down, because the situation was currently under control. Joachim turned to the boys and explained directly that no matter who they were, he could not allow them to leave the camp, which outraged and frightened Hans, who asked for arguments on this matter. Moore, watching his old friend, admitted that the way he spoke and acted looked amazing and wondered if Dracula was really that charismatic at that time. Joachim, continuing to explain at Hans's request the reason why they were staying here, argued that since the team was here, they would keep them company for a while. As soon as the young gentleman wanted to say what was happening to this place, Zeke immediately picked it up and finished the sentence about the contagious disease that was circulating in the area. To say that Dracula was surprised is to say nothing, but Moore explained that something like this is quite obvious since many things point to an incident. Joachim grabbed his head either from a headache or from the overwhelming worries and agreed with the guest in what he said. Remembering what he saw, the commander told about the spread of infection throughout the village, which is why they were thrown here to prevent its spread. Dracula said the main problem, which was the risk of infection of the guys, since they came into contact with them when they came here, so it would not be possible to let them go yet, to which Zeke responded with understanding. Hans felt something like pride in his mentor's understanding of the seriousness of the disease, instead of getting angry and protesting. Moore couldn't resist offering his old friend help, because when if not now could they walk hand in hand again. Hans and Snock were surprised at how their callous and stern teacher so easily offered his helping hand to a stranger, but they said nothing. The conversation between the guests and the commander was interrupted when one of the guards burst into the tent with urgent news. The denunciation that a sick person with new symptoms had appeared in the camp alarmed both Dracula and Moore at the same time. The commander rushed after the knight to see how much worse the situation had become, and Zeke followed him too. Joachim was horrified when he saw how much worse the infected man looked, and Moore also saw this for the first time but was, as always, more reserved. The victim's body lay in a huge pool of blood, and he himself was covered in stains and was breathing heavily, with his eyes closed. Dracula immediately ordered the guard to document the new symptoms of the infection and then follow the same protocol as before. Moore stood behind his friend, not surprised that such an experienced reaction was quite expected from someone who had once been his subordinate. Joachim again grabbed his head with his hand, and he looked so at that moment that Zeke caught it immediately, but did not yet understand the reason for this state. The little devil approached the commander and asked if he was okay because he looked lousy, and Dracula at first hesitated to answer. But there was nowhere to go, and Joachim himself understood perfectly well that he looked paler than usual, so he explained to Zeke that he was a little scared by the amount of blood and nodded his head in the direction of the patient. It was hard for Moore to believe what Joachim Drakel had just told him about his fear of blood, since it was diametrically opposed to who his friend was. But the commander, embarrassed and smiling timidly, admitted that he really did have hemophobia, and so far he had been unable to do anything to treat the disease. Nothing critical happened, but Zeke still had an unpleasant feeling inside that sounded impossible. The boy clearly remembered that before his return to this destiny, Joachim was known as none other than a vampire. On top of that, this bloody sommelier had the ability to master blood, and now he told Zeke that he was afraid of it, thereby causing a lot of questions. While Dracula was timid from having to admit his illness, Moore glared at him and was a little angry that his friend was lying to his face. But Zeke pulled himself back a moment later by remembering a certain period of time when his friend was the one who was afraid of blood. Joachim felt terribly awkward in front of his guest because he understood that he looked stupid, the reason for which was the contradiction between his name and his way of life. Moore decided to show sympathy and pulled his friend into a conversation, asking him that he most likely did not like this feature in himself, and he confirmed this, recalling how much trouble he had because of hemophobia. It was obvious from Dracula that he was terribly nervous, and he showed it to his interlocutor in every possible way, either by looking away or by rubbing his finger against his finger. The little devil caught all the gestures of the commander's awkward state, realizing that he did not want to go into details about the problems he had because of his peculiarity, but Zeke understood one thing for sure. Now he recognizes that Dracula. Moreover, Moore had practically nothing to compare his friend's habits with, since in his past life all he knew was where he came from. For the first time, Mr. Seriousness showed tactility towards his interlocutor, thus showing him his support and backed it up verbally by assuring Joachim that he would definitely be able to overcome this obstacle someday. Zeke went a bit overboard when he told Dracula that one day he would get so used to what was bothering him that he would take bloodbaths simply for pleasure, making it his hobby, to which he thanked him, although he was confused. With the arrival of travelers in the settlement, people began to go out into the forest more often in order to collect the necessary herbs for treating the sick. Considering the fact that the guys couldn't leave the camp, they helped the commander and his soldiers look for the necessary herbs, and for example, one of those that Hick was holding in his hands was needed for bandages. The team tried their best to do everything to get rid of the disease, and one day when the boys were carrying heavy wooden boxes, groaning and their whole bodies shaking, Moore held the box with one hand, telling them that this was practically training. But the result that came out in the end was not expected by anyone who made efforts to save people. One day, a soldier lit a torch and brought it to a path of something flammable that he had previously poured onto the ground. And instead of the pit in which the dead and sick bodies were, the houses burst into flames as if they were made of matches or hay. At the top of the mountain stood those who managed to survive, watching as the village was destroyed by fire mercilessly and irrevocably. Hans looked down in horror, unable to accept the fact that none of the people in the settlement had survived despite the attempts to cure them. Joachim was even more desperate when he saw what they had all come to in the end, and Zeke saw real pain in the eyes of his old friend. Moore, once again out of sympathy for Dracula, voiced that apparently the poor fellow was uneasy about what had happened, and his soul was weighed down by disappointment in himself. The commander confirmed Zeke's words, admitting that he regrets the death of an entire village, and that it gnaws at him because the situation is such that he is tied hand and foot to prevent a tragedy. Dracula, unable to bear this emotional burden, said that he also regretted the loss of his comrades in service and the efforts that were put into saving people. And Moore, listening to the guy further, concluded that his behavior was radically different from what it was before. There was no way back, and the understanding of this gradually brought the commander back to reality. So he mentioned that without the help of the travelers, they would not have been able to do what they had. Joachim, realizing that it would be best to focus on the moment that was here and now, bowed to the guys and thanked them for their courage and efforts. Now Moore felt awkward when he realized that he was staring straight at his friend, so he pretended to cough and replied that it was precisely for such good deeds that he traveled the world. And of course, the mentor did not forget to point out the boys, and mentioned that these valiant students also took the path of good with him, which even made them smile. Dracula liked what Zeke said, so he smiled back and emphasized that the wanderers were very noble. In order not to confuse anyone, the commander explained to everyone that the situation they found themselves in had already been reported to the castle, and now they needed to wait for the order to return. Joachim smiled and turned to the boys with an invitation to come with him to the castle, if of course it wouldn't be too much trouble for the travelers. Zeke agreed without thinking twice and answered for the whole team because he knew that the guys would follow him one way or another where he was going. The young gentleman immediately responded to the call of one of the soldiers by turning his head in that direction, and it is not surprising because this indicated that a decree had come from the castle. A messenger was running towards the commander with all his might, already holding a paper in his hand, shouting that it was a message from the castle about what they should do next. Dracula unfolded the sheet of paper and began to read what was written there, with such a serious look that he could compete with Zeke. Unfortunately, even if Joachim wanted to hide what was stated in the decree, He could not, because in one moment his face disappeared. Moore immediately noticed his friend's reaction, and although he was curious about what was written there, he was more worried about Dracula's condition because he looked lousy. The commander said the cherished phrase about everyone getting ready for departure as if he had just been taken down from the cross. But the soldiers did not notice at first, as they were accustomed to the master's restraint and were glad that they were returning to Osperin. Now the knights' expressions changed when they heard from their commander that the decree did not say anything about returning. Joachim turned to the still-burning town and now, in a truly mournful tone, informed everyone that they were heading to another settlement where there were also sick people. The poor fellows could not believe what the gentleman said to such an extent that they had nothing to say or ask. Only Zeke felt the suspiciousness of the situation, because the guy's being sent back to where the infection is being sown, although he's a member of a noble family and such things usually do not happen in these circles. Moore clearly grasped the intent of this decree from the castle, which could be described as something like for the guy to catch a fatal disease and finally die. Meanwhile, in one of the windows of the castle in Osperin, someone's angry screams could be heard that did not subside for a minute. Someone fierce and irritated was cursing while sitting in a chair and banging his fist on the table, like a small child demanding what he wants here and now. Some huge guy was screaming at the top of his lungs about how he had been promised that the disease was so serious that it would destroy the entire settlement. Pointing his finger at the old man standing in front of him, the gentleman was angry that for some reason the main target was still walking on his own 2 feet and breathing. The old man bowed, apologizing to the master for his mistake, but assumed that luck had turned on the side of the one who managed to survive. The psycho was not satisfied with what the old man said, and, grabbing the neck of the vase, he muttered through his teeth that he had told him about the death of soldiers and doctors. And with a cry of, "What the hell is that scoundrel still alive?" the gentleman jumped up from his chair and swung the vase towards the old man. The servant stood motionless and composed, even when the vase flew past him and when it shattered into pieces against the wall. The gentleman clutched his head and lay down with his huge belly on the table, and it seemed that his hair would soon be torn out in clumps from his aching head. The big guy started whining to the old man so that he would finally use his brain and come up with another plan that would finally work. The sick bastard looked at the servant with animal eyes, and almost foaming at the mouth growled at him to create a plan that would be aimed at destroying Joachim once and for all. In the forest near the settlement, a fire was burning in the evening, but this time it was not for warming up or cooking dinner, but for finishing what had been started. Hans looked at the pit with the huge fire, voicing the thought that the bodies were finished and that no one said anything in spite of him. Zeke sat near the pit in which the fire was burning, again feeling the smell of burnt flesh, and Hans stood nearby, and only Snock looked in the other direction. The young man looked at another settlement where they had to go, and in the end, the disease mowed down the lives of people in this town as well. Moore looked at the flames, thinking about the fact that for the second time they had not received the order to return to the castle, and this increasingly led him to think about deliberate murder. At some point, the guy became wary because sounds appeared that were not associated with a fire or the usual noise of the forest. Moore stood up and took hold of his sword, looking towards the thickets, and Hans, who was standing next to his mentor, did not understand what had happened. Because Zeke continued to stand listening to what was happening in the darkness, Hans could not resist and asked what had so alarmed the teacher, and now even the sleeper looked questioningly at the boys. The imp didn't answer the students' questions, but only began to take his sword out of its sheath, showing with his whole appearance that he should get ready. When the weapon was filled with Zeke's energy and began to glow, he looked ahead and sternly ordered the one who was there to appear in the darkness. Those same black robes appeared above the ground and could now be clearly seen in the moonlight. The shadows did not change their traditions, and being above Mora's head, one of them had already prepared a gift for the enemy in the form of their signature blades. Following their colleague in the dark work, the rest of the bats also threw blades towards the guy in an attempt to kill him again. All the sharp serves were successfully parried thanks to the agility and preparation of Mora, who did not even move from his place. The boys also stood still, only in a state of shock, firstly because the mentor was right that there was someone in the bushes, and secondly because he was able to repel the attack, and perhaps thirdly because they hoped to never see these robes again. Moore remained standing even when the black hoods descended to the ground right in front of him, unlike the guys who squealed in surprise. Zeke looked at the people who were pretending to be bats, and analyzed that these were the same scumbags he had jumped on the roofs after last time. Without turning to face his students, the teacher called each one by name so that they would react and respond, letting him know that they were focused. When the boys responded to their names, Zeke commanded them to each take one hood, and at that moment 2 synchronized nervous gulps could be heard. Moore rushed forward, not paying attention to the shouts of the boys, and was so determined to kill that light trailed from his eyes. The former demon realized that if he didn't do anything now, his head would only start to hurt from thinking about the robes, so he pushed off the ground properly. Zeke has taken it upon himself to grab the one he is currently flying over and extract the information he needs from him. Imagine the surprise of the imp when he flew straight into a cloud of fire because the assassin blew himself up again. Mora was thrown back by a wave while still in the process of jumping, and he was no longer able to control this because he did not expect such a turn of events. Fortunately, the guy knew how to stand firmly on his feet even if he was about to fall, and now he used the sword as an additional support, and looking at the explosion, he remembered the artifact that the previous warrior had in Suole. The method of struggle was also the same as last time, and here Zeke had to strain his brain to try to put the puzzle pieces together. Even though Moore had a table on his knee, his sword glowed with energy and he looked straight ahead, watching one of the hoods run towards him. And in his head, there was only one question: why did these jumpers appear again? One precise swing of the sword and the robe, as well as the person who was wearing it, was gone in a matter of seconds. Moore started talking to himself, asking him to think hard about what these devils had forgotten here again. The mentor watched Hans and simultaneously recalled that the purpose of the hoods was to activate Novum's energy as demonic. Looking towards Snoke, Zeke made a logical chain that if in theory the goal of these idiots here is approximately the same as it was with Novum, then they came for the one whom he himself only recently found. The scumbags showed up where their next target was in the form of Joachim Dracula, who would one day become a close companion to Zeke. Moore continued to delve into his guesses about whether Dracula's becoming a demon-like man could somehow be connected to these scumbags in robes. The guy suddenly had an idea that he remembered about the same time period from his past destiny when demon-like creatures began to appear all over the world, and in such numbers that people called it the era of demon-like creatures. Zeke watched as one of the hoods sneaked up on him, preparing a blade for the enemy, but continued to think about whether these people really created demon-like creatures in their time. But the idea was crazy and was rejected because Moore believed that these mysterious individuals could not be involved in the creation of all demons. Zeke changed his mind because he was sure from his own example that there were those who naturally became demons by their fate. The thought process became more and more exciting that Moore even put his sword on his shoulder, staring at the enemy. What stunned the guy was that if you take into account everything that he had just listed for himself, then his formation as a demon lord relates to the same thing. And Zeke felt uneasy about the fact that his previous fate could have been part of someone's insidious plan, like Novum and Joachim were now. Moore traced that he began to think about someone's plan regarding him from the moment he left the residence of the Count of Fortress, because it was then that incomprehensible crap began to happen that pushed him to become demon-like. The guy always thought that what happened to him was simply due to bad luck, and the chaos that engulfed the entire world was also attributed to it. When the Black Hood noticed that the enemy was approaching him, he prepared his power in the form of a fireball to attack. Mantia did not hesitate and fired an explosive ball at the enemy because he knew that the guy was strong, and if he did not attack now, death would come quickly. But the ball was cut as if it had been inflated for fun, and Moore, having overcome the explosive energy, continued to move towards the enemy, and the fuel for him was the thought that if some freaks used him as a puppet, then it was in vain. The little devil smiled because the situation was only gaining momentum and becoming more and more interesting, which aroused incredible curiosity. This time, the young master's jump was so dexterous and unexpected that the robe did not even have time to reach the blade or explode again. Before killing the scoundrel, Zeke looked at him with eyes burning with righteous anger, but inside he screamed that he would not forgive such impudence from the vile puppeteers. The camp was covered by the silence of the night, and only some tents were illuminated by the light from the flames of the fire, crackling with a peculiar melody. Hans and Snock slept like the dead, snoring sweetly in the same clothes they had fought the assassins in, and Novum snored so much that he even blew bubbles out of his nose. Zeke stood by the fire throwing on more wood and was saddened by the fact that he couldn't catch a single hooded man to find out at least some information. During the battle, no matter who the guy approached from the hoods, whether he was alive or half dead, they all committed suicide, which spoke of their determined attitude. Moore was somehow fascinated by the flames, and he stared at them again, which led him to analyze the purpose of the Black Hoods in these places. The flames played beautifully, and Zeke kept making assumptions that if the robes came here to make Joachim demon-like, then the guy was essentially a pain in the neck for them because he had teamed up with the master and was helping him. For a moment, Moore allowed himself a flight of fancy and imagined his old friend as a demon-like man. In Zeke's head, the image of Joachim as a demon was a terrifying sight that didn't fit with what was happening in reality. The idea of his friend as a monster impressed the imp so much that he couldn't even find an answer to himself. Zeke realized at that moment that if he had to choose even from the ideas in his head, it would be better for Dracula to remain as he is now in this life. And just then he appeared next to him and turned to the guy. Joachim was surprised to see that for some reason Zeke was still awake, even though the guys were passed out like babies, and Zeke himself had not expected his friend to appear. Dracula asked for permission to join Moore, and he was not against it, because the only thing better than looking at the fire was sharing it with a friend. Zeke looked at his comrade who looked unwell and wondered to himself what had driven him to become demon-like. The guy caught what had to appear a compelling reason that influenced the person with hemophobia to start using the blood mastery ability. So that the silence would not be so heavy, Moore broke it by turning to his friend with concern about his condition, because he looked pretty lousy, and Drac reacted to this, although he did not say anything. But Zeke had already managed to get his friend to talk more than once, and after some time, Joachim explained that he was currently thinking about his father. The young gentleman expressed his concerns about the fact that his father had been lying unconscious in his chambers for 6 months now. The gentleman's body became weak and haggard, which indicated only one thing. Death was very close because he never woke up. Joachim apparently missed his father very much, because he confessed to Zeke that he thought about what he would have done or what he would have come up with to avoid the catastrophe. This was very important information for Mora, as the gaps in the puzzle were gradually filled in to understand the whole situation. Zeke, without a twinge of conscience, answered Dracula that now it was clear why the first son held all the power in his dirty hands, and the young master's expression really changed from these words. In order to hide his excitement and not blurt out something unnecessary in front of a stranger, Joachim got out of it by saying that it was not surprising that his older brother was in power because that was how it should be. And smiling, Dracula added to everything he had said before the fact that who else but his older brother could take the reins of power into his own hands. Moore, as always, sensed something amiss in his friend's voice and behavior regarding their relationship with his brother, but decided to remain silent and continue to observe. Just like last time, one of the soldiers was running as fast as he could to the gentleman with yet another urgent piece of news. To the great surprise of the two guys, the knight said that the order to return home had finally arrived, but judging by it, this was not the whole message. The soldier shocked his master when he named the reason for their return, namely the spread of the infection all the way to Osperine. The city really did start to look gloomy, even from the outside, compared to what it was before the wave of illness hit it. Upon returning home, the first thing Joachim saw was the displeased face of his older brother, who was clearly dissatisfied with the young man. In front of the leader stood all those who remained alive after visiting the settlements that died from the disease. And if all those present bowed before the master and closed their eyes, then more carefully examined the bastard. The disgruntled face gritted its teeth and said welcome to its brother, while showing with all its appearance that he didn't think so. This time, Zeke did not hide his surprise at how different the brothers were from each other, running his gaze from one brother to the other. Moore had already managed to compare the brothers, and if the elder looked to him like an aggressor with mental disorders, then the younger only looked sick on the outside, and the only thing the men had in common was their unhealthy build. The next thing Mr. Observant noticed was the servant standing next to the disgruntled idiot. The servant also glared at the guy, showing that he was not an ordinary person either, and Moore tried to guess whether the old man was a butler. The big guy, just to clarify for his dim-witted brother, asked if he had heard about what was happening, and the young gentleman replied that he had been informed about the epidemic that had reached Osperin, otherwise he would not have arrived so quickly. The elder one started making illusory accusations that the younger one was not responsible enough, which is why the disease reached here. Even the young master's soldiers began to quietly discuss among themselves the illogical nonsense they had heard from the chief, until he added that he was very merciful and would therefore give the little one the opportunity to correct the situation. In a commanding tone, this bastard sent his brother to the city so that he could at least be useful once and stop the spread of the disease. The elder also forbade his brother to return until the task of eradicating the disease was completed, and Zeke, listening to all this nonsense, was ready to give this idiot a good beating. His Majesty the vampire emphasized that under no circumstances should he be allowed to catch the disease. While the Elder One voiced that he felt sick just from the thought that he could get sick and die, Joachim clenched his hands into fists behind his back more and more tightly. Moore noticed the reaction in his friend's body while his brother was talking to him, but Dracula stood and listened attentively and silently to the order. All that the young gentleman could squeeze out of himself was words about understanding the riskiness of this situation and the need to correct the situation as quickly as possible. From a bird's eye view, the city looked eerie with streets empty of living people, or, on the contrary, places where people were lying right on the ground. Dracula met with one of his soldiers to ask him about the situation in the city, to which he reported that the quarantine zone had been limited and stronger security measures had been established. The knight also collected data with the rest of his assistants and, walking around the city, counted 60 dead people. Zik listened carefully to all the details and was next to Joachim as his right hand. So now when he heard from the soldier's report that the doctor had diagnosed the illness in the game, he immediately launched the analysis process. It seemed to Moore that something was wrong with this whole invasion, because in his opinion, it was the same infection that was covering village after village, but it turned out that this was not the case, and the symptoms were all different, which led to the idea of another puppeteer. The guy was again struck by the knowledge and experience from his past fate, and now the invasion of the infection looked like someone had begun to act. Because Zeke had already seen and knew it was very similar to that man who made the whole world freeze in horror before deadly diseases, and he also belonged to the demon-like, and his name was Fest. While Drac was talking to the soldier, Moore analyzed further that it was not like Fest that such a common disease was spreading, and in addition to everything, there was a difference in what shook other cities. The guy suggested that if there is a discrepancy in the details with the demon's habits, then this indicates his other plan and intentions. Looking at the guys who were also scouting the territory, Zeke understood that Fest could even be somewhere nearby, and in that case there was nothing left to do but lure the scoundrel into the light. Joachim concluded that the number of deaths in Osiprin was lower than in previous settlements, which indicated hope for stopping the spread of the infection. The young gentleman asked the soldier for information about the medicine, and he became nervous but began to explain that several doctors had taken up the development. The soldier really didn't want to tell the outcome of the doctor's attempts to do something, but there was no choice, and he told the gentleman that the results were 0, which seemed to make Joachim even paler. Dracula realized that no matter what healer they brought here now, the cure would not be created, and this only depressed him more. Zeke decided to try to take the situation into his own hands and turned to the young gentleman and said that he could help them. Although it was not written on Mr. Sirius's face, he really took the initiative to create a cure for the Igram. After some time, the commander visited the ward where people were still alive but in a deplorable state. Dracula turned to the one who had undertaken to prepare the medicine to cure the sick and asked if it was ready. Zeke held a flask of honey-colored liquid in his hands, assuring the young gentleman that the mixture was ready for use. Moore was sure of what he was doing because before he was embodied in this destiny, he witnessed the moment when the world was covered by the Fest infection, which is why researchers and scientists united and developed a cure for the Igram. The Demon Lord had learned the methods of making a cure for the disease at that time due to Joachim's interest in infections, but he never thought that these skills would be useful now. Dracula stood frozen in anticipation next to the bed, while Zeke lifted the patient and brought him a cup of medicine so that he could drink it. The man was melting away from the infection literally before our eyes, and barely breathing, the poor fellow was somehow able to drink just a sip of the mixture. There was tension in the air, and everyone was waiting to see how the healing would end, and the question of whether the medicine would work worried everyone who was near Zeke. When the patient's barely audible request for water was heard, Joachim could not believe his eyes or ears. The patient asked again, but more confidently, for water, and it was really obvious that he was weak and dehydrated, and Zeke also concluded that the mixture had worked, after which he told Joachim that he would write down the formula for him. One of the soldiers looked at a real miracle, because the man was already practically unconscious, and Mora's students also stood in shock from the fact that the medicine worked. Joachim asked if Zeke was sure that he wanted to reveal the formula for the mixture for the disease, which is very common, because thanks to it the guy could become rich. But Moore, looking at his old friend, assured him that he was doing this not for selfish reasons, but on the contrary, having a desire to bring good to people. Abruptly and unexpectedly for everyone, the young gentleman walked towards Zeke, and no one understood what would happen now. Dracula was already quite close to the guy, but did not stop, but on the contrary continued to approach closely. When Joachim came close enough, he hugged Moore very tightly, thanking him for saving people. The young gentleman, continuing to hug the imp with all his heart, confessed to him that their meeting was the best thing that had happened to him in his entire life. Poor Zeke lost his complexion from such sentimentality, and patting his friend on the back, calmed him down, and finally asked him to let him go, because he was more into girls than guys. The residents gradually recovered, and many of them were even taken out into the fresh air and continued their treatment under the close supervision of doctors. Zeke periodically checked what the doctors were collecting to make the mixture, and it was not without the fact that he had to periodically correct errors. While examining the next ingredient in the form of leaves, the guy kept remembering that he had a plan to bring Fest into the world thanks to the creation of a medicine. At the beginning of the quarantine camp, a rude cry was heard about who was Zeke here, and the young man automatically leaned over because he was covered by the doctor who was standing in front of him. As it turned out, the butler himself appeared in the quarantine zone with his guards and was heading straight to the culprit of people's recovery. The little devil could have won a bag of medals for first place for his even and calm attitude to what was happening in his life. And now he also asked why the old man was looking for him, and the old man, without even hearing the question, interrupted the guy and asked his name again. The former lord didn't quite like the tone in which this old man spoke to him, and also called him simply Zeke. The old man immediately got down to business and asked the guy where he had managed to get a cure for the contagious disease. Moore recognized the man as the one who stood next to Joachim's brother. But the most interesting thing was that he was right there when he found out about the mixture. Looking sternly at the unexpected guest, the guy at first did not believe the conclusion he had come to about this old man. But in theory, Zeke still confirmed for himself that the butler could have been Festus, because there are a lot of coincidences flying around him. Moore realized that basing conclusions on mere guesswork was complete nonsense, so he armed himself with what he needed to verify everything. The opponents were sitting at a table in one of the tents where there was armor and a bunch of records that indicated that the commander was there often. The butler confidently repeated that he had asked the guy how he had learned about methods of combating the deadly disease. Zeke also confidently made it clear that he was responding to the fact that he had read a book that described other methods of treatment. The old man decided to point out to the guy like a kitten that he was shameless and ill-mannered, and that he would do better to stop clowning around. Moore didn't answer the old man, but he didn't stop chasing the demon either, which threw the butler off balance, and he jumped up and slammed his hand on the table and declared that let's say everything the guy said was true. And now the old man demanded that he tell him the name of this book, but the imp, throwing up his hands, pretended to be a fool and admitted that he did not know the name of the book because it was so long ago that he could not remember. The old man couldn't calm down and continued to extract information about how, logically, this book contained treatment for other diseases, but Moore continued to get on the man's nerves, claiming that he had only read about games from that book. The butler realized that his opponent, although young, was quite skilled in such discussions, so he fell silent and did not ask anything for some time. A disgruntled clicking sound came from the old man's lips, because he heard that someone was about to enter the tent and their conversation would lead nowhere. The commander actually entered the tent and shouted out the butler's name, Shalom, showing with his whole appearance that he was outraged by his behavior. Joachim came closer to the butler, showing his anger for the first time, and made a remark to him. Has he really lost his conscience to allow himself to show up here like this? Dracula did not stop at one remark and continued to scold Shalom, mentioning that Zeke saved Osperin, and that in return he behaved so inappropriately. And then the old man interrupted the gentleman with his bow and a request to forgive him. Zeke couldn't believe that such a respectable man turned around and left without even answering his master. Joachim sighed heavily from what he was now observing, and from the fact that if before this only concerned him, now the hero also got this wildness, from which the guy felt ashamed. The commander bowed and asked Mora for forgiveness for the old man having crossed the line, but he smiled and replied that he didn't give a damn about the old man's behavior. As the butler walked away from the camp with his soldiers, Zeke mentioned that he had seen him when he met his older brother. The boy also clearly remembered how the old man stood in the office next to his older brother, but did not utter a word. Joachim realized that Moore wanted to know more about this mysterious man, and he had every right to do so, so he introduced him as Besnal Shalom, and he really is a butler for their family. Dracula told a short story about the old man, how he was in the status of captain of the knights, but due to injury he retired, and since then has been working as a butler. After listening to a brief retelling of the unpleasant grandfather's story, Zeke asked his friend why he was so angry with him, and Dracula suggested that it was because of the medicine that could raise his status over his brother in the fight for the title. Once again experiencing terrible awkwardness, Joachim confessed to Zeke that Shalom was supporting his older brother on the path to his legacy, and the guy, although it was understandable, was completely indifferent. Moore was immersed in thoughts about something more important, namely that Shalom, having shown a strong reaction to the medicine, was now the first suspected of being called Festus, but it was not possible to verify this because of the appearance of Dracula. When all the confusion passed, Joachim remembered why he came here at all, because he remembered that the guy didn't have enough specialists to prepare the mixture. The young gentleman pointed to the entrance and explained that there was someone who had volunteered to help and that he had come here to introduce her. Joachim asked the young lady to enter the tent, and at the entrance appeared the refined and beautiful Miss Bargo. The girl bowed, saying that she was pleased to meet you and be here as the owner of the Bargo Company. The lady smiled and said that she was Greta Bargo, and she was glad to be part of such an important process of making medicine. The little devil also introduced himself, and the first thought that flashed through his head was how beautiful this girl was. But one thing confused him, that she was all in black, like a widow. Joachim recommended Greta as being extremely interested in infectious diseases, so she is a permanent sponsor of their research. And besides, the girl is educated in this area, so she will be very useful. Greta sheepishly said that she had herbs and other ingredients with her in case of a shortage, after which she asked if she could study the formula for the mixture. Zeke immediately complimented the girl that if she was so educated in this matter, then he would have to learn from her, and asked her to follow him. The soldiers brought more and more boxes of the necessary materials into the tent where the mixture was being prepared. Moore laid out everything necessary on the table and explained to Greta what exactly was included in the medicine and in what quantity. Although with a serious expression, Moore explained to the girl everything about the mixture with great enthusiasm, showing each ingredient and telling her its properties. The boys stood at the table rather closely as for strangers and kept praising each other about how amazing they were. And at that moment, the boys were watching them, and Hans, following in the sarcastic footsteps of his teacher, asked if he alone saw hearts on the young people. Hans whispered to his partner that if someone from the outside saw the guys like that, they would think that they were dating, because how can you stand so close to each other and barely know each other? To which Snock eventually agreed. Despite the fact that it was already getting dark, Zeke and Greta still couldn't stop talking, so their voices could be heard from the tent. Miss Bargo picked up the plant and asked Zeke if he knew about the properties of this ingredient, and he immediately replied that it was good for colds. Greta praised the young man, saying that he knew so much, but Zeke was embarrassed and remained silent. The girl admitted that compared to him, she still had so much to learn, but then the imp's tongue loosened, and he also praised Greta that her knowledge was also extensive. Miss Bargo decided to explain that the knowledge she had was due to her family, because it was there that her interest in the new and unknown arose. Moore immediately asked a counter-question whether the girl's relatives studied illnesses, but she answered negatively and somehow hesitated to give a more detailed answer. Greta suddenly and abruptly fell silent, feeling some anxiety about the topic that had been raised. After a moment's hesitation, the lady turned to Zeke and addressed him to see that he was listening to her before she began to speak. A very rare expression of surprise appeared on Mr. Sirius's face after Greta said that she would like to introduce him to her family and asked if he would accompany her home. The castle, along with all of Osperin, was plunged into darkness and silence, and the only source of light was the moonlight. But despite the late hour, someone couldn't sleep and was wandering around the castle to carry out a cunning plan. A servant entered the chambers of Father Joachim, who was still in the same deplorable state, quietly moving around the room towards the bed. Coming close enough, the bastard poured some purple liquid into the gentleman's mouth, but judging by his sunken face, it was not medicine. The gentleman coughed heavily as the liquid sank into his body and turned red, and the veins on his face appeared due to the sensation of terrible pain. With a trembling and weak hand, the gentleman grabbed the sheet in order to somehow minimize the agony he felt. Shalom sealed the flask with the deadly liquid and addressed the gentleman, calling him Your Honor. When the butler saw that the body had become immobile again, he announced to the master, as if it were a sentence, that this was his karma. And while terrible things were happening in the castle, things were not going any better for Mora, because after following Greta to meet her relatives, it was unclear why the hell they ended up in the cemetery. Miss Bargo led the guy right to where he needed to go and stood looking at the tombstones while Moore turned his head from side to side, still not understanding what they were doing among the dead. In order not to torment her companion with misunderstanding, Greta pointed to two graves and introduced him to her family who died from the infection. The lady admitted that it was precisely because of the loss that she began to study various diseases, because she really would not want anyone like her to lose loved ones. Zeke finally understood everything and asked a counter question about the color of the girl's clothes, to which she replied that it was a kind of oath. Greta explained that she had vowed to take off her mourning clothes only when all diseases had been eradicated once and for all. The miss also added that this was also the reason why she wanted to show the guy the grave of her husband and son, because now she had hope that people would no longer die from gambling. The girl timidly admitted that she had already talked quite a lot, and that it could be tiring, and suggested going back to the camp. The wind carried the voices of two people who had agreed to put an end to this damned disease throughout the cemetery. Greta turned to leave, but Zeke was in no hurry to follow her and for a moment silently looked after her. No matter how nice the lady behaved and no matter how interesting their conversations were, she also ended up on Zeke's personal list of suspects. The next day, the kids ran up to their mentor and glared at him, waiting for him to talk to them himself. Moore was a rather daring and brave warrior, but now the looks of the guys and even Nova made him nervous. The guys got their way, and the mentor actually spoke to them but made it clear that if they didn't immediately explain what was going on, they could go wherever they wanted and not bother him. Hans decided to start being frank by asking the gentleman if he was really having an affair with Miss Bargo. Snock argued their interrogation by saying that rumors were already circulating among the soldiers that Greta and Zeke were a couple, and rumors would further cause prejudice and a decrease in authority. The little devil, as always in his repertoire, answered the boys that even if it was true, then what of it, which shocked them and in turn brought up the argument that he would not be a man if he had not been attracted to such a beautiful lady. Understanding that he would be crippled after such words, Hans still voiced them because it was worth it, and Moore heard from the student that he was surprised that the mentor was still a man, because all the time he thought that in front of him was the image of Buddha. Something very obvious happened in the form of a slap in the face to one of the students who was being too smart. Hans was lying face down on the ground because a lump the size of his head had grown on his head, which Snock began poking with a stick, saying that he shouldn't have said that last thing. Moore thought about how he and Greta looked to the others. But he didn't care because first and foremost, it was important for him to learn more about her, and that meant being close to her. In addition to the chain with Shalom, Zeke now also drew a chain with Greta, because she also appeared as soon as the mixture was developed, and in addition, she knew a lot about diseases, so now she has become more suspicious than the butler. The catch was that Greta didn't act like a demon, which is why she now needs to be watched. And after that, Zeke also remembered the handsome guy who cut off his head and thought that he might know who Festus was, but it's not a fact that he would say. When Hans woke up and sat down on the ground with a huge bump on his head and looked at his mentor's back with displeasure, Moore heard someone running towards him with some news. Joachim ran up to Zeke with his two soldiers and reported that the Count's men had taken Miss Bargo. The guy asked a logical question: why take the man away? Dracula literally conveyed that the Count's people wanted the lady to look at the state of the gentleman, and now he was also heading there to sort everything out on his own. Moore caught the moment when they took away the one who was the key link in the treatment of those affected by the disease. The next thing that came to the guy's mind was a suspicion about Fest's presence in the Count's castle, which was dangerous. And the first person Moore thought of and who was closest to claiming the role of Festus was the butler, because the action took place in the castle. The importance of the issue grew for Zeke as well, so he moved from his place, telling his friend that they would go with him to the castle. For the first time, Dracula stopped his faithful assistant and refused him, but instead asked him to stay here because all hope was on him. The young gentleman mentioned to Moore that if he left the camp too, there would be no one who could properly care for the patients, and in general, there were family troubles in the castle that Joachim did not want Zeke to get involved in. Dracula made it clear to Moore that if Lady Greta was taken away with bad intentions, then it was primarily his concern to return the lady safe and sound. Zeke listened carefully to his friend and did not argue, understanding the guy's desire to cope on his own, so he simply said that he would wait here for his return. Moore asked Joachim to send a messenger as soon as something happened, and the boy thanked him for this, and at the end, the friends shook hands. One of the castle's courtiers stood and carefully read a message in which he was informed of something important. A soldier appeared behind the butler, announcing the young Master Biom's request to come to his office. Shalom had no time for requests because he was happily reading what he had in his hands, so he did not respond even to the soldier's second request. And when the butler finished reading the letter, he replied that today he had no opportunity to keep the young master company. A few days later in the dark near one of the buildings, Hans's voice was heard, addressing his mentor with the conclusion that of all that they had walked around, this was the last building. The student asked Zeke again about the information that they had been given regarding the settlement's residents staying in this particular house, and Snock voiced his concerns about the eerie appearance of the building. For now, Moore didn't answer anything because in fact he didn't know what to say since he was seeing this house for the first time, just like the guys. Zeke looked at the entrance to the house, remembering how one of the soldiers came to him, saying that he brought bad news. Pointing to the place on the map, said that a disease similar to the game had reached the village, which was not far from them. The soldier explained to Moore that he wanted the guy to intervene in this and sort out what happened because he had a medical education and conveyed Sir Joachim's apologies. Zeke thought for a bit and looked at the map again and replied that he agreed to go and find out the situation in the village. But before this, he allegedly put forward a condition after which he would actually set out on the journey or otherwise refuse. Moore looked closely at the soldier's reaction, asking whether the young gentleman had already reached the castle. The knight assured the boy that the master had indeed sent him here to notify him of his arrival, as they had agreed. It was difficult for the soldier to hide anything, so he smiled and said that Sir Joachim was fine, and in this case asked Mr. Zeke to go to the settlement as soon as possible. And now, approaching the doors of the house, Moore took hold of the handles, and inside he wondered how much time had passed since Joachim's departure. The doors gave in to Zeke's power and began to creak open, and the guy continued to think about how it seemed like the bastards would do something to Dracula if he didn't agree to go to the village. The doors opened enough for him to enter, and Moore, as always, did it first, although he was already unhappy that he had agreed to this devilry. When the guys went inside the house, they couldn't believe what they saw, and if Hans had already seen blood and other wild things but was in shock, what can we say about Snoke, who even covered his mouth with his hand? On both sides of the walls lay many corpses covered with cloth, and in some places blood was visible, and people's hands were sticking out here and there. The bodies were laid out in such a way that a path was laid out along which one could go deeper into the room. In the midst of deathly silence, a living person approached Zeke, asking who they were and what they were doing here. The man with the bucket in his hands strictly forbade the guys to go any further and asked them to leave, since outsiders were not allowed to enter. Hans introduced them as envoys from Osperin who had been given the task of finding out the situation and examining the sick for symptoms of the disease. The man's face changed and he said in a friendly tone that he now understood that the doctors were in front of him and asked for forgiveness for his rudeness. The worker clarified that they should not discuss details here and suggested that they go further into another door of the room. Hans was just about to agree and follow the man when Moore stopped the guys, asking them to be where they were now and asking the worker not to bother. Zeke also remained in place and holding the sword told the man with the bucket in his back that he had caught what was happening here. This time, Moore decided not to use his hand to control the sword, but instead controlled it with his mind, and the weapon began to shine with the light that was familiar to its owner and began to crawl out of its sheath. The stranger turned around at the sound of the blade, which cut through the air and rang so cleanly that it was hard not to notice. The boys shouted to their mentor to stop and explain what he was planning, since the man was not a threat and he didn't even have a weapon. But immediately after the students' naive thoughts, the unknown person turned into a furious killer who was ready to kill them all. If just now the cute guy was running around with a bucket, now he fought off a sword with an equally sharp weapon that was not visible. The guy, as if he had gone wild, prepared his dagger, wanting to plunge it into Zeke's neck, and ran forward, but his target remained motionless, and it looked too easy. Today, Mora's swordsmanship was no different from others, but his technique was more precise. The guy didn't even have time to get close to the enemy before the sword cut off his head in a matter of seconds. The number of corpses in the house had increased to one more, and none of the guys were in a hurry to leave or do anything else. Snock, unable to bear all the obscurantism that was happening here, asked a question for everyone present about what was going on here, and the mentor asked the guy a counter question. Did he still not understand? Moore was used to acting rather than chatting, so he took the sword out of the dead man's head to show his students what was hidden from view. Zeke, holding his weapon in his thoughts, concentrated, directing it at the door to which the now corpse had so amiably invited them. The next moment, Moore fired his blade at the stone doors, causing debris to fly everywhere. Shalom stood behind the door, as if waiting for the door to finally be opened for him, and Zeke immediately pointed out to the bastard that he should stop showing off and finally come closer. Moore returned his sword to his hands, waiting for further developments and understanding that the performance was not really over. The guy looked at the nasty old man, clarifying that he was not so naive and stupid as to fall into such a stupid trap.